সাউন্ড ভিডিও দেওয়া আছে কোনো? বলতে পারবে sir. Hey. Beijing let 2 days program be over. Taken by who?
Okay. Very good morning to all of you. Respected Mr. Ingrid Mukherjee, former Director General, National Council of Science Museums, Dr. A.P. Jayaraman, Dr. Sabyasachi Mukherjee, Mr. G.S. Rautela, my colleagues from the Science Center fraternity.
Recording in progress.
Just. And all my colleagues from the National Center for Science Communication. I extend a warm welcome to all of you on the occasion of the International Conference on Science Museum and Science Center Movement in India, which is being jointly organized by National Center for Science Communication and NCSM. The first day session was held yesterday at NCSM headquarters here in Kolkata, and of course through online mode, and today session will be hosted by Nehru Science Center, Mumbai. As many of you have watched online, yesterday we felicitated Dr. Saroj Ghosh, the Doyen of Science Museum Movement in India, on the occasion of his 86th birthday. Museum and Science Center professionals from India and abroad who either work with Dr. Ghosh in NCSM or in various national and international platforms with him, shared their cherished memories of their association with Dr. Ghosh. On the other hand, Dr. Ghosh reciprocated by sharing his story down the memory lane. He also had a thoughtful presentation titled Science in the Public Domain by distinguished scientist Dr. Vikas Sinha. I'm sure all of you have had a wonderful experience yesterday. For us here in NCSM, we could connect to our initial days in the council when we all our senior colleagues like Dr. Saroj Ghosh, Mr. Ingrid Mukherjee, Mr. G.S. Rautela, Dr. Jayanta Thanapathy, and many others. So it was a wonderful event for us where we could reconnect with all our present and past colleagues.
Speaker gallery.
Science museums and science centers
one message. Is there one message in chat box?
have a long history tracing their origin to the
I request all participants to mute yourself. Cross talking is happening from Bangalore, Karnataka side.
Science Museum and Science Centers India have a long history tracing their origin to Birla Museum, Pilani, and a short-lived science center in the National Physical Laboratory campus in Delhi. The organized Science Museum and Science Center movement started with BITM Kolkata in 1959, and yesterday Dr. Saroj Ghosh, Mr. Ingrid Mukherjee, and a lot of our present and past colleagues have shared their experience, especially during the initial stage, and it was a wonderful experience and a learning session for all of us. A lot of new information came to us through this conference. As I said, initially BITM was set up in the formal setup in 1959, and in the next 6 decades, India witnessed a phenomenal growth of science centers. Mr. I.K. Mukherjee, in his keynote address, will elaborate on this under the title Growth and Impact of Science Museum Centers in India, which will follow immediately after this initial inaugural session. This will be followed by 3 panel discussions on museums as repositories, dissemination of human knowledge and creativity, emerging trends in science communication, and science museum and science centers promoting a culture of science, respectively. The panel discussion will draw panelists from all over the world, and all of them are stalwarts in their field of science communication or museology. Naturally, our expectations are high, and we are eagerly awaiting for this exciting, entertaining, yet fruitful discussion, which I strongly believe will be a learning experience for all of us, particularly for my young colleagues in this profession. With this word, I once again welcome all of you, and I hope that together we shall make this event a memorable event and a fruitful experience for all of us. I now leave this podium for Dr. A.P. Jayaraman and request him to deliver today's program as well as his inaugural address. Thank you so much.
Am I audible?
Yes. Yes.
And visible too. Thank you, Director General Dr. A.D. Chowdhury, for letting us recollect our emotions in tranquility from yesterday's great event. We are extremely privileged and proud to associate with this historic and historical event in honoring a bright mind, a beautiful mind of this country and of international repute. Now, it is fitting and proper. In fact, I would say it is a full-blown poetic justice being done where science and culture has merged together when the contemporary intellectuals are cogitating about the definition of scientific culture. We have international conferences scheduled for this month end just to define what scientific culture is. And the bright and beautiful minds of this country will sit together to describe and to put a definition on scientific culture. We at the National Center of Science Communicators are particularly proud to be associated with this event because it is one of the towering titans of our profession who is being honored. National Center of Science Communication is a group of people, a meeting of the minds of the contemporary science communicators. We have a wide spectrum of people. We have scientists, we have scientist communicators, we have science communicators, we have science journalists, we have science writers, we have science poetries, and we have even poets who translate recent research work into versification within 24 hours of time. That is the spectrum of science communication today. If you look at the wide spectrum and analyze it into 7 beautiful colors, you will find 7 different types of science communicators. I'll go one step forward because in this COVID times, we find that science communication has gone into hyperfine structure. The entire electromagnetic spectrum has been brought into science communication. We have vaccinologists, we have virologists, and we have epidemiologists sitting together trying to tell the people what the virus is. So science communication is under impact. It is on the center stage. And at this point, for the first time in the recorded human history, it has become necessary for science to be communicated. Of course, science is always communicating because had the first scientists not communicated, there would never have been a science at all. It is the scientists who have been the communicators who allowed science to remain to this present stage. Therefore, we find that it is a social responsibility as well as a historic necessity that science communication should be done at its best. And professionals are now engaged, filling that broad spectrum. And with this event of particularly one more point I want to say about National Center of Science Communications, we are basically engineers and we are working under design constraints. What is the scientific content? how is it to be conveyed to the public? Either through a medium, the scientist, through the science communicator to the public, or directly to the public. So those models are being evolved today. And at the moment in India, the science communicators are engaged in designing, developing, and making deliverables of science products and services to the people. So that's our objective. And today we are particularly happy. It's a pure unalloyed pleasure for us to associate with this great event. And we feel it a proud privilege to hold hands with the National Council of Science Museums on this historic event. That's from the side of the National Center for Science Communicators. Thank you for this. Over to you, Umesh.
Thank you, Umesh. I think I am audible. Yeah. Good morning, all. I feel privileged to be here to introduce two important personalities of science communication of the country. In the session with the keynote address, Growth and Impact of Science Museums and Centers in India. And we have two speakers in this session. Sri I.K. Mukherjee, former Director General, NCSM, and Mr. Eddie Chaudhary, Director General, NCSM. So to begin with, I will just give a brief introduction of Mr. Mukherjee. Mr. Mukherjee, as I told, that he was the former Director General of National Council of Science Museum, and he is engaged in popularizing science since 1978. He took his bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering in the year 1969 from Jadavpur University, Kolkata. And in 1971, he was selected for the prestigious Hindu Hitachi Scholarship and went to work in Japan in the field of industrial machinery. In 1978, he joined the Birla Industrial and Technological Museum, BITM, as we know today. During the next 10 years, Mr. Mukherjee produced numerous exhibits for new science centers in different parts of the country and abroad, developed excellent traveling exhibitions on current topics of science, and coordinated various science-related activities for students in the national level. He worked as a research scholar in the Smithsonian Institution for a brief period in 1996. Mr. Mukherjee started the Central Research and Training Laboratory as the R&D hub and the HRD nursery of the council. He took over as the Director General of National Council of Science Museums on September 1, 1997. And during early 1999, he organized the second World Center Science Congress in Kolkata as its Secretary General. Under his leadership, a large network of science centers and museums has been developed in India. For his contribution to the field of science communication, he has received the prestigious Roy Shaffer Experience Leadership Award from the Association of Science and Technology Centers, ASTC, USA, in the year 2008. Mr. Mukherjee has served as a member of the International Advisory Board of the ASTC and the Program Committee of the Science Center World Congress, which is currently termed as Science Center World Summit. He retired in the year 2019. He is currently in the consultancy services in the field of science centers, and located in Calcutta. So Mukherjee will talk about the growth of science center movements in India, while Mr. A.D. Chaudhary, the next speaker, will talk more about the impacts. Now, I would like to introduce you Mr. Dr. Chaudhary. Mr. Dr. Chaudhary is a mechanical engineer by profession and is a science museum and center professional. He has been working in various science museums and centers under National Council of Science Museum in India for the last 3 decades. He is currently holding the charge of Director General of the National Council of Science Museum, which is under Ministry of Culture, Government of India. He has more than 34 years of work experience in developing and operation of science centers under NCSM, comprising development of exhibits, complete projects on turnkey basis, and so on. He joined the National Council of Science Museum in the year 1987 and worked in various capacities, including as the director of Science City, Kolkata. During his long career in science education and communication, he has contributed immensely to the development of a number of new science museums and centers and other museums in the country, various exhibitions and activities, and non-formal science education programs for students, teachers, and general public of this country and abroad. Some of the recent museums developed under his tutelage are the Virtual Experiential Museum at Manmahal, Varanasi, and the National Museum of Indian Cinema in Mumbai for the film division of Ministry of Information and Broadcasting. And also he was a pillar for launching a new set of 25 new mobile science exhibition buses for the aspirational districts of India. He is a member of numerous state science and technology councils, science communication organizations, science museums, and science center boards. He coordinated and participated in a number of national and international conferences on a variety of science, museum, and science center related topics. He has participated in many workshops in India and abroad on science museum related themes. He is also holding additional charge of the post of Director, Indian Museum, Kolkata. With all, I now request Mr. Mukherjee, please take over and deliver his address. Thank you.
ঠিক আছে, আমি যখন বলবো তখন তুমি শিফট করে দেবে। Good morning to all of you.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Very much.
Of course.
Okay. So good morning to all of you. Good morning, sir.
Yes. Good morning, sir.
Yesterday we had
The NCSM is muted. Please unmute. We can't hear.
Please switch off your mobile, your sound and videos.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. No.
Yes.
Yeah, now it's okay.
We can hear you.
Can all of you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So yesterday we listened to many of the stalwarts in the field, and we came to know about activities of the Science Center, starting from the first day. And the people who were involved in the stalwarts in this field, they were involved in this activity. They talked about their own experiences. I'm sure that we all became enriched when we listened to their experiences. Now today, I'll be talking about a history of the growth of science museums and science centers in this country. And this is a story which started in the middle of the 50s. And therefore, it is almost, I would say, 65 or 66 years, almost 2/3 of a century of similar kind of activities in the country. And this being a historical presentation, I thought I should have a PowerPoint presentation because it's difficult to remember whatever happened in 65 or 66 years. But remember, I always thought that whatever, whichever way the science center movement grew in this country, that was because of teamwork. And so in my presentation, there is no mention of any particular name, Doyen or whatever, no particular name. No Mukherjee, no Dr. Chaudhary, nothing like that. And I think for the story of this science center movement is not only about establishing a movement in this country, but also development of scientific manpower, empowerment of the society, and of course, fun. So I start my presentation now. Can I have my presentation? Utan. Lal opore hai, this one. Yeah, tumi ye mode jao. Yes. Can you see these slides, all of you?
Yeah, yes, sir, we can see.
Okay. Yes. Okay. So we start with the Constitution of India. You know, it was set in place in 1950. And in one part, you know that it has mainly two parts, our rights of the citizen and responsibilities of citizen, Indian citizen. And there in one part, which is the 51A paragraph, under H subheading, it's written that the responsibilities of citizens should include to develop the scientific temper, humanism, and the spirit of inquiry and reform. Imagine how intelligent our forefathers were, the people who made this constitution. In my knowledge, I do not know really whether any other country in the world has so specifically mentioned about scientific temper in their constitution, and the spirit of inquiry, and the spirit to reform. A wonderful beginning, I would say. A real inspiration, a real direction being given in our constitution. In 1954-55, the first two museums that came up on Indian soil, science museums that came up on Indian soils. One in the Central Museum inside BITS Pilani campus, and that depicted different aspects of science and technology, including agriculture and many others, metallurgy, mining, things like that, which were useful for the BITS Pilani students and for the students of the schools that are around the Pilani campus. And then a small display was inside the NPL, the National Physical Laboratory at New Delhi. But then there was a focus. Of course, there were depictions of science and technology development, but the focus was, the idea was that someday we will depict here the science and technology development in post-independence India. That was thought to be the focus. Well, the idea was very different from what we do now. In 1959, the first organized science museum in the country started in Kolkata. That has a history, and it's a written history. There are some articles, there are some booklets, there are some monograms. What happened at that time? Actually, in 1956, the then Chief Minister of West Bengal, he visited, a visionary, I would say. He visited Europe and visited the Deutsches Museum in Munich, came back and thought, why not something like that I saw in Deutsches Museum in Kolkata? Why not? So he contacted a big industrial house, the House of Builders, and told them, can you help in this? The builders readily agreed, and in fact, gave their residential house for the purpose of setting up this science museum. It's inside a sprawling campus in southern part of Kolkata, in Baliganj. So it just started. Nobody knew what is to be done. Nobody knew that how the exhibit will be. But everybody thought that this is just the beginning. The planning officer was in place, was appointed, and then he made his own team, and then they started working on this. Now, this, as you can see in my slide, that the idea there was basically following the Deutsches Museum Munich display and the Science Museum London display. Traditional display of science museums. Now the Builder Museum became very, very popular. I remember I was in school at that time when it opened. And whenever we had a tour, organized tour to BITM, we all felt so excited. Oh, we'll go and see how things happen there. You know, you put your hand and without any switch, the water comes out of a faucet. You sit there, something happens, and the door opens. You just go approach a room, and the door opens. You sit down, the fan starts. Oh, how can they do it? Great ideas. You are really excited. And we used to come again and again and again. It really ignited our young minds. Then because it became so popular, there was the thought of setting up another one. And the place was Bangalore. Because Bangalore at that time, from the middle of the 60s, it was growing to be a scientific hub of India. Not only in South India, but India as a whole. So from the Visheshadaya Trust, again, we got a building. The building is still housing the VITM there. And the Visheshadaya Industrial and Technological Museum opened its gates to the public in 1965. Both BITM and VITM very soon became very popular, particularly to student groups. Now, BITM and VITM were functioning under the Council of Scientific and Industrial Research. You know, some Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, the leading scientific and industrial research organization in India. And the CSIR was governing and controlling BITM and VITM at that time. The idea in those days in BITM and VITM is that, okay, we have two science museums, quite large science museums, opened in 1959 and 65 in Kolkata and Bangalore, two large cities of the country. But what about those millions who are outside, the ambit of this, and who are from the rural sector, who are in other towns, who are residing in other big cities in India? So the idea was that for those who could not come to the science museums in cities, the messages of science were to be taken to them. And this was the beginning of outreach programs in BITM and VITM. Organized outreach programs. We have to go and meet people, take science to them. This is the time when the first mobile science exhibition, MAC, earlier the name was Mobile Science Museum, but it changed. It is now Mobile Science Exhibition. It started operating in 1965. The first one from BITM, and it traveled in and around outskirts of Kolkata and then to the districts of West Bengal. And at the same time, with the team that the planning officer had, by that time he was the director of museums, BITM started science activity centers in several district towns in West Bengal and also later in South India. So in some districts, which were tribal areas, which were very poor, the message of science started being taken. And then in the early 70s, at Worli, Mumbai, commenced. Now, you may note that after a science museum, I have put a question mark, and I have also put the word Worli, the location of the museum. Now, the question mark is because this science museum was later given the name of a science center. Because here in Mumbai, the transition from the museum activities to science center activities started. That is why, although I have written museum, but later it was called the Nehru Science Center. I have written Worli. Again, a fun story. Why Worli? That's a very high-end place now, high-end location in Mumbai. Very expensive. And how could we get 13 or 14 acres of land in Worli? Because it was the garbage dump of Mumbai. And if you go there, you will find out how the place has been transformed. and later on, although NCSM, after its formation, was known to many people as the people who can transform garbage dumps into very nice places. And this continues, I think. After Mumbai, we had one in Nagpur. We had the Science City, Kolkata, set up on a very large garbage dump. And if you go to Gangtok, up there in Sikkim, the chief secretary told me that I'll give you a very good piece of land. And that was their garbage dump. So we were known, NCSM very soon came to be known as people who can transform your garbage dump to science centers. But my request to all of you, don't tell this to the authorities so that once again, garbage dumps will be dumped on us. So this was the beginning there. Now, the transition started taking place. In 1973, the Planning Commission of India set up a task force to determine how science could be popularized further through science museums in India. Because, BITM and VITM became so very attractive destinations for students particularly. It saw potential, great potential, I would say, of the science museums for popularization of science, creating awareness, creating a scientific temper, supplementing formal science education with non-formal mode, and creating expertise in the field. When BITM or VITM started, we didn't have much of expertise in the field. We used to bring in models or drawings from a London Science Museum or from other museums. But this expertise needed to be created at that moment, because everybody was thinking that this is time the science museums, the science center movement should grow, should proliferate in different parts of the country. And very decidedly, depiction of post-independence tries in S&T, which were the first thought to be the focus of science centers, was put on backstage. The task force recommended, inter alia, that science museums are to be developed in 3 levels: the national level, big ones, regional level, and the district level, supported by mobile science exhibition units. The science museums in different parts to be set up need not be the same size, same architecture, the same thing. It will not be a replica of what we made earlier. However, some standardization will be needed, and the content should have a basic core element supplemented by sections relevant to the local conditions. And to do this, for the planning of the network of science museums, there should be a separate executive agency with required specialization and expertise that would function under an user ministry of the Government of India. Now, this is the first time we are talking about a separate executive agency with required specialization and expertise. And NCSM is born. The government had decided that a new autonomous society under the title National Council of Science Museums, or NCSM, is to be formed, delinking it from the CSIR. So far, we were under CSIR. So NCSM Society was registered in April 1978. Now, why this delinking? Because the science museums at that time were facing a priority crisis. Because CSIR works in scientific and industrial research. Their main activity is research on scientific and industrial activities, innovations. And science communication was always put in the backstage. We are not getting priority in terms of funding, in terms of growth. Frankly, it was thought that if the CSIR takes a responsibility of proliferating the science museum activities in the country, perhaps the growth would be thwarted, perhaps. So that's why a new autonomous society was formed. The NCSM Autonomous Society was to take the control and governance of BITM, VITM, and the one coming up at Mumbai. NCSM would also develop new science museums, but then the entire arrangement will be for 2 years under an experimental status. That means after 2 years, it would be reviewed whether the science centers under NCSM are doing well, or it would be necessary to bring them back to CSIR. Now, transformation from artifact and model-based museum functions to activity-based science communication functions initiated at that time. And instead of Science Museum London or Deutsches Museum, we look to Exploratorium in San Francisco, USA, for getting the necessary expertise, necessary help, because we all knew that very soon we would be making participatory and interactive exhibits, which are not really cut section models or dioramas or charts or passive exhibits, no. So this was the picture in 1977. You can see Kolkata, Bangalore, Mumbai was being formed. 1993, in 6 years, it grew. And what we did is we made some teams who worked for setting up these regional science centers and the sub-regional science centers in different parts of the country. And they used to go there, used to select the plot of land, produce the architectural design of the building. This way it has, and then finally set up the science center. 2007, this is the picture. 2014, the blinking lights are the science center that was being produced at that time, created at that time. But you can see the total number has already come to almost 50, 48. So then the question was already there that how big NCSM would be. Would it be a 100 center setup or what? Now look at this. Today, NCSM has created science museums and science centers in all those places. You can see the marks there. But then the present DG told me that, wait, this is not all. This is not all. This is where we are now. We are making 46 to 62. These are all being made now. These science centers are all being developed right at this moment. So the setup or the infrastructure developed, grew in a very fast pace from early 70s or maybe from 77 to 2021. Infrastructure. Some standardization was required because what we thought at that time that in a very short period of time, we had to develop new science centers and a huge number of exhibits for them. You cannot just open the building and with nothing inside it. So at the same time, you have to develop hundreds or maybe thousands of exhibits in a short span of time. So some standardization was needed. Now the large science centers, science cities, 25 acres minimum we need. We started with 50 or 60 acres, but the states said, sorry, we cannot give you that big plot. And so we limited ourselves to 25 acres now, I think. The size could be 14,000 to 20,000 square feet. The one in Delhi or Mumbai, they are 18,000 square meters. Capital cost, we started with 60 crore for the science city. It's now 191 crore. Of course, there is a component of a corpus fund. And this fund is to be shared equally between central and state government. Then we come to regional level category 1, which is basically a regional science center, 7 to 8 acre plot, maybe a little more, 4,000 square meter built up area, 30 crore is what we need to set up this science center at present. And the sub-regional categories 2 and 3, 5 acres plot, 2,000 square meter. We started with 1,124 square meter. Now it is set at, standardized at 2,000 square meter or 450 square meter, a really small one. And so far, NCSM has not built a single category 3 science center on Indian soil. But this is in concept. And capital cost is 15 crore, 15.2 crore. These are the standards we made. There was some standardization made in the building designs, in what are the things we need there in a science center. You need an exhibition area, you need the gallery space, you need some demonstration space, you need an auditorium. So all those things were standardized. These are the landmarks. 79, the first outdoor science park was opened in Nehru Science Center, Mumbai. The concept, as we have learned yesterday also, and I have seen this concept has been emulated in science centers developed in the USA or other countries. Now, this activity, taking science to the people outside the four walls, that caught the imagination of that really attracted people. And it became so very successful conceptually and from the exhibit, because people learn while playing. And this has become an essential feature of all science centers that are being created by NCSM in India now. 1980s, we changed the transition from the artifact or the passive exhibit-based museum functions to the science centers, to the activity-oriented science centers. And this is also the time when science centers outside the umbrella of NCSM planned. They started the. What is happening here? This is being planned. 1985, a very large international exhibition, 14,000 square meters. We built it ourselves. We sent it to USA. And because we created a successful exhibition, traveling exhibition, we learned a lot from that. This was a quantum leap in experience. Frankly speaking, I was involved in this project, but I know that we learned how to use the concept, how to build up a concept, which goes well with the exhibition, then how to build the exhibits, because the architecture, exhibit architecture had to be such that can be easily dismantled and again set up. We learned about packing. We learned about how the artifact, the invaluable artifacts can be kept in proper order. We also learned about the logistics. A huge leap of expertise was there. And after that, we thought that we can do it anywhere. The same exhibition, same kind of exhibition was taken to Bangladesh, to the Caribbean, to China, to Bulgaria, to France, to many other countries. Yes. The Central Research and Training Laboratory worked, basically relating to or catering to the need for training of personnel who are working in NCSM and also for research and development of new ideas. The National Science Center at Delhi was opened in 1992. Another very big science center, about, as I said, 18,000 square meter built up area. This was inaugurated in 1997, the first science city inaugurated in Kolkata. 1999, the focus was on northeastern states and Andaman and Nicobar Islands. See, at this time, we were thinking that how big NCSM would grow. And there was a discussion, that there was a decision taken. And from then on, from the 2000 or from the new millennium, that the science centers and science museums NCSM makes will be given to the respective state governments for operation. But before that, we would give them all help. This is also the time, I'm talking about Kurukshetra Panorama design launched, because, this Kurukshetra Panorama was a very, I would say, an unconventional museological approach in which we put that epic, the epic, our known epic in our Mahabharata, as a part of a science center and as to make a link of our heritage in science and technology with the story. Work for the Science Center in Mauritius started. This is the first foray into other countries. The second Science Center World Congress was also held at Kolkata. This is the largest international science center conference or congress so far held in India, so in this part of the world. 2002, Science Center activities given a regenerative push. NCSM developed new science centers and handed them over to the other state governments. Well, of course, all help. And the Rajiv Gandhi Science Center at Mauritius was opened. 2009, here in Kolkata, the building adjacent to the headquarters of NCSM, the Creative Museum Designers, CMD, was formed. A subsidiary company under NCSM was formed because, we were having at that time a huge number of queries and demands from other places to set up new science centers, maybe industrial centers. And the NCSM, which is busy in creating their own network and also looking after the science museums and science centers they have already taken under their fold. It was very difficult for NCSM to, again, cater to a large number of proposals or demands coming from other places. So the CMD was formed particularly to function as a company and particularly to cater to those new demands. Now, this is the philosophy of the exhibits we took up, the evolution of exhibits. Now, when I say evolution of exhibits or evolution of activities, programs, remember that all of them are for empowerment of the society. And we thought that for the public, the empowerment will be by awareness or information, engage them, empower. For the students, youth and students, you supplement their formal education, engage them in the activities, empower. The basic philosophy. It has a two-pronged approach. Once again, two-pronged approach like this, awareness in a broad, but may not be of that depth. Because if you build a pyramid, the base, the bigger the base is, the higher you can, the more height you can achieve. So this is what we thought. And the education side, for the students particularly, maybe the base was not that big, only the students and youth, but it was deep education. Taking them, supplementing their formal education with the non-formal mode. And together, we proposed to create the scientific culture in this country. Oh, these that original object, so many different types of exhibits are there. In the science museum field, particularly original objects, replicas, visual charts, supplementary scale models, layout models, working models. But when we moved into the science center kind of activities, interactive exhibits, immersive exhibits, virtual reality experiences, non-traditional immersive exhibits, passive exhibits, charts, visuals, artifacts, working exhibits, visitor operated, active. This came up in the, mainly it started in a Deutsches Museum, these, active exhibits, and then it was taken to some other science museums at that time. Interactive exhibits mainly developed by, the concept developed by Exploratorium. They are hands-on, visitor has options to try out. They are given many options. Learns the process of discovery. Important for the science center. Learning through a process, teaching through a process of discovery. Immersive exhibits, sometimes we like to put you in a particular frame of reference and teach you the science that is happening in that frame. I mean, if I want to talk about a rotation, I would rather take you in a rotary frame and then explain with the help of exhibits, the help of activities, what happens in rotation. An example. এটাকে এখানে কি করে নিয়ে এসে ক্লিক করো দেখুন এখানে নিয়ে এসে ওটা না হ্যাঁ এবার মাঝখানে নিয়ে এসো ওটাকে না না ওই ছবিটার মাঝখানে ক্লিক
ভিডিও নোট ফাউন্ড হচ্ছে পেন ড্রাইভ থেকে হচ্ছে পেন ড্রাইভ তো দেওয়া আছে
দিস ভিডিও ইজ নট ওয়ার্কিং
পেন ড্রাইভ লেখানো আছে
ভিডিওটা কাজ করছে না কেন ওইখানে তো কাজ করছে
রেফারেন্সটা পাচ্ছি না আলাদা করে চালানো আলাদা
না তুমি মাঝখানে নিয়ে এসো মাঝখানে নিয়ে এসো এবার ক্লিক করো
ফাইলটা ট্র্যাক করতে পারছে ফাইল ফোর্সফুলি বলেছি
Not being able to connect to the original file.
Well, what I wanted to show, unfortunately, this video is not working now. What I wanted to show, this guy at the right-hand side, he is throwing a ball. You look at his hand, right hand, he is holding a ball. And throwing it to another one who is standing directly opposite, diametrically opposite to him. Now, when the whole frame rotates, actually the whole frame with the visitor is rotating. And when he throws the ball, then instead of going to the straight diametrically opposite, it moves. Fun. But at the same time, you know, aha, this is what is happening inside a rotation frame. So, you know, then in the school or in the colleges, they learn about how the resultant, you know, motion the ball gets from the rotation, the tangential motion due to rotation, and also the throwing motion. I am quoting from the editorials of Nature. Learning in a science center exhibit hall or science park is mostly self-guided. This is to be encouraged. Importantly, this kind of learning is also pervasive, cumulative, and often much more effective at getting people excited about science. And an individual's realization that he or she can work things out unaided promotes a profoundly motivating sense of empowerment. Actually, the moment I discover a principle that involves whatever we see outside us, a physical principle, then I know that this knowledge applies to this, I'm empowered. This is again the transformation. The passive exhibits goes to active exhibits. There's a two-way communication with multiple options given in the process of discovery, and it becomes interactive. You learn, you do, and you understand. In the assimilation of image, this is the discovery process. We assimilate information from the exhibit. Understanding the problem, what is happening there. You form your own hypothesis. You test the hypothesis, the machine, the exhibit says, no, you are not correct. So I go back again and do my own hypothesis. We form my hypothesis again. Ultimately, I succeed. And I discover the principle that is involved in that particular exhibit. So this is the process of discovery. And as I say, I do, I understand. That philosophy is built in interactive exhibits. Evolving programs, science demonstration lectures, science show, school loan service. This is no more working now. Teachers training programs, school science centers, again, a question mark, because school science centers are a failure, I would say. It's not working. Not because they are made in a bad way, but because we fail to get mentors in the school. The people, the mad people who really wanted to take the school science centers working with their students. There's a lack of mentorship. There's a lack of, I would say, inspiration or inspired teachers in some cases. Science seminar, nationwide program. Science drama, nationwide program. Creative hobby centers, camps, open laboratory, and now innovation hubs. Science film shows, sky observation, planetarium, fixed and inflatable. This is again another story. We started with inflatable planetarium, brought some inflatable planetariums from the US, learning technologies with a license to produce them in India. And now NCSM is producing fixed dome planetariums, 8 meter and 12 meter, and they are in demand. Then science fair, science and technology fair, again nationwide program, science camps, popular lectures, interaction with working scientists, excursions and nature trails, programs for mothers, senior citizens, and special groups, programs for blind and hearing impaired persons, several exhibitions. I saw one in BIT very recently for blinds. Wonderful, wonderful. You know, all the write-ups in Braille and all that. Mostly through sound, you learn. International meets, volunteer programs. Evolving programs. Now, this again has a different kind of philosophy. At present, our country is facing a serious problem in the form of a sharp decline in the number of talented students coming into science careers. You know that. This is a problem worldwide. And we are afraid that in near future, there will be a quality crunch and a quality decline in our scientific manpower, scientific research and science teaching. Why? Why it is happening like that? Because you know, the talent is going to engineering, medical colleges, and after that, maybe in the management studies, because they get good jobs. There's a strong market force catching those people instead of allowing them to go into, you know, science research. This is one reason. The other reason is our formal science teaching is mostly devoid of experimentation and demonstration, which are essential in learning science. And it has become a talk route affair. So here comes the science center. He said, okay, those gaps we will fill up. You can do any kind of experimentation and demonstration in our centers. Come here, do this, and get supplemented. You know, the supplementing the formal education, which has gaps, with the non-formal mode, which fills up those gaps. For the rural folks, socially inclusive activities, health and nutrition, energy, water, disaster management, you take through MSc, mobile science exhibitions, or some other means, lab to land, interactive sessions. Yesterday, Mr. Bagchi talked about a program in Purulia, demonstrations for eradicating superstitions. Wonderful shows are there by NGOs and science communicators who do these wonderful shows to eradicate superstitions in the rural areas. School science centers, I told you, this experiment was not a very successful experiment. Science clubs, amateur astronomy clubs, many are there now in the country. Science shows, of course. Awareness of S&T issues make people empowered to enjoy and sustain benefits derived from science and technological progress. Mass awareness, even bereft of deep scientific understanding, helps immensely in the process of creation of a logical mindset. You know, we take these ideas into building our programs and our exhibits. Now, see, for example, whether it's good to have a mobile phone all the time with me, whether it is healthy or not. There's a big confusion here, big debate going on. But unless the people know that what are the things, scientific things involved, what are the radiations that we receive, They cannot speak about it. They cannot debate on this. So awareness of the people is very, very important to create a logical mindset in them. Well, yes, empowered citizens are valuable assets in handling the problems that we have, national problems, health issues, disaster mitigation, environment protection. Similarly, socially relevant issues, the most important issues now in front of our country. Human resources, again, I talked about exhibits, I talked about the programs, and now what happened in the human resources field? We consolidated teamwork in these 65 years because, we never expected that all the science centers will have the same kind of expertise and skill. Now, some are good in fiberglass work, some are good in fitting and carpentry work, some are very good in conceptualization, some are very good in creating new digital platforms or softwares. So we try to consolidate the teamwork from out of the huge network that has already been put in place. So enhance all-round quality through training and research. That's why the Central Research and Training Laboratory was formed. Reward. Now in NCSM, the scientific and technical groups, they get equal benefits, and their promotion rules, they are equivalent to the scientific world. So that kind of reward for good people, there is a scheme for quick promotions. The institute, whether you have a post in the higher rank or not, you are assessed after a particular number of years of service. If you are found good, you go to the scale. These are the rewards built in. And establish a profession. The last one, in academic course we started in 2005. It's a 2-year, 4-semester course leading to MS degree. So a profession. The Science Museum, Science Center professionals are there. It's a profession to be set up in the country. Meeting the demand. Huge demand now. We market expertise, you export exhibits. Even now, continuously, we export exhibits. The creative museum designs, I have already talked about it. The NCSTC and Vigyan Prasar are doing commendable job. The National Council of Science and Technology Communication, organizing programs in different parts of the country, funding them. Vigyan Prasar using the media to communicate science. Science centers and planetaria created outside the umbrella of NCSM in Tamil Nadu, Tripura, Kerala, Rajasthan, Andhra Pradesh, Punjab, Gujarat. They are, the vibrating science centers and networks that are catering to the demand from the respective zones, doing their science communication in their own zones. Science communicators, we have our collaborators now here. Science clubs, other NGOs take the message of science to the people at large. And this activity in recent years has grown in a wide scale, and NCSM is always cooperating or collaborating with their activities. They can take any kind of help they need from the NCSM. The science, technology, and innovation policy of the government supports science communication activities. Now, previously it was science and technology policy. Now it is science, technology, and innovation policy. I'll take maybe 5 minutes more. And I read out from the Science and Technology Policy 2013. It said there's a growing need to enhance public awareness of the importance of science and technology in everyday life and the directions where science and technology is taking us. And it says that special support will be provided for programs that seek to popularize and promote science and technology in all parts of the country. Programs will also be developed to promote learning and dissemination of science through the various national languages to enable effective science communication at all levels. In general, activities of science museums and science centers have been identified as an area for promoting public awareness of science and technology, and the government of India has given a special thrust in this area. Support for wide dissemination of scientific knowledge will be given through the support of science museums, science centers, planetaria, botanical gardens, and the like. Challenges ahead. Big challenges remaining relevant. We have to always bring to the people information about the cutting edge technology, the scientific or technological issues which are relevant now. You know that environmental issue is very relevant. Disaster mitigation issue is very relevant. These are, you have to remain relevant. So continuously the science centers and science museums have to put up shows or take the messages of these exhibits to the people. People must come to science center to see cutting edge technology issues, to understand cutting edge technology issues, and also to get acquainted with the socially important or socially valuable issues. Those are connected to science and technology. One thing we have missed in the process, this is a tragedy, the next line, collection policy and collection management. Now, while the transition took place from science museum to science centers in NCSM, unfortunately, the collection management, the activities related to collection, setting up a collection policy or management of the collection, this is now not at all working, it's dormant. Evaluation, you have to do evaluation all the time. Periodic assessment of the impact, which Mr. Dr. Chaudhary will talk about now. Individual impact, societal impact, economic impact, political impact also. These have become important. But remember, superstition and obscurantism still persist in our country. Eradicate them by creating a culture of science. Our Prime Minister said in one of it, while inaugurating the Indian Science Congress a few years back, spread scientific temper into our lives to spur innovation, defined as newness in thinking and action. In other words, do whatever we are doing, individually or collectively, in more efficient, more satisfying ways. This Mr. Bajpayee is saying while inaugurating one of our Indian Science Congresses. Looking ahead, it's a social empowerment to science centers. Governments of the economically developing world must take note of their values, science center activity values, and promote them as important tools in the national development process by the creation of a scientific culture. There's a great opportunity in front of economically developing nations to transform. And it is time to take the challenge of engaging an empowered society in the process of national development. And this empowerment can be done in a large way by science centers and science museums. Thank you very much for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for your illuminating talk. You covered it with a wide spectrum and all. So now I will request the Director General of NCSM, Mr. Dr. Chaudhary, to speak about on the impacts and all, in sync with what sir has just told. Thank you. Thank you. We have heard a wonderful lecture from Mr. I.K. Mukherjee, the former Director General of NCSM. Very enlightening, and I think my younger colleagues in the council, you have picked up a lot of new information from this lecture, and it will help you in understanding the philosophies.
Rather long presentation. I crossed the time.
Of the council. I will give you a brief. I know we are running short of time, so I will move very fast. I'll request can the presentation be kindly put the PowerPoint presentation. So Mukherjee has spoken a lot about the evolution of exhibits, and the main purpose is basically to communicate science, as he said, also to empower our visitors. So here what I'll be doing is, like, we have been over the years developing exhibits, developing science centers across the country with this in mind, that we are in the long run going to fulfill the mandates that has been bestowed on NCSM. Now, to really check whether what we are doing, whether we are doing and what we are doing, is it right, or whether we need to change some course, we need to modify our activities, whether we need to amend the ways we have been growing. So the impact of science centers was imperative. And here I would like to say, there's absolutely no doubt that science and technology play an important role in driving economic and social development in the country. India is a vast and diverse country with a strong affinity for science and technology. The rate at which the technologies are created and science is progressing are unmatched in human history. Every day we come across new information, we are getting new knowledge. However, the rate of knowledge diffusion from research centers and labs to the general public has always been slow. This we always, we always look at the scientists working in labs, wonder what they are doing. Sometimes, as a common man, you'd like to know what activities they're involved in and how it is beneficial to all of us. So I think science centers and science museum play this very important intermediary role of knowledge diffuser, as a knowledge diffuser in the society, by providing experiential, non-formal education to students, communities, and the general public. Besides this, an impact assessment study was initiated. NCSM initiated this 2 years back, and I would say around 3.5 years back. And Frost and Sullivan was assigned to carry out a study to identify the impact of the communication strategy of science museum centers on the general populace and the gaps in the present system. So what was the three issues that we have brought to them? One was to assess the impact of science museum and centers against the set objectives of NCSM in terms of the four broad impact factors, mainly personal, social, economic, and political, and if any other, to understand the expectation of individuals from science centers vis-a-vis actual outcome of science museum centers under NCSM. And third was to suggest strategies to position NCSM as a leading organization for science communication in the country in the next 5 years. Now, to undertake this study, 15,865 stakeholders were involved in this study, and it comprised focus group discussion among the stakeholders in 5 cities: Delhi, Kolkata, Mumbai, Bangalore, and Guwahati. Visitor interviews across the 22 science centers across India using face-to-face interview methodology and validation session at 4 centers. Stakeholders interview across 22 centers, including interviews with politicians and government stakeholders. And what has, I'm very briefly, I'll tell you about what was the outcome of this study. As far as the personal impact is concerned, the study showcased that not only science centers impart knowledge to the visitors, they also generate interest in science and technology among the visitors. The visitors also believe that after their visit, they're able to reason more rationally and are able to change their unscientific attitudes. 78% of the respondents mentioned that programs that they attended during their visit were beneficial to them. About 2/3 of the visitors claimed that they gained an interest in science and technology after their visit. Students find attending museums to be helpful in higher studies and help them understand the fundamentals better. It also made them more inquisitive, while teachers also felt a visit also helps them to do their job better. I think Mr. Mukherjee, while explaining, he was also talking about the rotating platform, how such experiences can fundamentally help us to understand the basic concepts. 65% of the visitors also mentioned that they were not able to relate the science experiments, exhibits to their routine life. So it is important for science centers to establish that link between science exhibits and how they are connected to their day-to-day life. I think this is something very important, that we need to undertake activities which will be directly relevant to our visitors or to everybody's day-to-day activities. 28% of the respondents mentioned that the visit has helped rationalize their thinking, while 20% believed that it had helped to reduce their superstitions. So these were some of the personal impacts the study gave us. In terms of social impact, 58% of the respondents agreed that science centers had positively impacted the community leisure activities, and also felt that science centers could create an impact on developing community partnership programs such as social and cultural programs. 86% of visitors believe science museums and centers have created an impact on the formal education system in a very positive way, such as by providing practical understanding of the subjects and topics in a better way, and by making the students more inquisitive. Stakeholders believe that science centers positively impact formal education. I think Mr. Mukherjee has also emphasized a lot where our role is in terms of supplementing formal education. 60% of the respondents agreed that science centers have created or could create youth employment by providing knowledge, encouraging developing new technologies, and by increasing job opportunities. The ability to conduct experiments in a controlled setting was quoted as one of the most significant learning from a visit to science centers by stakeholders who visited science centers as students. I think this is very important as far as our activities are concerned. We also looked at from the economic impact. Yes, 47% of the tourists came to the city to either visit the science center or had science center on the must-visit list during their travel, while 29% believed that science center had improved the branding of the city. This indicates the importance of science centers to the local tourism industry. Yeah, we have witness to this in Science City, Kolkata, where we find a large number of visitors comprise tourists from different parts of the country and abroad. Out of the total spending on the local economy due to science centers, I would say only 5% of this is spending on entrance fees. The remaining 90% of the spending is on local vendors in and around the centers, such as food stalls, local transport providers, accommodation, etc. So it's not only the science center is generating revenue for itself, it is also the people associated with these various activities leading to people coming here is also being benefited. The land parcel given was an ignored piece of land which has now become converted into a high-profile, most desired place. High-profile accommodation, schools and universities, hotels, eateries, bus stops have developed around the center. Yes, Mr. Mukherjee has also said that most of the times, in several cases, we have been given land which are basically garbage grounds. So while converting this into science centers, it has not only made a significant change in the local environment, it has also changed the value of the land. Our experience in Science City, Kolkata is the land cost now in and around Science City has increased maybe 30-40 times than what it was initially before the Science City came up. So there has been a significant change in the, I would say, from the economic point of view of these areas. Political impact, yes, it says that 10% of the stakeholders agreed that science centers create political impact. 5% of the visitors agreed that science centers could increase the influence of science in policy making, political discourse. Discussion with the politicians highlighted the indirect role played by science centers in political discourse through reducing superstitions, imparting new learning, and making people scientific thinkers. Now, I would also like to share here our experience in NCSM is that there is a huge demand for new science centers across the country and which are being initiated by the local politicians across the country. It is further established by the fact that a number of questions are raised in both houses of the parliament on science centers. So every time there is a parliament session, we are witness to the large number of questions being asked by our honorable members of parliament.
Good questions, I hope.
Yes.
Good
Yes.
questions.
They are very keen to know about each. For example, somebody from Maharashtra would like to know whether government has plans to come up with additional science centers in Maharashtra. So similarly, other states also we find similar queries being raised. So this indirectly also gives a indication, that there is a lot of interest even by our political class to consider having science centers in their constituencies. Probably it gives a value addition to the constituency, the people of that region. Now, apart from this, is what I have already said is about the impact. So next is, they have also, as part of this study, also suggested some thrust areas for improvement. I'll just say a few of them. In order to reach general population, to provide latest scientific knowledge, restructuring of the communication strategy is necessary. So we need to reorient our activities, restructure our activities so that latest scientific knowledge can be provided to our general population. Science centers need to reach out to other demographics to enhance the popularization of science across India. Yes, most of our science centers are known to have a large footfall of school-going children, but we need to do activities so that other demographics also come to our science centers. Science City is an exception where there is also a need to create loyalty amongst the visitors, ensure that they are updated with the new areas of scientific research across. Can I request everybody to kindly mute? Overall awareness levels of science centers need to be increased. This will help to popularize science in India. Programs need to cover the entertainment quotient and the educational aspects of science. This may be free experiments, treasure hunts, and any experiential learning games, etc. There is a high potential for visitors who can become advocates of science centers to attract different age groups and people to attract different age groups and people, different attractions and activities are needed. Going by the findings, we also tried to initiate some activities. As it said, one of the findings was there is a need to create loyalty amongst the visitors to ensure that they are updated with the new areas of scientific research across India. So keeping that in mind, we collaborated with the Department of Atomic Energy and Department of Science and Technology and came up with an exhibition called Vigyan Samagam, pushing the frontiers of science and technology. So this exhibition was started with Nehru Science Center, Mumbai. Then we went to Visvesvaraya Industrial and Technological Museum, Bangalore. We then had the exhibition at Science City, Kolkata, and it ended at National Science Center, Delhi. Similarly, there was another recommendation that science centers need to reach out to other demographics to enhance the popularization of science across India. So keeping this in mind, we tied up with the Science Museum Group London, which was supported by ICMR and funded by the Wellcome Trust. We came up with an exhibition called Superbugs, The End of Antibiotics. This also traveled to the 4 metros and it was very, very successful. We got a large number of visitors lot of interactive sessions were held, both in terms with the visitors, both for the Superbugs as well as the Vikram Samagam exhibition. And in the process, we managed to reach out to a different demographic of our visitors. Similarly, we launched 25 new mobile science exhibition buses for the aspirational districts. So this was also, I would say, as part of the inclusive policy of the government, we have created 25 new buses which are going to such districts which are the government has identified which needs to be, I would say, supported by all ministries for development and bringing them at par with the other districts. So 25 mobile science buses were introduced in September 2019. And the theme for this were on food and health, sanitation, hygiene, etc. I would say the COVID pandemic also created an opportunity for us. One of the recommendations was, in order to reach general population to provide latest scientific knowledge, restructuring of the communication strategies necessary. This COVID pandemic gave us an opportunity to utilize the digital platforms. All our science centers across the council, and not only under NCSM, even other science centers being operated by the state governments in different parts of the country. Everybody has moved to the digital platform, and we are continuously having series of lectures, activities involving people from all across the country. The best part is, while our science centers were confined to the local populace and to the touring visitors, and to some extent through our mobile science buses, the online activities are able to reach out not only to all nooks and corners of the country, we are also reaching abroad. And many times my colleagues from different science centers keep reporting to us about participation of students and general people from countries outside India. So this is very encouraging. And I think this is a new way which we have introduced, which I think this COVID pandemic has made us to introduce, and probably this will continue at all times to come. And with this, I'd like to end. I've already eaten away most of the time which was earmarked for a tea break. So with this, I would like to end, and probably we'll have a short tea break before we all again rejoin for the next session.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chaudhary, for your insightful, talk. Actually, it is a perfect show of Guru Shishya Parampara, because Mukherjee Sahib has spoken about the movement, and you talked about the impact, especially impact of the recent exhibitions and all these things. Thanks you once again. Yes, we are running short. So Umesh, you please take it over and then proceed further.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Recording stopped.
right from 1982. So that
Yes.
will be 2 to 3 minutes only, not even 10 minutes.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you. I need your cooperation. I need your help and cooperation.
Oh, yeah, I'm always there. I'm always there.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. So please let me know when to start.
Recording in progress.
Good morning, friends, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Greetings from Mumbai. At the outset, let me congratulate all my science museums, colleagues, and science center for organizing the international conference to celebrate the science center movement in the country. I take this opportunity to express my gratitude to the father of museology and the founder of Science Center, Dr. Saroj Ghosh. He is not only a museologist, but a great visionary. We all are very fortunate of being a part of his family. And I genuinely feel that I'm a part of Professor Ghosh's family. And thank you, Mr. Chaudhary, Eddie Chaudhary, for the invitation. This is a great occasion, great moment for all of us and the country. Coming back to today's topic, museums as repositories, dissemination of human knowledge and creativity. Today, museums all over the world facing new challenges, and India is no exception. These challenges are the future of museums in the pandemic, analog versus digital, freedom versus constraint, container versus platform, history versus contemporary history, practice over theory, pull over push, new audience for new kind of art. Museums need to be creative and innovative to remain relevant in a changing world. The concept of museum has to evolve with the changing time. We cannot stop it because museum is not static. A museum should not be a mere repository of art and antiquities. It has many roles. It unites people, countries, religions, and politicians, and works as a healing tool in our broken society. So we need to understand the role, the different roles of museum, and how do we explain the power of museum and its manifestation in healing the broken society? How do we tell the people that museums are not only bricks and stones, but an institution of learning, a knowledge production center, and non-confrontational eclectic venues for expressing ideas that are sometimes themselves controversial? What is this great idea, and how do we define it in today's context? We have 7 illustrious speakers on the panel. I request each panelist to speak for 8 to 10 minutes. If some of you can address these questions, that will be wonderful. So at the end, we can keep 20 minutes for question answer, and Umesh will help us. Thank you, Umesh, for coordinating this session. May I now invite Professor Ombika Patel. I have a short profile. She is Head Department of Museology, Dean of Students, Faculty of Fine Arts, Maharaja Shaji Rao University of Baroda, also President ICOM India, Board Member ICOM, and a member CM, that is the Commonwealth Association of Museums. Ombika, please.
Thank you, Sabyasachi. Good morning to all. I would like to take this opportunity to, before I start, as Sabyasachi Mukherjee also said, before I start, I would like to greet Dr. Saroj Ghosh for his 86th birthday, what he has celebrated yesterday, all of us together in the opening event. So I greet him belated. Yesterday also I greeted, and I express my gratitude to Dr. Eddie Chowdhury, who is the Director General of NCSM, and the NCSM team for giving this opportunity to share my views on dissemination of human knowledge and creativity while we're looking at museum as repositories. But as right now Mukherjee said, I've kept the title as it is, but we are now going beyond looking at museum. It's not a mere repository. It has to demonstrate its social roles and regulations and its impact on the society. So, but before getting into it, let me start with, should I share my screen? One second. Actually, host has disabled, I'll try to finish within 10 minutes, but the host has disabled the screen sharing. So will you please, the technical team, help us to
Umesh, please coordinate for the technical team in Calcutta.
Yes, Ombika, we can see.
Can you see the screen now?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm not wasting much of time because we are already running short of time. So yes, I'm just trying to figure out, because I, with the science background, moved on to social sciences and now into museum studies and fine arts. All my efforts throughout my years was, amalgamating science with arts and fine arts and making a kind of multidisciplinary perspective looking into the museum profession. So I would like to pull up things in such a way where definitely, because we are talking for the National Science Museum and we are main focus on the role of science museums in terms of dissemination of the knowledge, as well as the main title comes as Science Center and Science Movement in India and Science Museums in India. So basically, when we look at science museums, I will be just comparing with the two dimensions of looking at art museums and science museums both together. So we all know museums act as a resource center. It is not simply a repository, so it's better we could put it as a resource center rather than calling it as a repository. So if it is a resource center, if it is a resource center, how we are going to deal with it? What are the multidisciplinary perspectives? Because every subject can be incorporated into it, where science and technology makes basically the amalgamated, the blended part of it. So just to start with, basically, I think when we look at the museums, the scenario today, science museums are doing well because we have been listening to Mr. I.K. Mukherjee, former Director General in the earlier session, and Dr. Eddie Chowdhury. So both has given a highlight on how Science Museum was growing and then the impact now in the COVID situation. So both the speakers have already demonstrated how Science Museums has been elaborately outreaching and doing their work. But comparing that with the museums of humanities in relation with arts museum, contemporary art museums, the regional museums, the smaller museums, the other small scale museums, university museums. If you look at the bandwidth, there are so many. But taking the example of the Science Museum, possibly we really have to work more on the presentation and interpretation part of the essence. So as everybody now we know, the provision of vibrant, interactive, immersive, effective experiences, if that is provided, the museum visitor could be enriched and transformed. So that is what, if you look at this interpretation from the science museums, we can see how a kind of a feeling is generated when you're getting into the gallery, which talks about the evolution, how you're walking through, the kind of an invitation from outside to look what is there inside. So the kind of feeling which is even created by the outlook, even exterior part of the museum, which runs into the feeling and moving, an invitation to moving in to see what is happening inside. And then when we are talking about, because we have been listening to the other two speakers earlier, talking about the experiential and immersive and interactive provisions, which is available in the science museums. So we all know, yes, science museums now have this interactive exhibits, interactive kiosk, and they also have 3D Max theaters. But yes, now I think we can now look for more on the exploratorium concepts, what we have seen across the world, where ideas, models, tools is not only play the role, but the facilitator who are actually providing the facilitation and also engaging the people who could do activities, maybe a project-based experimental learning. So something moving from this kiosk to a handling and interacting and discovery kind of knowing and learning, where they get a chance to handle with objects. So this is a picture from an art-based museum, and this is a picture from the science. So how these two major players, they all are trying to see how we could make it more interactive, more immersive, more discovery based, and then making this as not just as a repository, but as a space of learning, a space of knowing, a space of more interaction, a space which can have more dialogues. So moving on. So this is few examples I thought towards the journey we could just discuss about and go. We all are aware of many of those things which is happening in some class museums in India, but there are, when you look at the India, its breadth and width and its geographical dimensions, we are so huge. We have innumerable number of smaller museums in the regional localities who really need help. So it's like we really need to look in a model where the bigger giants, the bigger brothers helping the smaller museums, so that we could grow together, work together, and we could make, the integration and the growth together in different perspectives. Moving on, so this was in terms of bit of experiential and immersive. Moving on, when we look at the art museums, this is a picture from San Francisco Museum of Art, Asian Art Museum, where, when we look at the art displays, the sculptural displays, I just taking up this example only because I wanted to see, I wanted to express my views on how, the primary sources, the primary object which is displayed in the museum act as the vehicle, the message carrier for communicating with the youngsters, but the medium is simply storytelling. So there is no kiosk, but there's a human element there where here, maybe when you talk of the project-based learning in science museums, where, the children or maybe the participant get a chance to do an experiment and then feel it. And then, we can talk of that slightly later, perhaps. But these kind of activities are happening in arts and contemporary art and, other art museums, where, to talk about the craft and technology, which was connecting with traditions and history. Because if you want to talk about this narrative panel, it has a folk, it has a myth, it has a culture to demonstrate, but at the same time, it's a craft behind it, the craftsmanship, the one who made it, the quarry from where the stone has come, how it has been transported, a lot of story behind it from its original source to for its becoming a craft item, and then it is displayed in the museum to communicate with the visitor. So, the museum has a long access to connect with the material, to its crafting, to its history. And when we are connecting the crafting and history, there's a lot of technology coming up, technology of drilling, and then technology of making it, technology of mining, technology. Because I remember in my early profession, when we were talking about I was a curator in an archaeology museum, teaching archaeology and using the small archaeology museum to communicate. Archaeological specimens, with some of the specimens which highly demonstrate the technological innovations, where technology, because we have Indus Valley material with, a lot of crucibles and things like that. So they are the indicators of a technology, a kind of pyrotechnology which was available to the site, which was available there. But now that is an artifact which is displayed in the museum. Now the problem, the demonstration always happening, and the problem which was is this link between the scientific aspect, then we have to get into the research dimension of it. So when I'm trying to tell about this aspect, so we are not just looking at museum as a repository. Now we are moving on to the research dimensions when we wanted to blend science with technology and science and its development with a crafted object, and making that crafted object as a communicable item to give the message to the society, and the object speaks, then the story revolves around the object and how the next generation take it up as a pride and as a property of them, and also brand material for taking the heritage further. So something about the method, I just wanted to mention of the methods and connect the craft and art with the technology. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely. I'll just quickly now run through just few slides, that's it. So yes, local craft traditions has evolved through centuries, characterized by experimenting with indigenous materials and techniques. So there's a lot of technology and science which is involved with this crafting. So when we talk of knowledge, we just right now our title is knowledge, dissemination of knowledge, human knowledge and creativity. So there's a lot of knowledge and creativity. Knowledge when we say skill and insight. Just an example, this is an example from Kutch, a museum called Kalaraksha, which is a community museum, where the elders, now the museum which is dealing with the handicrafts and the embroidery and the textile items. So there are different craft communities who are involved with this, but the embroidery techniques has been now slowly becoming obsolete, because the know-how, the skill and the insight which was with the generation was now slowly disappearing, and the new generation don't want to take it up because it does not give much revenue to them. So this museum play a big role of connecting these two generations and transferring the knowledge. So it's something of knowledge management in terms of when we talk of dissemination of knowledge, there is a clear-cut knowledge management and also knowledge transfer by involving the contemporary design institutes into the the work of the museum, as well as inviting the younger generation who don't want to do it, but give them an opportunity to do, using the traditional methods and making modern, commercially viable products, so that these heritage products become more, brandable, more commercially available, but they get some economic subsistence. So this museum is not just simply there, managing the knowledge management, but knowledge transfer, and then also giving economic subsistence to the community. So community empowerment through creative ideas. So these things are definitely happening now also. But yes, so that is something which I actually was referring to, talking about two different generations and linking them through the dissemination of knowledge. But yes, using the museum objects, the craft products, its history, its technology, it's, it's all dimensions related to it. And then moving on, yes, when we look at the science museums, we have seen the science museums have worked a lot on outreach, because we have to really look at those people who are not reached. So our target is the unreached ones. How could we reach them out? Yes, now we are in the digital world. We are now going online. So we feel more accessibility and outreach could be achieved. But yes, science museums have science museums have done way back in 1966, maybe before my birth itself. Yes, the first science bus, the Museo bus on wheel. And then I was reading through the blog by Dr. Saroj Ghose on Science on Wheels, a retrospective. He was giving how it has been evolved and how now we have CSMVS, Sabyasaji sitting with us. They have a collaborative, project with the city, and then they have wonderful museum on wheel buses. And I was remembering last year talking to him that have moved from Maharashtra to Gujarat and come to different museums and staying over there. So we are doing outreach. But yes, so we are doing our best. If you look at not only the science museum, but the art museum and the contemporary museum, but only few are doing it. Our issue is that how we are going to get it more horizontally reaching to everybody rather than going vertically at different pockets and different places it's happening. So I think this is the area, this is the point where I just wanted to get bit deviation, where there are alternatives to traditional STEM model, which we're talking about science, technology, engineering, and maths education, which was NCSM was doing earlier. So now I think this is model which many of the American museums are doing, other museums in developed countries are doing. No need that we have to copy them, but we really have to modulate as per our needs and modify and make our own projections, our own models for it. Something like design, make, and play, what art museums are definitely doing. So maker space for family learning in museums and science centers. This is playful engagement. It's basically establishing spaces for playful engagement and learning, not the facts of the science, but learning everything related to it in a playful way. Then tinkering studios, that's coming up, the design studios where visitors can construct scientific, experiments in terms of construct wind tunnels, construct machinery. So they could assemble things. So while doing that, they'll be learning how to even construct a scientifically conceptualized machinery or maybe a mechanism for its applied applications. The floor store, and then there are some of the museums even have artists in residence to facilitate these kind of scientific exhibits, because there is something of art and craft involved with it. So I think, and then the exploratorium and the fab labs, which is the new thing which was coming worldwide. I think maybe this can give us more new directions and heights. But at the same time, I wanted to highlight, because we have been talking about the general public, general visitors coming up. What about the special segment of the society? How are we going to balance the science and art when we comes up? We said, as Sabyasachi just mentioned, we have to justify the role. How are we going to touch those marginalized groups? And how are we are going to blend science and art for the subsistence of our cultural development in a scientific, but still holding the scientific temperament? These are the few things possibly we really have to address. And at the same time, I think in many of the museums, if we look at, NCSM has education department, you're doing a lot of activity for museum education, but National Museum and then CSMVS, of course, and then VM, and few other museums only have established education department. I think in many of the state museums and the museums in many various states, we really need to have education department to take up this different initiatives to narrow down and reach out to the schools, reach out to the society, reach out to the unreached, as well as to reach out the marginalized groups. And then possibly setting up museum education departments and training and capacity building for professionals for various activities are the two urgent needs. And I feel this is my message, basically, work blending art and science, and then, find out what are the areas where we really have to work hard so that this could balance. So not keeping museum as a repository, but as a place of vibrancy, dialogue, interaction, and it equally plays its role as a social entity in fullest sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambika. You spoke very well. Going beyond the definition of museums, the power of museum as knowledge center, exhibitions, museum education, and other public services. How do we organize them, and how are they used? But the question remains whether we are able to inject sense, sensibility, and universal values through our activities. So keep this question in mind. If time permits, please address it.
I'll find it out. Each and every. I don't tell me, I'll check it out and then only I'll get back. I will call all the team members. You too.
What is this?
One thing.
Sorry. May I now request Dr. B.N. Dholakandi? He is outside. You won't be able to share images. The director, Birla Science Center, Pilani. He has 39 years of experience at Birla Science Center and 6 years at Johor Bal Bhavan, probably one of the senior most professionals in the country. Dr. B.N. Dholakandi, please.
Thank you, Dr. Mukherjee. I'm sorry that my video is not available because I'm out of station right now. Thank you again for giving me this opportunity, and CSM, and at the time of the birthday of the great visionary, Dr. Saroj Ghosh. I would like to start with some of my experiences But before that, as already it is already said that museums are not repositories. Actually, nowadays the museums are very active, and the main idea which we have, which all the museums I will say, especially the Science Museum, Art Museum, Dr. Mukherjee's Museum, that idea into action that has become the great priority as far as we are concerned. So I'm in Pilani, which is a semi-urban area, I will say. It's basically it's the educational city, but surrounded by many villages, which has been converted into the urban areas now. When I joined this museum in 1982, it was a very, you can say that my visitors were about 70% visitors were illiterate, and they were from villages. And I had very many experiences at that time. So I will be sharing a few experiences with you, which shows that how the museums can help the community and how they can understand the even the complex concepts into very simple terms. I'm talking about 1984. When one day I was visiting our popular science gallery, which has got all the participatory exhibits, and there was one exhibit was that the multiple images, that is the reflection of through the plane mirrors. That if you change the angle of the mirror, you see the number of your images increasing or decreasing according to the angle. Two very old ladies, they were standing there. They were in veil and everything, and then they were looking at the mirror and then laughing. For about 2-3 minutes, I was just observing them, because at that time I was handicapped that I was not knowing the local dialect of Rajasthan at that time. So I called one of my old guide and I asked them that to go to them and ask them that why they are laughing. What's the matter? He went there and he said that what's the matter? They said that we have not in our life, we have never seen our so many images on the mirror. He again came to me and then I asked him to change the angle of mirror repeatedly 2-3 times, and then asked them that, can you imagine what is happening? He did that. And to my utter surprise, one of the ladies said that now I have understood what is happening. It's my image of one mirror that is getting reflected in another mirror. And that was the concept. Another example I will tell you, this was in a rural area. There was a science exhibition there. And one of the rural area student, he brought a model on the very simple model that was on the Ohm's law. It is a very simple model on electricity and resistance, calculating the resistance and all these things. And he explained it so well that whatever questions I was having in my mind, I asked all the questions, he answered all the questions. I had nothing in my mind that what to ask from this particular chap. And the model was neatly done. Neatly done, I will say. It was wood and plywood was used as there. Then my last question to him was that, but I agree that you know about the Ohm's law very well, but you have not done it. It has you have taken the help of some technical person who is expert in all these things. And he said that very proudly said that I'm a son of a carpenter. I've done it myself. Then I started tracking that student because I saw a confidence in that student. I started tracking that. He did his 10th class in first division, again 12th class in first division in Hindi medium, that too from the Rajasthan board. And he got selected for engineering. Once he got selected for engineering, then he came to Pilani and asked me that, sir, I've been selected for engineering in one of the very reputed college and I'm going there. So what's your advice? I told him that you do the thing, you are very good in knowledge. So you study hard. And today he is in a very high position in USA and his family, his brothers and everybody. So what I want to say is that it's not only the exhibit that which we prepare or which we show to the exhibit to the people, but our main thing is that how we present it. The presentation is a very, very important fact, and how our guides or our education department people, how they deal with the visitors. That is another very important thing. Because when I'm talking about the 84, that was a different time, and when we are sitting and we are talking today, we are in 2021, and the time has changed a lot. Even in villages, they are talking about the artificial intelligence and computers and all these things. So we have to change, and we are changing. So this is the main thing that which we have to do. And one more thing is there that now Ministry of Culture, they have given the innovation hubs to at most of the places in all the science museums, including me. And the students are rushing in the innovation hubs, and they are doing wonderful jobs. I'm very proudly I can say that 4 patents have been filed from my innovation hub. That's a great achievement, and 2 of them are by the one of them is from the school student. 3 are from the engineering college students, but 1 is from the school student. So that is another thing which we can help. And now the Niti Aayog, they have started the Atal Tinkering Lab. Atal Tinkering Lab is another addition, because in my innovation hub, I am getting a lot of help, because the students who are coming from the schools having Atal Tinkering Lab, they are doing much more work. So the creativity, which was the main aspect of the science museum, that has been inculcated in the schools also now. One more thing I would like to say about the art and science. Right from the beginning, if you had visited Shekhawati region, you know that there are many forts and small forts and all these, and there are fresco paintings are there. A lot of fresco paintings are there. They are on the mythological side, they are on different aspects of life. In few of the places, you will find that a motor car is there or a train is there. And that was the time when nobody has seen the train or nobody has seen the aircraft, but they are represented there. Somebody has seen it or somebody would have explained it to it. So that was also a way of communication. That this is the train which moves like this, there's a bus which moves like this is an aeroplane which moves like this. And the people who are learning, now we are in the museums. Museum is a very old term, I will say. Now we are in the centers, or we can say activity centers, whether it is art museum, whether it is science museum, it's an activity area. I always take them as an activity area. Until and unless you don't do the activities, you don't play with the exhibits. Playing with the exhibits means that in the art museum, it's not that you touch them or you mutilate them or something, but you have to think about them. In the art museum and archaeological museums, it is to think about that, to think about the history, to think about that at what time it was done, what was the culture of that time. In the science museum, especially in the participatory exhibits, we allow the visitors to play with the exhibits and then to understand. And what I have done is in my museum, in participate in this popular science gallery, we leave the students free. There is no guide in this gallery. Only 2 attendants are there. They are just there for just to control the crowd. And even while playing with the exhibits, even they break, nobody says anything to them. One technician is there who will immediately repair it. So they love playing there and they learn from there. So these are all the things. I'm sorry that because I'm out of station since last few days, I could not make a very good presentation or some slideshow or anything. But this is what the experience which I have, which I had in the Jawaharlal Bhavan at Allahabad for 6 years, and then this is since last 38, 39 years in Pilani. So this is what I wanted to say. And once again, thank you very much. And that's all, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Dholakandi. You spoke from mind and heart, and so much to learn. You talked about the role of the many roles of museum, how museum can help the community. Museums are not only bricks and stones, but an institution of learning. You talked about the power of museum education. You said that there is a huge cultural hunger in the country. We must know how to feed them, and that's a huge challenge before us. Science and arts museum, and of course you talked about interdisciplinary approach, the importance of interdisciplinary approach in education. A simple question I'm just leaving with you at the end, if time permits. How do we provide maximum access to museum facilities whilst safeguarding the collection? So just keep it in mind at the end. If time permits, please do address.
Okay. Sure. I will do that.
Thank you so much. Now I invite Dr. Nandan Shastri. Over 45 years experience in the field of museology with focus on environmental sciences with specialization in art science. Former curator, University Museum, Sardar Patel University, over 33 years. have worked for SOS for 9 years in Lawrence Hall of Science, University of California, Berkeley, and for 11 years at Asian Art Museum, San Francisco. At present, he is a consultant for National Museum of Tribal Freedom Fighters, Gurudeshwar, Gujarat. Over to Mr. Nandan, Dr. Nandan Shastri.
Dr. Mukherjee, am I audible?
Yes, very much.
Before starting my talk, let me express my gratitude and namaskar to Dr. Saroj Ghosh, with whom I have so many fond memories. Now I begin my talk. Before showing you the slides, I would like to give preamble on the topic of talk. One of the best examples of a museum as repositories seen by me is the National Museum of Industrial History, Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, in United States, which was visited by me during 2019. The $7.5 million museum has 4 exhibitions, each focusing on different aspects of industrial history that have affected both Pennsylvania and the rest of the country. The museum showcases the nation's industrial past by highlighting the machinery and the lives of workers at that time period. It is great repository and disseminate knowledge on also the well-renowned professionals who had given noteworthy contribution in geology and mining sectors especially. NCSM, some state museums and municipal corporations have established in India museums of science and technology and science cities. Let us hope in future Government of India will explore possibilities to establish a museum at national level exclusively on the industrial history of India. So, next slide, please. Science museums at the crossroads, and I have expressed my thoughts therein. And now, next slide, please. Number 3. The next slide. What results from the exhibit of augmented reality sandbox at our Lawrence Hall of Science as a tool for geoscience education and communication? A staff member or a volunteer removes the top cover of the showcase so as to give opportunities to the children to create landscapes using kinetic sand, which doesn't stick on the skin of their hands. For instance, if they create a hill and dig on the middle portion of the top, it becomes volcano. The children observe changing of contour lines as they change the topography. They are overjoyed when they create virtual rainwater and drain it out when rainwater floods entire showcase. Next slide, please. Next slide. You see here the contour lines. On the hills, they become narrower and narrower. On flat area, they are broader with each other. Next slide, please. Here you see a movement of a hand below the sensor. So children are able to create digital rainwater. And when it overfloods, there is a button to drain it out. Next slide, please. Here you see an view of the showcase, and some hints are given how to change the topography there. Next slide. This pertains to 21 stunning immersive dioramas from California Academy of Sciences in Tushare African Hall. I am going to show you 4 slides from African Hall. I was associated with the Naturalist Center of the Academy during 2009. At the far end, breeding colony of African penguins. Next slide, please. Here you see two zebras in the diorama. Next slide, please. This is information about African penguin. Next slide, please. These African penguins deep and dive in their 25,000 gallon tank. The feeding of penguins is at periodical intervals shown to the visitor by the staff members. Educator exhibit guides are available for journey across the African continent. Next slide, please. One of these slides which you see is on living roof. Aged by solar panels, the roof's 7 hills are lined with 50,000 porous, biodegradable vegetation trays made from tree sap and coconut husk. An estimated 1.7 million plants fill the trays, their roots interlocking to create an extraordinary oasis of birds, insects, people, and other creatures. The living room provides excellent insulation, reducing energy needs for heating and cooling, captures 100% of excess stormwater, preventing runoff from carrying pollutants into the ecosystem, and transforms carbon dioxide into oxygen just for the starters. From stargazing and eclipse watches to close investigations on the much smaller world of bees, the living roof offers a wide range of programs and learning opportunities that offer new ways to experience the natural world. Next slide, please. Here you see the informative label on minerals and modern life. So where molten rock cools and salt water evaporates, minerals forms. These dynamic processes create incredible mineral drivers in color and texture, from silver and copper to amethyst and azurite. Next slide, please. Here you see a quartz crystal. They are essential to our daily lives as they are brilliant and beautiful. In this colorful exhibit, just sparkling specimens, see a giant quartz crystal up close and discover minerals that glow fluorescent under UV light. Learn about minerals in your everyday life, present in products from smartphones to toothpaste, and be inspired by the beauty and creativity of dazzling gems and decorative objects from our anthropology collection. Next slide, please. This is the main entrance of our California Academy of Sciences, where I worked during 2009 in San Francisco. Next slide, please. Here you see Science on a Sphere, a project by National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, Houston, USA. And this sphere is suspended from the ceiling, and by touch screen and kiosk, visitors are able to rotate it and twist it also. And for 9 years, I have explained to school children about earthquakes, tsunami, and on dinosaurs. Next slide, please. This is the display at Asage Museum of Ethnography, which is at Valley of Life Science building in UC Berkeley campus. It has an active research over 5 million terrestrial arthropods. From humble beginnings as each collection over 100 years ago through exponential growth as the California Insight Survey beginning in 1939. The museum is now one of the longest and most important university-based research collections of insects in North America. Next slide, please. Primarily a collection of specimens from the Western Hemisphere. As you see here, the butterflies. In particular, the specimens are from California and Mexico, as well as Central America and the islands of the Central Pacific. The mission of the museum is utilization of the collection to facilitate and document research, teaching, and outreach arthropod biology. Next slide, please. Yes. Yeah, yeah. These are the signboards at the staff cafeteria, and the staff members feel free to express their thoughts. So this is on collection and exhibitions. Next slide, please. So this is on a vision statement, which is very important for the museum. Next slide, please. This is also some thoughts on the notice board of our staff room. Next slide, please. Here you see a fin whale, and children are enjoying sitting on it. And this is called Tina, the life-size whale, 3,000 pounds turtle. Hello. Kept in the premises of our Lawrence Hall of Science at Berkeley in California. Next slide, please. Next slide. This is the close-up, and thank you very much for listening to me.
Sastry.
Thank
you so much. You talked about museum as repositories and dissemination centers of knowledge, the need for industrial history of India, National Museum of Industrial History. This is something we need to think very seriously. You also talked about museums need to be creative and innovative to remain relevant in a changing world. Now, my simple question, just keep it in mind. Probably I will not get the opportunity, but if we get little time, please address how museum provokes its young audience to question the past, present, and future.
All right.
Thank you. The next speaker, Professor Amreshwar Gala. Professor Gala is here. I got the message, Professor. And thank you so much for attending. Professor Amreshwar Gala.
lecture meeting. You can go.
Please, Dr. Sastry, please unmute. Professor Amreshwar Gala, UNESCO Chair on Inclusive Museums and Sustainable Heritage Development, Professor of Inclusive Cultural Leadership and Director, International Center for Inclusive Cultural Leadership, and Dean of Faculty Development and Leadership, Anand National University, Ahmedabad, Executive Director, International Institute for the Inclusive Museum, and a good friend of everyone. Thank you. Over to Professor Amreshwar Gala.
Thank you, Mukherjee. Very much appreciated. It's 12:22. I'll stick to my 10 minutes. And thank you to all the wonderful people with the National Council of Science Museums. Thanks to the DG for the invitation to speak. And most importantly, it is an honor and a pleasure to speak in a conference organized on the occasion of Dr. Saroj Ghosh's birthday. Dr. Ghosh, namaste, greetings, and you've been a tower of strength from me. We first met in 1989 in Den Haag at the Triennial General Conference of the International Council of Museums. It was my first ICOM, And I found everybody walking around in their groups, and I didn't know anybody. Then I saw a contingent of, people who looked Indian walking, So I went up, and right in the front was Dr. Saroj Ghosh. And even before I could say anything, he gave me a warm smile and introduced himself. And I told him that I'm from Australia. My name is Amareshwar Gala. I was born, brought up, and educated in India. He immediately turned around, introduced me to 23 participants from India in Den Haag. And I said, this is amazing. You introduced me to all the leading people in India. Can I ask a question? This was all in the hallway before lunch on the first or second day, I can't remember. And he said, please go ahead. And I said that, are there any Aboriginal or tribal directors here? Second thing is, what is the rate of employment of tribal people, as per affirmative action in the museums of India, including science museums? He just turned around and asked everybody, here is a question for you, repeated the question, and then invited me to join for lunch because everybody sat around. He generously, shouted me the lunch. That was the first introduction after meeting Alpha Konare and the late Bob Burke in Den Haag. Why I'm referring to it is that I've rarely found a museum director as humble as him. And he always made an effort to send an email, to keep me in the loop. And that I really, really appreciated because I was coming from Australia, where I was the first ever colored person employed in the cultural sector, forget museums, cultural sector. And it was a very challenging situation for me, and I needed support internationally. So Dr. Saroj Ghosh, together with Patrick Boylan, provided enormous support for me. And why I needed the support? Because I was the director of National Affirmative Action Program for the participation of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders in museums, galleries, libraries, archives, national parks, and World Heritage sites. And so that's how it started the journey. Then he continued that same year. I happened to come to India. He asked me if I would be in Calcutta to give a public lecture. So it was organized at the Anthropological Survey of India by Dr. Saroj Ghosh. And he asked me to talk about how since 1884-85, I dealt with and the results and examples of participation of Indigenous people in museums in Australia and national parks. So I did that, and that was like a wonderful introduction. Thank you, Dr. Ghosh, to India. Since then, I held with external resources, but chairing from Australia, 3 major conferences in India, one for 26 countries, mainly South Asia, Southeast Asia, on intangible heritage and museums, or living heritage, with Dr. Kapila Vatsayana as the patron. But the most important one that still continues is the Museum Emergency Program. MEP was founded in the Hyderabad conference, funded by the Dutch. It was meant to be in Gandhinagar, but we had to shift it to Hyderabad for a variety of reasons of 2000 and 2001. And so he was constantly there, but also the most popular in ICOM committee meeting that everybody talks about is the one Dr. Saroj Ghosh organized when he was president of ICOM Asia Pacific, and for ICOFOM, International Committee for Museology. People still talk about it as one of the best international committee meetings that they ever. Why? Because he made it very experiential rather than paper presentations. That's a trait that comes from his leadership in the National Council of Science Museums, and all of you know it, so I'm not going to say anything about her. But one thing that Dr. Saroj Ghosh supported is that ICOM was also very Eurocentric, not that there's anything wrong with it, to make it more inclusive. So we started a working group on cross-cultural issues in Quebec City in 1992. Most importantly, he was the president of ICOM Asia Pacific. Although it was until then called Asia Pacific, it never had participation for Pacific Islanders. So he took it up as the chair at that time and ensured subsequently participation of Pacific Islanders, if you want to call it Asia Pacific. And there are any number of examples as to how we provided as president. The only one from Asia, as Gangaji yesterday mentioned, so far for ICOM in its transformation, accountability, but also accessibility to the knowledge, especially all the publications which until then were not accessible, but he used his own infrastructure in Calcutta, A, to bring knowledge to people in India, B, the other way around for people to understand what knowledge is being produced in India. So it's both ways. And he supported the working group on cross-cultural issues, continued, became the cross-cultural task force, leading to the establishment of ICOM Cultural Diversity Charter in Shanghai. And continuously, the support was there after Dr. Saroj Ghosh from Alexandra Cummins, and also very, very dear friend, Dr. Hans Martin Hinz, who is online. Thank you, Hans, for continuing the great tradition of working towards inclusion. And then 6 years ago, the National Council of Science Museum supported through Sharmaji, who is online. Thank you, Sharmaji. We hosted the International Conference on the Inclusive Museum in Delhi, and Dr. Saroj Ghosh, to underline the importance of the achievements of Indian museums and the importance of case studies, had the then president, late Pranab Mukherjee, to inaugurate the conference at the presidential palace. So he was always there, networking, supporting, us, the next generation, to make sure that we were in the loop. And that's the sign of one of the greatest leaders that we've had in museums, not just in India, but in the world. And so I just want to finish there, because although I still have my 10 minutes, Dr. Saroj Ghosh, I might not have been as good a communicator with you, but I always appreciated your keeping me in the loop. And I moved back to India when I turned 60. And the first thing I did was, for 1.5 years, I was the international curator at the Don Bosco Museum in Shillong. So worked with Father Joseph and 36 tribal cultural centers and museums in the 8 states of the Northeast. Established a common standard called the Shillong Charter. You can Google it, Shillong Charter from Don Bosco Museum. And now we are about to work with the 8 states, the UNESCO chair, in dealing with indigeneity, SDGs, and museums. Because although IGRMS stands out in what it's doing, as against the proportion of nearly 1/10 of the population, the tribal people of India still to be seen as active participants within the museums of India, and all kinds of museums. And I know that, we don't want token participation, we want active participation. And this is possible because we have constitutionally mandated framework to be able to do that. So I still have 1 minute, sir, because I'm keeping the time. And so I just want to say that to everybody that's listening, that I was born, brought up, and educated in India. And I was able to deal with the affirmative action program in Australia successfully. You can see the leadership that's there, indigenous leadership. And I'm back in India. Although I'm an Australian, I would like to work with all of you to further this question Dr. Saroj Ghosh supported in Dunhart. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Amarish Gala. Thank you. It was very, very nice, very kind of you sharing your memories with us and so much to learn. Participation of indigenous people in culture and museums is so important, and that is something we really need to think seriously. Museum as inclusive space, I could see, changes are taking place all over the world. The question, there are two questions for you. Just keep them in mind if we get little time. How do we encourage people and government to invest in humanities and culture for greater dividend? How museums become shared and non-judgmental space? Thank you.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you, Amarish. Our next speaker, I think, Tashneem, yes. May I invite our next speaker, Tashneem Mehta, Managing Trustee and Honorary Director, Dr. Bhavdaji Museum, Mumbai, former Vice Chairman and Mumbai Convener, Indian National Trust for Art and Cultural Heritage. Mrs. Mehta is a member of the International Council of the Museum of Modern Art, New York, and has served on boards of the National Gallery of Modern Art, the Salarjung Museum, the National Museum Academic Council, Government of India Expert Committee on Museums, besides several other government committees for art and culture. Harvard University included her in a list of 25 women who have made an outstanding public contribution in India, and particularly her own museum, Bhavdaji Museum, the restoration and transformation, that whole credit goes to Tasneem. She is a very dear colleague. Over to Tasneem.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mukherjee, for that very kind introduction. Am I audible clearly?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. And I would like to also start by congratulating Dr. Chaudhary for organizing this conference on a very special occasion, on the occasion of Dr. Saroj Ghosh's birthday. And my greetings to Dr. Ghosh. He came many years ago to our museum, but I recall that quite clearly. Thank you also for the great contribution that you have made to museums in India. And as Dr. Gala and others have expressed, I would also like to express my gratitude to you for that. And also to say that it's rarely that one gets an opportunity to be among so many people who have served, at least because I'm not part of the Government of India museums. So what happens is, because we are a state museum or a local municipal corporation museum, sometimes we are not part of the larger discourse that is happening in museums in India. And so I thank you for including us, because it's very nice to be with people who have the same passion and the same concern for museums as I do. I think many of you have visited our museums. So just a very brief potted history for those of you who have not been there and who don't know it. We are on the Google Cultural Institute, and you can go to our website, which is www.bdlmuseum.org. I didn't put together a presentation because I thought there would be, with so many eminent speakers, there would be a very limited amount of time. So I didn't put together a presentation. And I also assumed that many of you would know the museum. But just to say that when we started, interestingly, we have a very a background and a history of being part of the whole science museum movement in the country, because like the other museums, the Kolkata, the Indian Museum, and the Madras Museum, the intention with which the Bhavdaji Lad Museum, which is the erstwhile Victoria and Albert Museum in Bombay, and the oldest, it was established in 1857, it was started as an encyclopedic museum, and science and art, and science was defined as natural history, geology, the expression of technology. So, for example, very interesting, which very few of you might know, that in its earliest avatar, when it was situated at the town hall while the building was being constructed, while Dr. Birdwood was there, they had a watermill. There was a canal outside the town hall, and there was a watermill there to demonstrate a new mode of technology and a new form of power. We think that and when I have been doing a lot of research on our early history, because we've been involved during this whole pandemic in putting together a book, which I hope I will be able to share with all of you. And it's very, very interesting how they were as concerned with how do you communicate? How do you get people to be interested in museums? How do you unpack these topics, which can be very dry and very intimidating for people? In fact, I think that is one of our biggest challenges going forward for all of us as museum directors, people who have been associated with museums. And I hear that from all of you, that what are the strategies? What do we need to do? I think most of us, because we are so engaged, we know that going forward, how will we really effectively communicate with our audiences and bring them on board? And there have been wonderful talks expressing how this has been done across the world. And when I inherited or sort of took on this museum in a sense, it was a difficult question because it was a 19th century museum, a colonial museum. It had been neglected because it had, you enter the museum and you see the statue of Albert there, imposing statue of Albert, by the way, with art and science, the Museum of Science on one side and the Museum of Art on the other side. And how do you then, with this kind of fraught and troubled colonial history, because many of our museums actually do have this history, how do you then, without just going back to just showcasing and talking about the crafts, etc., that's all very important and what we do as part of our outreach programming. We do that. We have science programs, we have maths, we do a lot of that. But I was concerned that this history needs to be addressed because it is a troubled history. And as most of you know, because you must be engaged with what is happening around the world, this topic is a very, very important and significant topic right now. They're talking about repatriating collections. How do you present collections which have this fraught colonial history? And one of the ways I felt of doing it, also, I'll tell you very honestly, an inexpensive way of doing it, because I was able to get the support of artists and I was able to get the support of galleries, we didn't have the money at that time to bring in expensive collections. As all of you know, it's one of the problems that we have between Indian museums. How do we share collections? Because transportation and insurance costs are so high. So one, to bring in the contemporary voice, that was very important, because I think all of us realized that the artisan, the producer, the artist was actually completely neglected during the colonial period. They were kind of effaced. It was all about the product and the production process, because that's what the colonials wanted to know. But who made it? How did they make it? Can we present that, the story of the person, not just the process, the individuals involved, that human aspect. So I was deeply concerned about that. And I wanted to interject a contemporary voice, because I felt that there are so many very good, very fine young artists, and they just don't have a platform. Because the National Gallery of Modern Art does wonderful work, but it's more focused on the great artists of the 19th century and the 20th century. But there are so many young artists. There are so many artists who need to be given this platform. And I felt that one of the ways to do it, and we started this program 15 years ago, and it has been hugely successful, is to bring in young voices, bring in young artists, contemporary artists. And because we had a very strong association with the JJ School of Art, we were, the curator of our museum was also the superintendent or the principal of the JJ School of Art. So there was a very umbilical connection that bring in artists from JJ and have them unpack, investigate, interrogate this very troubled history. And it's done in different ways because the artists who are also, their practice was about the city, about Mumbai. And so that has been the focus. And I think that's very important. And I would like to recommend to all of you that it is something, besides, of course, having engaging presentations and all these wonderful exploratorium, fab labs, tinkering studio, all of these are amazing things. But I would like to ask you, as you know, the Science Museum and the Natural History Museum in London and all over the world, they are doing this. I would say to you, bring in these young voices. Let's just engage the community by asking them to participate with us, along with us, in unpacking these histories, this information. How do you do it? And so we are very, very active on social media. We're very active. We've done a lot of research as well. And I think that has been what has sort of captured the imagination of the community. It's just a slightly different take. It's not an unusual take. Many other museums internationally are doing it now. Earlier, it would just be just a few objects, and you can work out how to do it, whether it's a few objects or a theme or whatever. But I think that engagement with the community has been much of the reason for our success. And of course, we have a big, very big education program, which all of you know, I think. And so I feel that is the way forward. We are in a very troubled period right now. And and science and technology is going to advance so quickly. You will very soon be able to see the object better than what the human eye can do. And so in fact, there's going to be an interesting competition between science and technology and museums as sites. I sometimes wonder that, 10 years from now, will we just be a repository as you suggested? We really have to work very hard to become a resource center. Yes. Okay. So that is my contribution. Thank you.
Thank you, Tasneem. It was wonderful understanding the different values, different roles of museums, and how museums safeguard universal values. The role of museum communication, and that is so important in today's world. How do we communicate? How do we share our past? And our past, what you said rightly, it was glorious, painful, and full of surprises. And this is something we need to unpack. And why we need to unpack? Because we need to inject sensibility, and universal values. And this is something, it's a huge challenge for museums. It's not so easy subject people are used to. So unpacking our history through exhibits, through objects, and the power of object narrating different stories. How do we do that? If that you can address later on, I'll be very happy. Thank you. Now, the next speaker, Dr. Jayanta Sengupta. I hope Jayanta is there. Dr. Jayanta Sengupta is currently Secretary and Curator, Director of Victoria Memorial Hall, Kolkata, India's most visited museum. The maximum number of visitors, he was saying, over 6 to 7 million visitors visit Victoria Memorial Hall. He has also served as director in charge of the Indian Museum, Kolkata, and the Anthropological Survey of India, educated at Presidency College, Kolkata, and then worked in different universities in Europe and America. Several years experience in art, culture, and museums. May I now invite our friend, Dr. Jayanta Sengupta.
Thank you so much, Shobhoshachida, for that very kind and generous introduction. And good afternoon to all my colleagues in the museum sector in India. And I, like everybody else, I'd also start by greeting Dr. Saroj Ghosh. The reason I am speaking now is because I work in the Victoria Memorial Hall, and the reason, Dr. Saroj Ghosh is part of the reason why I work in the Victoria Memorial. He was in the committee that selected me, and I just realized that I have never thanked him publicly for giving me his support. So I take this occasion to express my gratitude to Dr. Ghosh. I have been a beneficiary of your tremendous affection and support. Now, the time is short, and I hope there will be questions. So I will be very brief. I will take on from what Tasneem mentioned about the sort of colonial origins of many of the museums represented here and now. And I will not talk about the museums in a broader sense. Museums are happening vibrant cultural spaces. Many of them, including most of the museums being represented here, have been sort of reimagined and reinvented as places of open-ended conversation. So along with exhibiting our art through our permanent and temporary exhibitions, all of us have done all of these installations, these lectures, seminars, workshops, performances, and all of that. And of course, those will continue in the years ahead, maybe more with an emphasis on the digital projections, digital events, and all that. And I think, and I will just mention this, that obviously all of us will need to sort of reimagine and energize our digital presence. But this is also maybe apart from exploring the platforms like virtual exhibition platforms and all that, we also need to explore low tech and radio and all that, because we know that in this in a world afflicted by the pandemic, bandwidth and connectivity are the new fault lines among the people. So I hope really that we have the science and we have the intention to address the digital divide also as we energize our digital presence. Now I will broadly show up a couple of questions about museums as repositories. I am relatively still new to the museum profession. I'm a student of history, and I have taught history in different places. And as a student of history, I have realized, and this point has actually has come up very strongly in the academia, is that it's a soft subject. History is something that we have not seen happen. As we say, the past is not on candid camera. So we therefore create narratives to tell a story about history. And those stories are, by their very nature, incomplete and always in a state of flux, subject to change, depending on the exploration and discovery of new sources, the way new questions are put to the past, and so on and so forth. It's essentially the same with the idea of museums also, because museums are, in a sense, repositories. They are collections, they are storehouses of objects or artifacts. But the point to note is that these repositories are not made, they have never been made in a very systematic way. They are often the products of historical accidents, wars, and conquests, and all that. As we know, the idea of the encyclopedic museum, we have now mentioned the idea of the encyclopedic or the universal museum quite a few times today in these conversations. And we know that the encyclopedic museum is obviously a child of the European Enlightenment, the expansion of the frontiers of knowledge with the discovery of the New World, the Americas, and then the scientific spirit and the scientific revolution, 17th century, 18th century, and then most critically, the expansion of European empires. So most of the major universal museums or encyclopedic museums, like the British Museum is the prime example of this. The British Museum would not have been what it is without the history of the British imperial expansion through the 18th, 19th century. The Louvre is similarly a product of, its initial collection again in the 18th century came from objects seized from the Bourbon monarchy, which the French Revolution toppled, and then from the plunders made by Napoleon's rampaging armies in Europe, including Italy, from where Mona Lisa and all the others came from. Similar to the Hermitage, the collections and repository made up by Tsarist expansion, all that. So if we had a proper application of what we call the restitution of cultural property, many of these museums would be empty. But that's a different matter. So the idea of the universal museums, the whole idea of who these objects belong to and what is their ownership is a very troubled question now. This is a huge conversation that's going along in the museum field all over the world right now. But we are not, I have had limited experience of working in at least two colonial museums, the Victoria Memorial and the Indian Museum, both of which are products of different moments of our colonial history. I worked in the Indian Museum, which is something like an encyclopedic museum in the Indian context, but was actually the product of the British scientific and archaeological and geological and zoological explorations and excavations in the 18th and early 19th centuries. So the Indian Museum, therefore, starting from its origins from the Asiatic Society, became a sort of, a gallery of all that was exotic to India and all that was relevant to the empire by way of its flora and fauna, by way of its antiquities. They were not really called high art in those times. And I had the privilege of listening to a lecture by Professor Kavita Singh a few days ago on the origins of the National Museum. So the idea of art was applied to Indian paintings and Indian artwork only in the first major exhibition of Indian art in the Royal Academy in London, right after the moment of independence. So even that has a sort of an immediate post-colonial origins, but the significance of these perceptions have these profoundly colonial origins. Victoria Memorial is a similar case. As you all know, we are actually celebrating a very muted centenary in this year, affected by closures and all that. The Indian Museum celebrated its bicentenary a few years ago. The CSMVS is going to celebrate its own centenary a few months from now. All of these have colonial origins, and the Victoria Memorial Repository, its initial collection came out of Lord Curzon's declaration that it is going to showcase the empire. So it started as an empire museum. It showcased the achievements of the empire, and therefore its initial collection, which was actually funded by these Indian Maharajas mostly, because Curzon just could successfully arm twist them into giving their collections away to the Victoria Memorial. So the only Indians who were present in the initial collection were these allies, these friendly Indian Maharajas who were non-threatening and a cosmetic presence to the empire. And the only significant, this is something very interesting, the only Indian who was an adversary of the empire who found a place in that initial imperial repository was Tipu Sultan, because he was a heroic enemy. He was acknowledged as such, as a result of which we in the Victoria Memorial, right from the very start of an imperial collection, have 82 artifacts belonging to Tipu Sultan alone. So much of the aura surrounding Tipu Sultan, which you can see in the famous Tipu's tiger in the Victoria and Albert Museum, was present in the Victoria and Albert Museum, was present in the Victoria Memorial also. Now that repository has changed over time. And it is only in the 1960s that right under these imperialist statuary of Lord Curzon and Lord Dalhousie and all of these paintings of Victoria and Albert and Queen Mary, some of which Tasneem also mentioned in her presentation. Yes, yes. Yeah, I'm just rounding up. So we added a national gallery. And so therefore, so a gallery of national heroes, that is again a gallery of who were formerly adversaries of the empire. And then I find myself sort of poised between two extreme polarities. One is the kind of Shashi Tharoor position that the Victoria Memorial should turn itself into a museum, a repository of the atrocities of the empire, on the one hand. And on the other hand, the various kinds of vibes that come from what we call broadly competent authorities, that we would turn full Swadeshi. And we are now creating a gallery on revolutionary nationalists of India. So it's a complicated question about what do we do to the way we have come up as repositories, what kind of questions that we pose to those objects, how do we acquire new objects that can make sense of that, and how we curate these collections. And this is a problem that is, I think, particularly relevant for all of us who call ourselves universal museums, because as Professor Gala said about the inclusive museum, we have to really question these ideas about the Indianness of the Indian Museum or the nationalness of the National Museum in an age of hyper-nationalism, in which, in order to make our museums truly inclusive and representative, we have to critique and complicate these narratives as repositories. That's all I have to say for now. And then I hope we will have questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jayanto. Colonial history is always complicated. The way I described, glorious,
that is very true.
Glorious, painful, and full of surprises. And how do we share this history with people? As a museum professional, representative of culture, I always feel culture has a role, and culture carries certain universal values: peace, unity, and non-violence. And these three things we should not forget. So yes, the many roles of museum that we know, we understand, but how do we protect universal values? And looking at the present world, fragmented world, and what is happening in Afghanistan, Syria, Mali, and other countries, it threatens us. It threatens culture. And why culture has always been the victim of war and human conflicts? That is the question, we have been time. So good that you talked about the museum is an open cultural space for meaningful conversation, and I'll be happy if you can address this simple question: how repositories tell stories of people's movements, be seeds of inclusion and a platform for people to exchange knowledge and ideas. Thank you, Jayanto. Now we have the last speaker. I think we managed very well. Mrs. K.A. Shabna, Director, VITM Bangalore. Madam, if you are ready, please start.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Mukherjee. And I'm happy to be part of this prestigious conference organized by NCSM, which coincides with the birthday of Dr. Saroj Ghosh. I started my career in NCSM way back in 1986 when Dr. Saroj Ghosh was the Director General. I've learned a lot from him. I consider him as my guru and mentor. Now coming, I have a PowerPoint presentation. Let me share. Yeah, coming to the topic of this museum as a repository designation of human knowledge and creativity. Actually, museums began as private collections of paintings, furniture, memorable of famous people, seashells, and turned over to some public agency for care and display when the owner's death. And Salarjung Museum at Hyderabad is a classic example of this. Salarjung collected a lot of artifacts from all over the world, and after his death, they wanted to put it in a museum. So the collections, whose principal beneficiaries were research scholars and serious students, were often displayed with little order or plan. After the French Revolution in the late 18th century, a rational encyclopedic approach was applied to the collections, and they were treated as instruments from bringing culture to the public at large. So the private collections of paintings became art museums, the furniture and memorable became history museums, and the seashells became natural history museums, and technological collections became technological museums. And Vishweshwara Industrial and Technological Museum also started as a technological museum with a lot of collection from the industry. The museums are a repository of nation's culture as they contain explicit examples of proof of the development of the country's culture and heritage over a period of time. Vishweshwara Industrial and Technological Museum has got a lot of collections with us, and this is one thing on steam locomotive, which was there during the 1888, and there's a long connection between the steam locomotive and the museum. The steam locomotive is a meter gauge steam locomotive supplied by the Dubson Company UK to Southern Railways, and it was operated between Mysore and Ashokapuram, and the locomotive was procured from the Southern Railways. And there was one driver, James Bunyan, who's an Anglo-Indian, who used to be the driver of this locomotive. Now he's settled in Canada and he's a Canadian citizen. And every year he used to visit India, and he makes it a point to visit the museum and see this steam locomotive. So there was a lot of bond for him between the museum and the steam locomotive. In 2010, he was coming every year and we were not knowing it. In 2010, we came to know about it, and I was also part of it. So then we met him and we even felicitated him. And now, and when the steam locomotive was renovated, we also put his bust as part of this steam locomotive with his permission. The next one, we have one more collection which we have is a portable steam engine of 1840. This was again manufactured by Marshall and Sons in England, and the steam engine was mainly used to operate machinery for grinding, thrashing, pumping, sawing in farms, mills, and factories. And bullocks and horses were used to pull and take it to the work site. The steam engine was carried. The next one is the steam wagon. Steam wagon, it was donated to the museum by the Mazagon Dock, Bombay. The next collection is the reaction turbine. Reaction turbine, it was used in the 1920s, and it was used for the Sharavati Electric Power Corporation. Then we have the stationary steam engine of 1926. Then we also have an aircraft 1956, which was donated by Hindustan Aeronautics Limited, and it was then Air Force fighter aircraft. Then we have one more collection on second generation computer IBM 1401. Actually, the museum, Vishweshwar Museum, started with the Electrotechnic Gallery in 1965. And the gallery was being renovated during 1989. And during that time, I was a curator at Vishweshwar Museum, and I used to go to the government of Karnataka Secretariat for some work. Then I saw this second generation computer working at the Karnataka Government Computer Center, where it was used for printing money order forms. It is it's a big room which has got a CPU, which has got a magnetic tape unit, punch card unit, and a printer. Nowadays we get computers at hand also, we can use it, but there's a whole room made up of the computer. And when they came to know that I'm from the museum, they asked me that whether you would like to take this computer to the museum. Then Dr. Ghosh was our Director General, and I had talked to him, and he said that no, immediately go and get it. If they are willing to donate it, immediately go get it. So then I went to them back again, and that's how this computer was brought to the museum. So I am happy that I was able to get an artifact for the museum. And it is very popular among the students, because the present generation, they do not know how a computer looks like. Of the old computer, they do not know how it looks like. And then also we have some early telephones which are manufactured by Ericsson. This is a very rare collection which is again displayed at the Electrotechnic Gallery. I think that's all I have to present. Thank you all for giving me an opportunity.
Thank you, madam. It was short and sweet. For me, an enriching experience. I got the opportunity to see your collection, and you articulated very well the relevance of past in the present, and that is something we all are talking about. Just asking the organizer, Umesh, if you are there, whether we have time for question answer. Can so please read if there is any question from anyone. I invite audience to raise question. You can use chat box or question answer. And Umesh, I request you to read. If you have any question and if you wish to address any particular speaker, please take the name of the speaker. So we can ask speakers. We start with Ambika. Ambika, if you remember my question and if you can address in a minute.
Yeah, thank you, Sabyasachi. I remember the question. I remember it seems like you were asking me to comment on the universal values and how museums could be a vehicle for injecting those values, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, sensitivity and universal values.
Yeah, so I remember of that point, something on the injecting the values into our systems, museums, how it is functioning perhaps. So I was like wondering, like when we talk of this, this becomes a very debatable issue when we talk of values. What kind of a value? Are we addressing the intrinsic value or some of the cultural values? And also if the cultural values, because definitely we are broaden, when we look at the broaden issue, it's the cultural value which comes the first step, because ultimately it is the culture that we are dealing with, the scientific dimensions of it and the artistic dimensions of it and the interdisciplinary dimensions of it. So I feel sometimes it has to be, decided in terms of who in between, various segments where the stakeholders, the government, the cultural institutions, the policymakers, and the public who are the end users. So basically, how best we are understanding these three segments the providers and the users and the services and the policies in the framework of the intrinsic values and the cultural values, or maybe focusing more on the cultural values. But I feel at that time, like, what are the sets of values we are looking for? Is the values relating which is subjective, or it's like based on the subjective realm in terms of subject experience and looking at it culturally, intellectually, emotionally, politically, spiritually, what way we are trying to set the standards of the set of values. I think we really have to look into that in various perspectives, and maybe possibly and then injecting them into the segment of the museum sector, positioning the museums, and then and their impact values. I think it's a big. So I remember some time back, maybe a few years back, you were referring to allowing children to do an exhibition as the curators. Something like participation in terms of co-curating and co-collaborating. And we are talking a lot about networking, and then networking across the continents and worldwide networking to imbibe the universal values. So I think a lot of co-curation, as Tasneem also said, co-curating with the communities, and Amar also said that, Jayant also emphasized on that, co-curating with the communities, allowing them to participate in, possibly everyday interaction, so that the collaboration becomes a dialogue and leads to decision making, so that museum gets some benefit out of it. So I think that philosophy is.
Vika, thank you. I think you addressed, and this is really I will not say complicated subject, needs time.
Yeah.
Yes. Dr. Bien Dhaulakhandi, if he is there.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm here.
So my question was, how do we provide maximum access to museum facilities whilst safeguarding the collection? If you remember, it's about accessibility, maximum accessibility. I think Jayanto can remember the question I asked Jayanto. So
Okay. Am I audible now?
Yes.
Yeah. Sir, about your question, I would like to tell you one thing. As I said in the beginning, that we are in a semi-rural or semi-urban area where we are living. Our philosophy from the beginning, that is 1954, was not to advertise. We don't advertise anything about the museum. Our policy is mouth-to-mouth publicity, and then the people are coming. Now, coming to your question regarding the use of facilities, this is free for all. Anybody can come and then they can take advantage of the museum. I'm getting lot many people from villages, lot many people from the not only the students but the teachers from the adjoining areas, and up to 100 kilometers they are coming to me, and they are getting whatever the problem they are having. They bring their students, they visit the museum, and then we have got a system that if you have got any question, any facility you require, we provide them. And then on phone, on nowadays on WhatsApp media or on email, we also help them. All the facilities are open for all the visitors. This is the most important thing which we do. Number one. Number two, there is the maintenance. Maintenance part, I think we are at the top. That my 98% of exhibits remain operative all the time. Again and again, I'm saying it's all the time. That is very important. And third thing is the upkeep of the museum. It remains always 100% the well-kept museum. And number four is that how we greet the visitors, how we receive the visitors, and how we treat the visitors. For that, what I have done is that because, as I said, that more than 50% visitors are from villages. So the most important thing is that I have asked my education staff to speak in local dialect only.
Yes.
Because once we speak in local dialect, they feel homely. And once they feel homely, they can question.
Yes, you are
Because
right.
our main aim is that there should be a carving for the knowledge. And
Yes.
that to create that carving of the knowledge, local dialect is very, very important. So that
No,
is
sir.
what we are doing right now.
No,
Anything special?
no,
If you
no,
want
sir.
to know that, I can tell.
No, sir. You explained very well. Dr. Amareshwar Gala, I think he is thinking of leaving if he's there.
Yeah,
Dr. Gala?
I'm here.
Yeah, so I.
Sabyasachi ji, you posed two questions. The first one, how do we advocate about humanities and social sciences with government, bureaucracy, and so on? The simple answer, that's something that Dr. Saroj Ghosh and Dr. Hans Martin Hinz on his last trip to India, and several others, hosted by Ganga Rautale, the then DG, both in Delhi and Calcutta, about transformation of museums, was that we need a very strong professional voice. What I was doing in the 80s and 90s in Australia, there's no way I could have done it if the Museums Association of Australia and the Council of Australian Museum Directors did not support me. They are professional bodies, and I think we need very strong, very active, very informed professional bodies in India. I leave it to you all to read more into it. But I think it is an amazing. The second question is already answered in different ways by an amazing range of speakers, highly knowledgeable than I am in the last 2 days. But I think that Dr. Jansen Gupta very kindly recalled what I've been consistently saying, simple questions like what is national about the National Museum? What is Indian about the Indian Museum? These are the questions that we need to ask. What is Indian about the Indian museums? And I think that we need to keep asking those questions. It's not just one perspective, whether it's colonial or decolonized or independent India. We need to look at multiple perspectives. We also need to know how the British perceived us. And so decolonizing the museum doesn't necessarily mean totally switching over to another narrative. So I really appreciate, the importance of the multi-vocalism that Dr. Jansen Gupta advocated, and something that you do in your museums. Tasneem, you all do in your museums. So thank you for the opportunity to be here. I really appreciate it. Once again, greetings to Dr. Saroj Ghosh. If you don't mind, may I leave now, please?
Thank you, Amarish. Nice to see you.
Thank you.
On digital platform. Now, Jayanto, if you can remember my question.
Yes, yes, of course, Sabyasachi, I completely agree with you about the threat posed by wars and conquest on cultural properties, especially. I recall the moving note that you sent us a few days ago about hearing from Afghanistan and Afghan museum professionals. We recall the depredations of both US and local armies on the Mesopotamian cultural properties when the Iraq war started. Yes, there is always this. We all remember Bamiyan and all that. So, and the UNESCO document on the protection of cultural property actually places special emphasis on that. Somehow the cultural heritage, probably because of their symbolic value, becomes targeted. We all hope that it stops. But again, the choice is very difficult. It's a very complicated choice, because now perhaps then we have to probably support the US forces to stay there, which would maybe mitigate some of these depredations wrought by the Taliban. But this is an ever-present danger, and we really hope that they can be protected by some joint intervention, some joint effort, if not by sheer goodwill among the people. I also remember that you had another point to make about museums as cultural spaces, about spaces of healing, about non-conflictual spaces that can embrace people. Again, I agree, but with a small difference. Yes, the museums have a duty to become cultural spaces and embrace open-ended conversations about various things, not only about art and culture, but also about literature and human rights and democracy and all that. Non-conflictual spaces, I have a slightly different view of that, I think there can be museums which can embrace the conflicts inherent into our past. Like the Holocaust Memorial in Berlin is actually a museum of conflict. There is something called the Conflictorium in Ahmedabad itself. The Partition Museum is also, in a way, a museum that embraces conflict but offers a curation which offers visitors with some catharsis or maybe some closure. So I am a personal believer in not avoiding the narratives of conflict, but embracing them and then just moving on, so that we can have a new sensibility to our histories as they are. So that's all I do.
Thank you, Jayant. Thank you. I agree completely. Tasneem, if you are there. So,
yes, Dr. Mukherjee.
How do we unpack the difficult history? That is something I wanted to know. You talked about.
So I think Jayanta has addressed it to some extent.
Yes.
But what I do want to say is that, we have inherited a system of thinking about museums, which, as all of you have mentioned, very much Enlightenment focused, and it put subjects into, that was the whole trope of science, put it into categories, divide it. It was a way of understanding the world. What I want to suggest is that something that we can look at, and maybe we can be in the forefront of doing this, is that we break these silos, because this was not the Indian way. The Indian way was holistic. The Indian way was, you had to be a poet, you had to be an artist. I think all of you know, science and art were combined. There is a science to music, for example. There's a great science to building the Ellora Ajanta. There is a great science to the great Rath in Bhubaneswar. So, to break down that those divisions, I think we as a community of practitioners of museums need to be more engaged to see how we can facilitate breaking down these silos and engage more in terms of the science museums bring in more art, and the art museums bring in more science.
You're right. You're right. Thank you. Dr. Nandan Shastri?
Yes.
So my question was how museum provokes its young audience to question the past, present, and future. So if you can.
Yeah, to give you one example, for over 27 years, I ran successfully a program called Touch, Feel, and Learn for visually blind visitors. And the medical college gave us 67 anatomical specimens. We allowed them to touch, and we had recorded audio commentary, and they were so much thrilled that for the first time in their life, they had opportunity, for example, to feel how is the specimen of heart or a brain. And at Hillcrest Rehabilitation Center in Texas, they send the patients every Thursday on our university museum of Baylor University, and they are accompanied by the psychiatrists. So they examine the impact of the artwork displayed, and what is the condition, thought processes in the mind of those patients. So these are the two unique examples which I have come across.
Thank you so much. I think all our speakers, they concluded. You don't need any separate conclusion from Mukherjee. Museums are institutions for social as well as academic enlightenment, and this is something we all accept and respect. Thank you so much. Thanks to all our panelists and the audience for your patience. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Nice to see you all. Thank you, Umesh. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Umesh.
Recording stopped.
namaskar, sir.
Namaskar.
Sir, namaskar, sir. How are you, sir?
I'm fine. You can see me.
Sir, it was nice to see you, sir.
And Pallav, nice to see you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are fine, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, sir. Dr. Jaraman, sir. Thank you.
You have to unmute yourself. Pallav.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thanks to Dr. Kennedy, I'm able to join. Thanks a lot. And namaskar, Phonke Saab and Jaraman and Narottam Sahu Saab.
Namaskar,
Thank you, sir.
Pallavji. Namaskar, Pallavji.
Pallav, sir, namaste. Thank you so much, sir.
Sir, anything for Indian science.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
With Dr. Phonke around and having trained us, impossible not to do communication and do science.
You are doing a great job, Pallav.
I just enjoy every moment of what I do. That's all. End of story, sir.
Hi. Namaskar. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Dr.
Okay.
Prasher is there.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Fine. So good afternoon, all the distinguished panelists. And here we are starting on a post-lunch session. And we are going to discuss what is called the emerging trends. Of course,
Recording in progress.
All trends are emerging only. So emergent trends in science communication, that's a topic for us. And I think I have to ask questions, but the most difficult thing in life is to ask a question. And to ask a good question is more difficult. And to ask a great question is all the more difficult. So I am in that very difficult situation. First, out of enlightened self-interest or some pure, utter, undiluted selfishness, I will introduce myself so that many of the distinguished panelists may not be aware. My name, as you know, is Jayaraman. I worked in the Baba Atomic Research Center for 40 years in 8 different divisions. Then you can see the diversity of work. And thereafter, for the last 55 years, I've been working with the Kerala Shastra Sahitya Parishad. So 40 years in science, 55 years in science communication as people science movement. So 95 years is my credit, bank balance on this subject. So that's an introduction. And I work for the National Center for Science Communicators as its a chairperson. I also work for STEAM Academy because I know a bit of science, a bit of technology, did some engineering and a little of management. So my aim here is not mathematics, it's management. So I'm also the president of the STEAM Academy. As is president, yes. Presently, I am working with the PCST scientific community as their program committee member. That's a quick, rough profile of mine. Now I come to my functional duty. That is, I have to introduce Professor Dr. Bal Phonke. Now, Dr. Bal Phonke, as everybody knows, and if I am, this is the most difficult thing of compressing something which is incompressible. I have a large inventory of the accomplishments and achieves professional excellence he has achieved in several fields. So it will be very, very difficult for me to condense it in such a short span of time, but I have to be factually correct. And therefore, I would introduce him as a distinguished scientist communicator. Looking back, he's a graduate of the prestigious scientific officers training school of the Atomic Energy Establishment in the 4th batch. And I had the privilege of coming out of the 8th batch. So 4 years behind him in the training school. And he did his master's in nuclear physics, most fundamental mother of all sciences, and a doctorate in immunology from the University of London. So those are accomplishments par excellence as far as academics is concerned. Then we find a strategic inflection point in his professional career. I call it a typical strategic inflection point in management parlance, because you find him as a new avatar, as the chief editor of Science Today, from science to science communication in a eclectic moment. Then he became a celebrity science communicator, a friend, philosopher, and guide to a generation of science communicators. And his next avatar is the director of the National NISCOM. And for the last 50 years, he continues his Trojan journey in science communications. Author of over 70 books in fiction and non-fiction, and has been gorgeously decorated with innumerable national and state awards. That is probably the most condensed, shortened version I have attempted to give, looking at his very long and illustrious career. Dr. Phonke, may I ask the first question to you?
Please.
Dr. Phonke, may I have my first question to you? Yes.
Please.
Would you please explain to us the emerging trends in science communication and the residual main differentiators still from science journalism?
Umesh Kumar has already set the limit of 8 minutes. So to express my views on all those topics in 8 minutes might be difficult, but I'll try my best. Emerging trends in science communication, to my mind, has two parts. One is emerging trends in science and emerging trends in communication. And the two have to be married. If I look at emerging trends in science first, I think the next 50 years or so are going to be dominated by a few science streams, such as biotechnology. A large number of research activities are already going on, some of which have borne fruit, as we see in the development of various vaccines against the corona pandemic. But most importantly, the CRISPR gene editing technology, I think, is going to revolutionize the entire field of not only biological research, but our life, because we can change the basic infrastructure with which we are all endowed by nature. The second field is information technology, which, as we see, has already dominated the last 20 or 30 years or so. More so now, especially because the pandemic has given everyone to be confined to the four walls of their home, and their means of communication is dictated by whatever tools information technology is providing. More and more such tools are going to emerge so that we are able to communicate as freely as we used to earlier times when we were able to have a face-to-face dialogue. The third field is neurobiology, in particular, the brain-computer interface or machine reading of thoughts, to such an extent that today it is possible, at least to some extent, to manipulate your memory. Either efface out the memory which troubles you or which is unwanted, and maybe even implant memory which is needed. Now, this is a very dangerous position where we'll be skating on thin ice, because it can be used in a great way to benefit the mankind, but it can also be abused and misused by a number of people. And in today's world where terrorism and many such other nefarious activities are going on, I dread to think that these tools, if it falls in the hands of those people, then it might that bring about disaster worse than we have been seeing with the corona pandemic. The fourth field is nanotechnology. And the basic precept here is that properties of any material in the bulk state are quite different from those in the nano state. And this reminds me of the situation that we had with thalidomide, which was a racemic mixture, that means dextrorotatory and levorotatory, which had again two radically different properties, and which led to the birth of a large number of grotesquely mutilated children. And that's why most of the drug authorities now insist on a chiral drug and not a racemic mixture. I think something similar may come out here because, again, the nano state and the bulk state have radically different properties. These are at least the four areas in which I feel a large number of changes and advances are going to take place for the next 10, 20 years. Actually, the pace at which scientific research and technology development is going on, it's very difficult to predict what is likely to happen in the next 50 years. At most, we can venture to, certainly we are taking a risk even in that, to venture over the next 10 or 15 years or so. Having said that, now let's look at how to communicate these new advances or make the larger population a sort of scientifically literate. They need to do that. At the same time, the reason for that is that if they are known, if they know in advance what are the likely impacts of these new advances on their lives, on their lifestyles, on their livelihood, then they will be able to face those when it really comes into reality and face those with confidence and go ahead with that. For this, they have been changing modes of communication. Earlier, we had three modes of communication: the print medium, the electronic medium, and the interactive medium. The print medium will continue, but I think its impact will be much less because only the newspapers and to a certain extent, periodicals will continue. Books, printing of books is getting less and less for whatever reasons. I mean, there are some commercial reasons, there are some financial reasons, and there are also reasons of distribution. More and more emphasis is being put on e-books. But even there are not too many takers because to read something on the screen and read something which is in your hand are two different things altogether. I have been a voracious reader, but I find that I cannot go more than 2 screens at one sitting, whereas I can read 40, 50, 60 pages in one go when it comes to printed books. So print medium, to my mind, is going to play less and less part. The electronic medium, if we think in terms of TV, I think less said the better because the TV medium has not given any importance whatsoever to science communication. They have been more interested only in putting up, well, puerile, entertainment episodes. But in the interactive medium, there's a revolution going on. The way we are now facing each other. We're sitting in different places, and yet we're able to interact. Jairam is asking me a question, I'm answering that, somebody else will raise another question. And this kind of interaction will continue as a result of the development that have taken place in communication facilities provided by information technology. At the same time, I think today this situation is forced upon us as a result of the pandemic and means to sort of put it under control. But even after tomorrow, let's say the pandemic has reached a stage where you can live with it without any serious adverse impact, this new mode will continue. Education is already online. I don't think it's going to disappear totally. Maybe there will be a hybrid kind of situation where just as we are having a hybrid session today. So one will have to think in terms of those aspects. So as to those situations, we'll deal with those. The question is, how do we do that? Secondly, I think there is going to be more and more emphasis on what we can infotainment. People do not want just information, they want entertainment also, because they're getting bored with having been cooped up into the four walls of the house. Now, that is going to be a situation where science will have to be communicated in a more entertaining way and not in a sort of steadfast, stiff upper lip way that we have been doing so far. So we have to think in terms of those situations, whether it means putting up a street play or radio play or whatever. I think that's up to individuals. But even if we write something, if we give a talk, I think it will be done in a more entertaining fashion and not a trivial fashion. I think these are some of the new trends that I see at the moment. And maybe if there are any specific questions, then I'll be able to try and answer those. Thank you very much. I think I have not exceeded 8 minutes.
Yes, you have designed your presentation within the constraints of time stipulated. Thank you very much, Dr. Fonke, for giving us the helicopter view of the verticals where science has gone, particularly nanotechnology and the property materials sciences, where the bulk properties are very different from the nano properties. And also the pressure on communication, because the rate of production of knowledge is very high. And reflecting that, there is a pressure because of the development of science. We have this pressure on communication too. So we will come back to you with the questions at the end of it. We will have the first round, and then I would call upon Dr. Narottam Sahu, who is here. Yes, I can see Dr. Narottam Sahu. He is the executive director of the Gujarat Science City for over 2 decades. He is a chemical scientist, having done his doctorate on cellulose and lignin chemistry, quite a complicated and complex subject. But he has a passion for science communication and a style of experimentation of taking science to the society, a style and a signature style. He exemplifies the subgenre of scientist communicators himself, acting as a science communicator. Science City, as all of us science communicators know, is a concept creating a common ground for science communication. Today, the strategy and the tactics and the operationalization of creating a common ground for science communication. And that is how a city, science city center is being looked upon as how this can be a vehicle of a common ground, a common medium for science communication. Dr. Narottam, will you kindly explain to us the wonderful work you have done and you used it as a vehicle for communication?
Respected Chairman, sir, Dr. A.P. Jaraman, sir, and all these guest speakers and panelists of this important international conference and trends in science communications. I think it's a wonderful initiative taken by NCSM as well as the NCSM for the putting all these science fraternity, science communication fraternity in the common platform, and to honor also the veteran science communicator, Dr. Saroj Ghosh. I am honored to be here, and I am honored to working here with the Gujarat Science City, which is also a mastermind of our pioneer, Dr. Saroj Ghosh. In fact, when I was at Homi Bhabha Center for Science Education, I came to Ahmedabad only to work with Dr. Saroj Ghosh that time, 2001. And I am very happy that after 20 years, we are having this Science City as a benchmarked science institutions in comparison to any other science city, science center, science museums across the country or some parts of the other countries also. Recently, the Science City Ahmedabad has opened with 3 new galleries by Honorable Prime Ministers, particularly an aquatic science gallery, robotic gallery, and a nature park, which was dedicated by Honorable Prime Minister to the entire nation on 16th of July. And after that, Science City now open for public. And in the meantime, we had learned a great lesson during this COVID-19, when everybody was under lockdown or shutdown conditions. Schools and colleges were closed, and our prime target, that students, the citizens, they are in a very panic mode. where the Science Center, Science Museum, Science City has a very proactive role in disseminating the right kind of message informations, motivating the spirit of the citizens, engaging the citizens in a very meaningful way, so that there shouldn't be no question or there no sign of a panic. So we have to prepare in such a situations. So this COVID-19 is the beginning. In fact, in this 21st century, for that type of a disaster situation, we have almost 1.5 years of experiences. Still, we are experiencing that same thing. Not all the things come to the normal stage, but we understand that Science Center and Science Museums has a greater role for for bringing these types of public understanding and making them prepared for every types of situations. So as per the last trends in 1.5 years, when what was not expected earlier, we made our Science Center or Science City. It's open for public, and we are expecting that all public should come to the science centers and to get engaged in various activities. But this is the situation where publics were closed at their home and their schools were closed, the science center was closed, everybody was closed. Then how to communicate and what to communicate and what is the mode of the communications? That gives us a great lessons. So in that context, as all our faculty members are here, Professor Dr. Bal Phonke sir, who is a veteran science communicator, science leader, science mentor, and he is also our honorable member of our governing board of Gujarat Science City. Professor Dr. Nakul Parasar sir, the director of Vigyan Prasar, of the large scale science popularization platform in this country under the DST Government of India. Dr. Pallav Bagla sir, the very frontline science communicators in the mainstream science journalism, putting the science issues and science themes in the forefront. Mr. Hasad Jawan Khan, the editor of Science Reporter, our monthly magazine, which is giving lots of things. Dr. Ram Sharma sir, director of National Science Center Delhi, and Nataraj Dasgupta ji, director of CRTN, and all. In fact, I have seen that our Rautala sir is also there, former Director General of NCSM, and now the advisor of our Science Councils, S&T Council at Uttarakhand. So with all this expertise, I would like to share that what we learned from this COVID-19 situation, that we have to make our science city, and as per these sessions, we are discussing the emerging trends in science communications. So the first and foremost trend that we learned from this situation, which is need for the society, like we have to make our science center, science city more virtual. So in that type of situation like COVID-19, everything was under the lockdown or shutdown, then we can use this virtual platform to make them aware what is happening and what is the true sense of communication materials, so that they should be prepared, they should be having the right decision to take care of these things. Then we have to make our science center, science cities more technology oriented, so that whatever the physical barriers we are having in that type of situation, so yeah, we can come above through the technological advancement. So our center should be more digital engagement, because we are dealing with more and more younger generations, those who are techno savvy, those who are very, very mobile friendly, those who are having more communication and more active in the social media things. So our all activities, we should, our theme-based gallery, theme-based pavilion, that should be make them appealing, so that they can take that use with their thoughts, their ideas, their trends. It should be very trendy or that fashionable type of things. So more virtual demonstrations to come back to this type of situations. And as the situation is deriving to more augmented realities and virtual realities, where we can relate our contextual storylines in science communications. So more we have to design, or motivate our team to design more and more exhibits which are AR and VR based, which can be portable and which can be also changed as per the situations and as per the themes. Then catering to all our needs should be focused to catering to the STEM education and STEM appreciation. We are talking about science, technology, education, and mathematics, engineering and mathematics, where we are grooming our students from the primary to secondary to higher secondary. So the science center should be the learning hub in that type of thing, because our formal school curriculum, they don't have that STEM curriculum right now, though everybody is talking about. So the science center or science city or science museum should provide that type of platform where we can have that STEM appreciation for both teachers as well as the students, so that everybody can use whatever they have studied or listened from the their school or their teachers, so they can have that type of applications at their doorstep, so that they can better performance in the national level programs like Inspire or in any international conferences type of things also there. So the more, the last point I would like to share here, that more mentoring come virtual engagement. Like we have this virtual platform. Today we have the faculty from Kolkata, Delhi, Pune, Bangalore, everywhere we are coming in this common platform. So likely our science center or science cities should have every weekly, monthly, or this periodical platform where we can invite the scientists from NASA, scientists from astrophysics, scientists from genome project, scientists from every this thing, so that they can have that they can overcome these physical boundaries, and we can discuss the real issues, the real concerns, and their consequences of science and technology. So with this, I think these are the very real and emerging trends of our science communications, for which the science centers should take care of their things. So these are all our my personal feelings, personal experiences that we learned. In Gujarat, we have this science center, Gujarat Science City, in a very modified role, modified versions. And parallelly also we have almost complete 4 regional science museum at Rajkot, Patna, Bhavnagar, and Bhuj. I think next month onwards, every month we are opening one science centers, one regional science centers at within September, October, November, and December. I take this opportunity to invite all our faculty members here and all the science enthusiastic science communicators to visit Gujarat Science City, Gujarat, as well as all our regional community science centers, and be a part of this movement. We look forward for all inputs, kind suggestions, advice for all our very veteran mentors, seers, to make this science education, science awareness, science outreach more engaging and more people friendly. Our aim is to taking science to people and people to science movement. I again invite everybody to join in this journey and help us in their kind inputs and kind suggestions. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Sahu, for giving us an insightful tour of the science city, its psyche, and what it has done and what it will do. And you are underpinning the philosophy that more technology will be applied and that reality will be reflected in greater depth by virtuality. That is, you'll be using higher technology to give a reflection of reality. We look forward to that brave new technological world. Thank you very much for that insight you have given us. I will make a small statement, because please don't think that the asking a question is the unidirectional privilege of the person who does it. I give equal freedom to all the panelists to ask me a question, so that freedom is not mine alone. I can also be questioned. It is not that I have insulated or isolated from the system and above questions. I am under questions, and this right and freedom and licentiousness to ask a question to me is expressly stated, because in many question answer forms, the questioner has the full privilege, the sole exclusive proprietary right to ask the question. I take it away from me. And now I move to Dr. Nakul Parashar, the distinguished science communicator. He has a doctorate in applied physics, an energetic entrepreneurship, because entrepreneurship and science normally, like oil and water, only under very special conditions they become miscible, and he has made it extremely miscible. And he has successfully navigated 3 startups to sweet profitability. I am reminded that 50% of the startups started by Harvard Business School undergraduates fail. 50% of the MBAs from Hyderabad, from the Harvard Business School, MBAs, their efforts, 50% is the death rate for them. But you have successively and successfully completed, navigated 3 startups with sweet profitability, keeping the bottom line absolutely perfect. And when I was, after you are taking over as the director, there has been a science communication revolution going on, but there is a revolution within revolution going on as a result of the new talents you have brought because of this. I also find that this is where the science and the management concepts merge, weld into that. Your disciplinary depth, your interdisciplinary affinities, your transdisciplinary capabilities, and your multidisciplinary management approach. That is a new point, a new starting point for science communication, what I call the revolution within revolution. So as director of the Vigyan Prasar, the sole exclusive agency of the country, which is reaching out to the masses, to about almost 90% of the masses, if I have not underestimated that, how will you share the communication revolution which you have envisaged, which you have initiated, which you will be sustaining, and in the next 5 years when there is a technological impact on it? Dr. Parashar, your kind responses, please.
Thank you so much. Very warm good afternoon to one and all. And thank you so much for your kind words, Dr. Jayaraman. I feel very happy, honored, and privileged to have my guru, my mentor, Dr. Phonke here. It's been a long time that I've had a chance to interact with. What a pleasant surprise. And also with many others like Pallav and Javed on this platform. Thank you so much, Sausab. So please forgive me for a very poor connection that I have here. Are you able to hear me now?
Yes, sir. Perfect.
Yeah. So please bear with me and please forgive me for this bailing in, bailing out kind of things that happen while I speak. It's been a long journey, I must say, ever since I got started with my journey into science communication in 1989. It runs through my family. I inherited from my parents, from my maternal uncles, the spirit to write, the spirit to convey thoughts, ideas, and this is exactly what was part of my journey. Post I moved out of the government sector about 25 years ago. I went in to join India Today, wrote articles in computer sciences as well as I was trying to complete my master's in computer sciences. And that is where I realized that, as Dr. Phonke rightly said, that not much of it gets published in newspapers, and that's a challenge that still exists. And that is what I realized after returning to Vigyan Prasar, to this whole system after so many years. Well, at Vigyan Prasar for last 32 years that we've been working in the area of science communication, popularization, and its extension, an acronym that we have developed called SCOPE. We find that there was a great deal of, there was a big void, say, in the area of communication, particularly in terms of the wide diversity that we have in this country, and that is languages. We realized that there is a void. Hello, are you able to hear me?
Yeah. Now we can.
Yeah, my connection is pretty unstable today. So the three connections that I've tried, and out of these, this was the best that was working. So anyway, so having realized that it's important to cater to a country which has 22 Indian official Indian languages, we got started in this area. We started with Urdu first, and then we started with Bengali, Tamil, Telugu, Kannada, Marathi, Gujarati, so and so forth. And what has resulted has been something very remarkable. And this is where what we need. This is where we all need to come forward. And what I've seen is in the moment you are able to speak the language, you're speaking to a person in his mother tongue or mother language, it gives a great great boost to your efforts of science communication. So it becomes very important for all of us to look into this area and start working into this area. And our initial efforts in this area have started reaping fruits. We have now started to come out with monthly magazines in these languages. We call Vigyan Katha in Bengali, Tajassus in Urdu, Arivel Palage in Tamil, Vigyanavani in Telugu, Kutuhali in Kannada, and Vigyan Ratnakar in Maithili. Many more are going to come, and this is one of the first steps that we think as science communicators. It becomes our responsibility towards the nation to ensure that we cater to these areas where we find a big void. So as emerging trends in science communication, I think this is something which we need to do. And for that matter, fortunately, we're not only restricted to print and electronic media, but we also have another two more media, which is social media and the digital media, what Dr. Phonke rightly said, the interactive media. And that is where we can effectively communicate and get the feedback we can improve upon, and we can really steer through all those difficulties and impediments that we have in the way of expanding our horizons of science communication. Print, for that media, I worked with overseas publishers for a long time, and I realized India still is very print driven. And I would again quote Dr. Phonke, what he rightly said, that we still love to read from books in our hands rather than something on screen. And that is where I think we still have a big market available. And for this, we all need to come together and do something in the area of print that shouldn't die. And I still find that most of these monthly magazines that we started, people have a demand for a hard copy rather than a soft copy. So it's exactly like back to bookhead. So it's like getting back to, we had this era where we had Kindles and Nooks of the world that had come. We had era where ebooks were created. Though they might be easily portable, they might be easily, you can take them, read them wherever you want. But still, no matter what, the feel and look and feel of a book still exists and will be there for a longer time. It is how we need to support and take it forward. This is one. On the electronic side, I'm glad to share that we at Vigyan Prasar got started with India's first OTT channel. Oh, okay. My apologies. So what I'll do is I'll sum it up and say that, it's time for us to understand, adopt the technologies and move with it, and ensure that all these science communication strategies that we evolve have only one thing we should keep in mind, is the audience that we cater to. Unless we are able to understand their taste and what they want, no matter whatever we try to develop, whatever we try to create, will be futile. So it's very important to understand, change ourselves accordingly to the technology and the needs of our audience and people who read it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Parashar, for giving us that insight that to reach out to the masses of India, the regional languages are being energetically and enthusiastically used under the new thrust you have given. And as you have recalled, it is the regional language which resonates still, and the best of science can be sold only through that. That's what the regional language science people's movements have also understood. That's thank you for the initiative and trust you are giving to this. And now we come to Sri Pallav Bagla. And as I look at his face, I find the luminous, illuminating, cherubic countenance of the Indian visual media. That's very important because he has an uncanny knack of driving his message through an image. And those images linger in your mind far beyond the visual span. So that's an art, an uncanny knack of doing that. And he has created a legacy in science communication, which is images and the matching words. I had very rare privileges of working with him on certain events. When Russian Prime Minister Putin visited the Baba Atomic Research Center, and I was looking after the media relations section at that time, Vallavji came and he had been very, very particular. In fact, magnificently obsessed with getting certain images at a certain angle, and he insisted that I should provide those infrastructural facilities, otherwise his job cannot be done. So that magnificent, majestic obsession is something where you capture images. And you have also that fantastic, fascinating capability of converting complex things into very simple matters, which we professors make simple things complex for our livelihood. So that is another thing. Another thing which I want to mention here is your book, Bridging the Communication Gap. An Indian, I think if I read that, he's bridging the communication gap in science and technology, lessons learned or unlearned from India. Of course, learned and unlearned, you didn't say I am saying that, because I have been using as a textbook for the postgraduate science communication courses which I have recently designed. And it is a magnum opus as far as we are concerned. So that's my introduction. And now I put my question to you. It's not a question, it's a query. And that query is, would you share with you your most impactful audiovisual product in the COVID times where you could send the strongest message in the simplest, shortest span?
Thanks a lot, Dr. Jayaraman. A privilege to be here in the midst of so many veterans and very able science communicators. My very sincere respect to Saroj Ghosh Saab. We have interacted, and I enjoyed every visit to a science city and a science museum whenever I get an opportunity. And one can't forget the early learnings which Nakul also mentioned we had with Bal Phonke Saab. And I don't know whether Javed is online or not.
Yes.
We together, Javed, Nakul, myself, and I should also recall Biman Saab, we learned so much, and we continue some of that learning still now. Jayaraman Saab, you said you have 95 years of experience. If you have 95, then I think Dr. Bal Phonke would have 300 years of experience in science communication. And by now, Nakul would have accumulated over 100. And we need to acknowledge some of that deep experience and heritage we have in this group, and I'm sure it would help. Now, coming straight to the point on reporting COVID-19, some of the earlier speakers mentioned people were confined to their four walls. I was not. Literally every day of the first lockdown, where there was complete, almost pin drop silence in the country, I was on the roads, on the streets, and all over the place. Within that 68 days, I probably shot, and you mentioned about my desire to get the right image, Jayaraman Saab, and I distinctly remember my visit to BARC when the Russian Premier, Mr. Putin, was coming soon after the Pokhran blasts. I shot maybe 25,000 photos during the lockdown, going all over the place, and over 100 hours of video, high definition video on location. And within the last 1 year, and I must here acknowledge and have gratitude to Nakul Parashar. In the last 1 year, I have done 52 episodes of Life and Science with Pallav Bagla, which is a on-location show and tell video show with some of the best experts. And now, during COVID-19, I should recall the 2 or 3 stories which I personally love to do. One was a feature I did on the mobile lab, and this was a full-fledged mobile testing lab, first of its kind in the world, made by a laboratory of the Department of Biotechnology in Faridabad. To get into a PPE suit, get in with the people who are doing the testing, and this is still early days of the COVID-19 pandemic. That was an experience. 8 hours of wearing a PPE kit, I lost maybe 2 kilos. Every part of my body was completely drenched. My shoes were full of sweat because all the sweat came down from top and went into my shoes. But it still stands out to be a very fascinating insight into that mobile lab, and then how it went into a rural area for testing people for COVID-19. The WHO in Geneva, the headquarters, their communications officer very heavily complimented us on that particular feature. The other one which I personally love very much is, I don't know whether many are aware, I'm one of those who had 2 doses of the vaccine and then I contracted COVID-19. 24 days after vaccination, I had a breakthrough infection and I was admitted to the All India Institute of Medical Sciences. 8 days in hospital. 7th day, the doctor said, now you're almost okay. We shall try and discharge you tomorrow. So when they say you're almost okay, the communicator in me gets active, and from the bedside, inside a COVID ward, I recorded 2 episodes with the head of the facility at All India Institute of Medical Sciences, and they, in my humble opinion, remain the only interviews where the interviewer is without a PPE kit and the person who's giving the interview, because the doctor visiting the COVID ward, I was interviewing from inside the ward. The doctor, which is Dr. Rajesh Malhotra, was in a PPE kit. So probably the only one where you have a direct contrast which shows life of a communicator and the life of a person who's treating COVID-19 patients. It has been a fascinating 1.5 years during COVID, and from going all the way up to the Atal Tunnel at Rohtang Pass and beyond, to report on some of the making of India's engineering marvels, to just last week when I interviewed a scientist from the Indian Institute of Technology, Madras. Well, yes, standing in the Bay of Bengal with knee-deep waves lashing on us, the entire team. Whether we like it or not, television is a show and tell medium. You have to take viewers to places where you can't, which is why Dr. Jayaraman, my attempt in trying to show the difficulties in which scientists at the Bhabha Atomic Research Center worked, was there even in 1999 and even in 1998, and they continue in the same fashion today. And I'm urging to go back to BARC, and Dr. Mohanty has been calling me to report from inside the facility. One small quibble with Mr. Sahu, one of our earlier speakers. Yes, virtual is a good way, but there is no giving up on face-to-face interaction and physical interactions. Museums can go virtual, but when you look at something, touch and feel is what humans are made for. So that is what is required. In the same fashion, like Dr. Ponke said and like Nakul Parashar said, books, you touch and feel. The feel of ink on paper is still very high. I have been a print journalist. I still write. I take photographs, I write, I do video, I do social media, all of it. And I love every moment of it. But ink on paper is very special. But reporting the pandemic has been fascinating. And I certainly think that Indian scientists have done marvelously during the pandemic. The diagnostic kits, recall, early days, each RT-PCR test cost 4,500 rupees. Today, the same thing has dropped down to about 700, 600 rupees. Yes, sir. I am aware of that. Yes. Indian scientists gave 2 vaccines. The reporting on development of Covaxin, which is our own indigenous vaccine, and then now this DNA vaccine. Covishield is an Firangi vaccine, like I say. So my reporting focused very heavily on Covaxin, and that is the vaccine I took, and that is the vaccine which I say saved my life. So, communication is key, and all through the pandemic, if communication had not been there, both in India and abroad, I think the pandemic would have taken a very different turn. And open communication, open sharing of knowledge I'm talking right now, communication knowledge. I'm not saying sharing of the intellectual property of the making of the vaccine or the diagnostic kits. But all of that communication has certainly helped the country. And we need all forms of communication. We just can't say that we will do only print or television. But today, the way forward is short videos, animations, graphics, GIFs. Those are the way in which the new generation is looking at their stuff. All of it is converging on the mobile phone. Today, mobile phone is the way forward. It's like a full satellite television station, or you can look at it as a personal screen. So my humble request is keep communicating and look at smartphones as a very powerful way of communicating, but don't forget physical interaction. The humans love touch and feel. So having open science museums where people can go in is a very welcome step. I still go to museums and I enjoy every moment. Just last week, I spent an enormous time at the Chola Bronze, at the Bronze Gallery in Chennai, and admired the metallurgy which went into it. So India is a fascinating country to report science. There's so much around us. And let's just keep doing all of us in the best possible manner. And with people like Dr. Nakul Parashar at the helm in Vigyan Prasar, I'm sure, like you, Jayaraman Saab said, there is a revolution happening, and that revolution needs to be multiplied 100-fold because we are a very large country with diverse languages. I'll be happy to take any questions. I did not address the question on investigative journalism, which I was asked to, because everything you do, you have to investigate, learn, and move. Every journalist is an investigative journalist. Every person who's curious is doing some sort of an investigation on his own. That's what life is. And that is what makes all of us curious human beings to learn every day. Others have spent 100, 200, 300 years. I still consider myself an intern in science communication and a science student. Every day is a new learning. thanks a lot for giving me the opportunity to share my ideas and thoughts, and pleasure to share the stage with such enlightened and science communicators with such great heritage. And thanks for recalling that 1998 or 1999 visit to BARC, which still remains fresh in my memory. Thanks a lot, Dr. Jayaraman. Always a pleasure to be with you.
Thank you, Pallavji, for sharing your unique singular experience from the COVID-19 ward of the hospital. In fact, I was trying to trace you and they told me that you are on duty in a COVID ward. That is what Hemlata Bagla told me when we were trying to get you for a conference. Yes, thank you very much. And also for answering a question which I had only in my mind, the investigative journalism, and you revealed the secret of that. A special thanks for that. I now move on to Shri Hassan Javed Khan. Hassanji, are you around?
Yes, I am here, sir.
Okay, fine. Thank you. You are the visible face of the print media in science communication in India today. And as the captain of that famous SciComm ship which you are steering now, most of us write pitching letters to you, which they call love letters to the editor, asking, I have written this article, I have done this. You know, we run a course on pitching to the editor, because the editor should look at us. You know, they normally do not look at us. So since you have been running Science Reporter with unbroken continuity for a long time, with such a diversity of topics, the pressure on you as an editor for acceptance of a variety of topics, how do you say the fine art no to those who approach you? I would like to know the editor's response of saying no to incumbent writers.
Thank you very much, Professor Jayaraman. And my respects to all the dignitaries on the panel, my wonderful colleagues, former colleagues and present friends, Pallav and Nakul, and my guru, Dr. Phonke. Yes, I have to say no a number of times. That's right. Every editor has to. And generally, pitching an article, pitching a topic is an art which many people do not realize. You have to pitch it in a manner that the editor realizes the importance, not just the importance of the topic, but also the fact that this is an information that needs to be conveyed to my readers. Every magazine has a certain target readership, and anyone pitching an article to a certain publication needs to understand the magazine, the publication, the medium that he is pitching to, and also the target audience. So sometimes I do get ideas saying that I have discovered such and such thing, or I have disproved Einstein's theory, and I've added something to the general theory of relativity. Of course, these generally I do not entertain, but sometimes when people become very persistent, I tell them to go and talk to somebody in the university, in their discipline, and get a feedback from them, and then come back to me, which has never happened. No one has ever come back to me. Of course, see, we have been publishing a number of articles. We try to be very contemporary. We try to deal with all subjects that are topical, contemporary, important, and important for our target readership. So generally, most of the current topics we have already dealt with. So if somebody writes to me saying, I want to write on earthquakes, that's a very broad topic. And I have to tell them to find out something unique, something new, some new research that has happened in the particular topic that they want to write on, and then pitch it to me again. In our training, in our science communication training programs, also we keep a session on pitching articles. And this is one thing I tell, that you can't just pick up a topic like I want to write on stem cell, or I want to write on GM foods. You have to pick up some topic. Even if you have to pick up the same topic, try to link it with some new development, some new R&D that has happened in that field. And that has to be the peg, and then you go on with your article. Of course, there are many times, as you said, we have to say no. But one thing I have been wanting to say, Dr. Phonke said the same thing, and Pallav reiterated, Nakul also agreed. Print media is still not dead, as most people are wont to say. And this we realized during the past 1 year, right from the time that the pandemic hit, and during the peak season of the pandemic, when we all had to sit at home. Unlike Pallav, who was out on the streets, we had to sit in the. We could not go to the office. It was locked. So printing activity was locked. There was no postal dispatch, so the printing was totally shut down. But still, we had to bring out the magazines. We had to upload it on the website, and there were initial hiccups in the sense that the artist who was designing the pages did not have a high configuration laptop with him. So of course they have to process photographs and they have to process illustrations. So we had to provide him with a high configuration laptop. So despite these initial hiccups, we managed to somehow get network with each of us, and we brought out the magazine, brought out every issue. None of the issue was dropped. Of course, we published it digitally, and for some time people understood when we told them that printing is suspended. For some time people understood our problems, but hardly 3 months later, as soon as the lockdown was lifted for the first time, immediately we were bombarded with requests for print editions. And of course, during the last 1 year also, we have not been able to restart our printing operations due to certain reasons. And innumerable phone calls, messages, emails, right from to me, to the director, to the minister, to the DG, and so many people have raised this issue that we want the print edition. So, of course, so this, I think this has been an unintended experiment for us also, that print edition is still very much there. We did try to, once we got hang of the digital medium, we did try to do something more, and we brought out a weekly COVID bulletin, which was uploaded on the website, and then our team members would try to popularize it, try to promote it through social media, Twitter, Facebook, etc. And although this was very well received, very well appreciated by everyone, we do not know how much penetration we had, how much reach we had. So I think the point that I'm trying to make is a hybrid model of print and digital is the way to go ahead, and that is what we are trying to do. We are apart from trying to restart our print editions, we are also trying to come up with some more e-book, not exactly e-books, e-magazines on certain specific topics. So this is a hybrid model that we intend to follow in the times to come. And Nakul talked about regional language issues of popular science magazines. We have been in talks with the National Translation Mission in Mysore, and they have shown great interest in the popular science books that were incidentally brought out during Dr. Phonke's time, and these still continue to be very relevant and very popular. And the National Translation Mission has shown a lot of interest in translating these books into 22 regional languages, and we are going to have a meeting soon with them. So, my point is a hybrid mode for a largely print-driven institution like CSR NISPER. A hybrid mode is one that does it best for the audiences and for the readers. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Hassanji, for that prognosis and also for reaffirming the indestructibility of the print media. Long live Gutenberg and his effort. That's what. But as like a recurring refrain, it has been emerging from here that the book and reading the book in the hands continues to be the prime mover for most of us. And it's nice to hear from you. And also it's so nice you shared with us the soft art of saying no from the editorial chair. Thank you very much for that. We now move to Sri Dulipati Ram Sharma. He is presently the director of the National Science Museum at Delhi. He has been with the National Council of Science Museums for 3 decades, a hardcore professional science museologist with wide experience in the design, development, and deliverables of science museum artifacts. The National Science Centers were enriched by the physical contributions and artifacts and objects he has created, and he has also an innovative way of designing the traveling science exhibitions. A leading expert in the technology and management of science centers, because technology is ultimately the prime mover in many of these artifacts. And it is one thing to produce an artifact, but its maintenance and its uplift, its value addition, those things depend again on the management. So technology management within the Science Museum is a super specialty. And you had been making significant inputs into this sub-genre. With your wide exposure and experience to major international exhibition centers and science expositions, I'm sure you would have a lot of things to tell us. So I would ask you a very simple question. Currently, most of the science museums are object-oriented, object-focused. How can we convert this object-first mentality of the museums into a visitor-centered mentality? Objects, protected objects, zealously protected, but how can we convert into with maximum impact for the visitor appeal? So that would be the game changer. Would you like to comment on your experience and your aspirations on this?
Hello.
Dr. Sharma, you're.
I'm audible, sir?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Dr. Jayaramanji, and all the respected panel members and the audience. As you said, I have been for about 34 years, I've been in this profession, making exhibits, exhibitions, science, setting up of science centers. Most of the things I have set up, I was involved in setting up a science center in Solapur, one in Jaipur, one in Jodhpur, one in Dehradun, or one in Palampur, and 2 more are being set up in one in Almora, Uttarakhand, and the other one is coming up in Ambala. So the period displays, as all my seniors have been talking about, have changed from static and dynamic displays to the immersive and engaging experiences. That's what we have been talking about. And since around maybe 2004, 2005, probably, the technology started invading into different aspects of the science communication in science centers, be it in the form of visuals or the audio or the graphics or the animations or through the mode of interactions and all these aspects. So with these things happening maybe around 2011 or 12 or so, one milestone change that we had in other than the making of a science center or science-based exhibits to setting up of a museum on Swami Vivekananda. It's a totally a different concept. His philosophical concept, his perception, all these things were put in a form of a very interesting exhibition that we had developed for the Ramakrishna Mission in Paharganj in Delhi. So here in this exhibition, we have juxtaposed the traditional displays, the kind of dioramas and the latest technologies such as the multi-touch tables for self-exploration of visitors, as well as putting up the mannequins and then making the mannequins live with several of the projection techniques. So all these things have been done there. So the major clientele of the science museums or science centers in particular, and population in general, are young, and they are very highly comfortable in operating digital gadgets, digital domain, and understanding through the digital means, maybe using phones, maybe using tabs, whatever. So adaptation of these technologies in science center communication aspect has become inevitable. So we started researching in-house what are the different technologies that we can make. So we have maybe a host of 40, 50 different technologies using different gadgets, maybe some cameras, maybe some hand gesture movements, maybe some eyeball tracking movements. So all these kinds of technologies we have developed and then mastered. And then based on that, some of the technologies were drawn upon. And in the 2015, we have set up an exhibition on Sardar Patel, which is a totally digital exhibition. It's the first of its kind, where the message of a personality or his contributions can be given through highly engaging digital experiences. So the guideline for this exhibition from the none other than the Prime Minister was so that it should be made in such a way that within short time we will be able to replace the content and this becomes an exhibition of another personality. So with that kind of interchangeability with minimal intervention, so we had developed this exhibition, and which was inaugurated by himself, Mr. Narendra Modi ji, and on 31st of October 2016. And later we have used similar techniques in the Hall of Nuclear Power that we have developed in for Nuclear Power Corporation of India at our center to promote the nuclear science to the public. The concept was minimal changes in the infrastructure will be able to present the life of works of the problem. So the Sardar Patel exhibition gave rise to the concept of virtual experiential museums in India. Now, it's a totally new concept that has been coining in the Ministry of Culture for maybe around 3-4 years. So they want to set up, because there are a lot of heritage cities in the country which have got rich heritage with the tangible, intangible, and all these aspects. So to put them up in a proper perspective using digital technologies at different places, the program was envisaged, a plan, it's called Virtual Experiential Museums. And NCSM was given the responsibility to set up the first Virtual Experiential Museum at Banaras, in the Varanasi, in one of the ASI monument, that is Man Mahal. We thought we cannot do any physical intervention with the structure because of its heritage nature, but still we had to project the lot of content in that. So digital means was invariably used, and in a very creative way that exhibition was created. And based on the success of that, an exhibition on Ajanta caves was got developed through IIT Bombay, which was set up in National Museum, in which the digitization of the high resolution digitization of the images, paintings of Ajanta were done. So then they were made live with a lot of animations to storytelling. So all these things will bring in the digital technologies that are mandatory for telling a proper story. So, and with that experience, now another project is coming up in Humayun's Tomb to create a AR, VR based experience this interpretation center. So now with all these developments, keeping the larger picture in mind, the Ministry of Culture now has embarked on making AR, VR based museum oblique site interpretation centers at different ASI sites, archaeological sites, being Nalanda, being Sarnath, all these. So NCSM is a technology partner for this purpose. We are working with ASI. We had an MOU, and then very shortly, some of the projects will be coming up in this direction. So this is by using the technologies of augmented reality, so we can juxtapose or contextualize the object that we are seeing, the structure that we are seeing, how it has been there, how it has been made. Okay, so just summarize, I'm doing that. So this is on one front. The other front, we had developed to reach out the new trends that we're talking about. 25 mobile science exhibition have been added to the existing fleet of 25 to reach out to the rural areas, in which we at the NSC Delhi, we have done what we have done. We have given virtual reality headsets and sent it in the mobile bus to the ultimate rural children to have the experiential understanding and learning of the scientific concepts. So this is the other thing is online exhibitions are taking up in a very big way, with using the IoT technologies, where visitors sitting in one part of the world will be able to interact and operate the exhibits in our center. So this is kind of a thing, technologies that are the future, where we are working, and shortly some of the things, experimentation is also done on this side. And at site, when the visitors come to the center, so because of the COVID and other situations, they cannot touch. So we have to provide non-contact type of interfaces, so that we're doing. So all these things, these are challenging as times for the council, as well as the visitors, to go out and experience the science. So this is what is the field of work that we're doing. And if any questions are there on this line, I would be happy to answer. I would conclude at this point. Thank you, Jay.
Thank you, Sharmaji, for giving us an insight into what is in store for us in the future, how technology will be rewriting the new museums, and how virtual reality will take the museum object to the rural children, the underprivileged people. So that's very a fascinating story of the outreach program. Glad to know that.
Thank you.
Now, thank you very much. Yes. Now we come to Sri Nadaraj Dasgupta.
Yes, I'm there.
Are you here?
Yes, I'm there.
Okay, thank you. Yes, it's nice to know that whenever we speak about museums, we always find a mechanical engineer behind that. Because I'm sorry for my anecdotal, it's not a statistically valid statement, but it's an anecdotal feeling. But I have found several, even when in atomic energy we were planning anything, a mechanical engineer let us consult. Because engineering is embodied by mechanical engineering. And I am glad to know that you are a hardcore mechanical engineer. And we also know that you are not only a mechanical engineer, the aesthetic part of mechanical engineering you have added by industrial engineering. Now, the combination, that's a deadly powerful combination of mechanical engineering, the robust doing of things, and the aesthetic doing of things by industrial engineering. And what for can a museologist expect from the deliverables? So with these two powerful inputs in your hand, and also in addition to that, I'm impressed to know that you have, in addition to your mechanical engineering, in addition to your industrial engineering, you have also gone for EM.Tech in science communication. And that means that second finer aspect has also been added, that is completing the triangle from the perfectionist point. With this, I want to ask you one small question. Museums are changing from the fossilized inactive objects. They have become largely passive. Now, how do we change with mechanical engineering, industrial engineering, this passive case into an active case? Earlier, we had a mention about technology being used at the very high level. But at a fundamental level, how would we make them more active from the passive state of today?
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Jairaman, session chair. as well as all panel members and audiences. I would like to start with expressing my gratitude to Dr. Ghosh. Since we have been working in NCSM for quite a long period, we consider ourselves as disciples of Dr. Ghosh. So my pranam to Dr. Ghosh. Today's session is on emerging trends in science communication. I am not a frontliner science communicator, or I am not working as in the areas of science communication to the public. But my field of work is actually making products for communicating science in science museums, what we call as exhibits or exhibition. So this is my specialization where I am working in NCSM. So you understand that museum profession, what we are in is multidisciplinary areas. It doesn't remain to mechanical engineering or exclusively to other areas. It's an interdisciplinary area. So naturally, you know that the very much question what you have asked me, I will answer later on. To start with, I would like to mention about one or two news. We know very well that Lord Ganesha drinking milk, that event happened, and it was like wildfire information propagated throughout the country. Everywhere, each and every Ganesha is drinking milk. But there is the, you know, why Science Museum is so very required in communicating science to the society and connecting society with the science. So we started talking about the science of it. We need to break the misconception of the thing happened. Another thing happened in Kolkata maybe 1 or 2 years back regarding eggs being produced synthetically, plastic eggs. And government acted on that. They started raiding markets to find out plastic eggs. So these are some of the examples which is being propagated through print media and electronic media very fast, which reflects the skin culture of our society. There are many other things happening even in scientific community. You know, nowadays the digital medium is so strong. We find many scientific documents in YouTube, social media like Facebook, Twitter, everywhere. Recently, it's not recently, just after, during pandemic, beginning of pandemic, we have seen one, during month of April, one video was circulated, a self-driven bicycle by Google. And it was in Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, viewership was so big. And they said it is coming up in the 1st April of 2019, a new product, which is self-propelled bicycle. And that was actually a simulated video, and they made it as prank video. And that was circulated among the public for public understanding of that this kind of product is very much there in the market. There are many other things happening in digital medium, like, you know, simulation of scientific phenomenon, or some processes they show, or some of the product they show. I have come across one demonstration of, you know, kind of science demonstration of electromagnetism. There is a magnet at the bottom and some of the magnets flying like feathers in the air. And many people thought about that this is kind of phenomenon shown through some, you know, form of visualization, and it could be possible to make it. We also thought of whether it would be possible for our science museums to make such kind of thing. And we discovered that that was not really being done. There was a contest of creating, you know, computer graphics of certain theme, and somebody created that as a computer graphic. So this kind of information is very much there in the air, and that is why the thing what we think of that science communication should be made honestly for the public, for the society, for upliftment of our life. So naturally, being working in science museums, I limit myself to this communication in science museums. Initially, the science museum content was like, it was curator-centric, as many of them are talking about. The curator or scientist being subject matter expert, they have created kind of story, kind of narrative to show to the public visitors. Whether they understand that or not, that is not a big thing. For them, it was that their research being displayed to the public. But gradually that has shifted. That has shifted from this deficit model of science communication, what was basically from the science subject matter experts to the audience. But later on, it was like that, that people started thinking about, as many of the panel member was talking about, that visitor-centric concept. So actually, this shift from deficit model, where we used to consider that audience are not up to their, prior knowledge, so that they will understand the very basic principles or phenomenon of science and technology applications. So that is very, to me, it is a wrong notion that people can interpret many ways. Actually, the thing what we really want to communicate in Science Museum nowadays is that making people understand that what is the benefit of science and technology to their life, how they can make use of day-to-day application, day-to-day use, and make use of those things for future, better lifestyle. So naturally, if it necessary to be useful by them, then we have to think what way we can communicate to them so that they make meaningful understanding of that content delivery. So we need to think in respect of visitors' knowledge priority. Museum has certain level of problem because the demography of visitors is quite wide. It is from illiterate to very literate people, scientifically knowledgeable people, scientists, and beyond that, so many people. So we need to satisfy so many people. That is why the question of layering of information is so very required in science museum interpretation. So when we go for layering of information, at the time when there was no such kind of computer interfaces, or we can talk about some electronic interfaces or digital interfaces, at that time we used to have printed medium, photography. Yes, photograph, images, so many things. It is mostly a static one. Sometimes it is a little active. Sometimes it is a functional exhibit. But nowadays, because of this digital technology being so very fast growing in worldwide, so we could get the help of those digital medium, which facilitates to use layering the information, or you can say the interpretation of scientific and technological knowledges. So in future, we have great opportunity of using this digital medium as a major tool for science communication, even for the museums. Physical museum will be there, but parallelly, this virtual, online experience of museum visit will be much stronger than what is now prevailing. So we have several kinds of technologies forthcoming in our society. We are going to see that application of artificial intelligence so very intense in our life, even in the museums, even in the interpretation of science, even in the designing science museums, even in designing science communication tools. Everywhere we'll find that kind of automated computer control systems, which we call actually artificial intelligence. And many other technologies are prevailing, like AR, VR, XR, MR. Those are simply a tool for visualization. But basic technological intervention will be through artificial intelligence in future. So I want to go into the question that if an object is there, how we can make it mechanically or to some extent with the help of technology being connected with the visitors. So there are plenty of other tools we have in digital areas like QR code, many other object detection and retrieving content of that. Parallelly, there are other technologies being involved in mechanical engineering. We call it 3D printing. In many museums have incorporated that. I can give you one example of DNA Learning Center in New York. Yes, they have a DNA interpretation center where they're showing an artifact being printed in 3D technology, 3D printing technology, with every detail to interpret the Iceman OZ. So in many places, they used to have some takeaway items from museums which are 3D printed, even the chocolates of in scale model of some replica of objects. So you can connect that way with the visitors and the object, and interpretation could be done the very essence of the objects through digital medium. Thank you very much. I end it here.
Thank you very much for Rajdi for that insight into the technology which you are using now and which you propose to use in the future. That brings us to our first generation responses to this question. And Umeshji has been weighing in grudging scales the time allotted to each person. We are generally on good time. Am I right, Umeshji?
Yeah, he could properly.
Will you please look into our QA box and see, read out the questions required for us? Oh, wonderful, wonderful. Yes. So I will take half a minute and then I will hand over to Dr. Phonke for overview. Recently, I have come across a new phenomenon in Bombay that the arts museums have got into the science field. The two major art museums of Mumbai have asked us, that is the Baudaji Lad Museum and the Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj Vastu Sangrahalaya, to look at their objects and to bring out the science in that. The last one I did for them was on radiocarbon dating of a manuscript. They wanted students of 7th and 9th, the science of radiocarbon dating is to be explained to them. So the gap between what is being taught in the class, in the textbook, classroom, and what this object helps you to explain to them. So that was an approximately 24 programs we have done, going to the arts museum, natural history museums, and taking science. The Pennsylvania University brought us just a drum, a Lukumbi drum, and that was used to teach sound for a regional class in Kerala. So a Kerala drum, a Lukumbi drum from Pennsylvania University, anthropologist and archaeologist giving the history, an electronics engineer giving the sound production electronics, and the sound subject as in the classroom is explained. So we are weaving new colorful fabrics, and the COVID times has given us enormous opportunity for experimenting, which we would otherwise have not thought of. Dr. Phonke's time we have, I just want to make one more mention that if you do pattern analysis of the panelists and the people, largely or mainly or fundamentally, it has been Phonke school of thought. Most of the panelists, including me, are brought up in that school. So that is one aspect which was not evident, but as we narrate and unfold our story, we could know that. So I would request Dr. Bal Phonke. There are some residual responses which he wanted to make, but for want of time, he couldn't do it in the beginning. So will you please step in?
Yes, thanks, Dr. Jayaraman. I think I get two strong take-home messages from the discussion we have had so far. The first is the print medium is not dead and not likely to be.
Right.
But it needs a kind of revolution, a transformation to take place to make it more and more relevant and interesting and fight against, I wouldn't say fight against, but sort of stand against the threat that the digital media is imposing on that. It should make itself as strong, as appealing as the digital media. The second is, well, it's the converse of that, which is what Dr. Ram Sharma mentioned. AR and VR are going to make great inroads in science communication, and we need to use them very judicially but powerfully in order to take home the messages that we want to. Having said that, I think I would like to bring your attention back to the question that you had posed to Pallav Bagla. What is investigative journalism? I think he could have perhaps mentioned, or maybe for lack of time he didn't, the experience that he had and I had with him almost 30 years ago, when the Konkan Railway was being constructed, it was under construction, and we wanted to do an article on that. So we approached Professor Sridharan, and he said, okay, we'll have all this. So I said, we don't want any of your brochures. We want to do a kind of investigative journalism on that. So Pallav and I, we went to the site, went on the tracks, into the tunnels, on the rivers, on the bridges, to get a sort of first-hand experience of the excitement of that construction, and brought home an article. That was investigative science journalism. It's kind of, I think they have continued over. I think we published a series, Javed might remember, India can do it, to bring home the point to our readers that the Indian scientists and technologists are doing a great job. And this is again what Pallav has been trying to do during the pandemic, because the general perception of our people is that the Indian scientists have not been up to the mark as far as meeting the threat of the pandemic concerned, which is just not true. There are several, for example, new tests have been developed for is more accurate and particularly detecting the the tracing the contacts in the rural areas by having more mobile vans and the like. The second is development of vaccines, not one but two. Co-vaccines already in use, but another DNA vaccine, which will be particularly useful for children, is also being developed and undergoing trials. And the third is even medicines. The DRDO has come up with 2-digit glucoside for treating this one, and that is also undergoing trials. Apart from that, a number of other discoveries, interventions, and new gadgets and new treatment modes have been available by Indian scientists, and they're still doing so. And that needed to be brought home to people, which is what the role of science communication is going to be. And I think that is going to be a new trend of setting up the contribution of Indian scientists in the right perspective to tell our own countrymen what the scientists have been doing. They have gone sort of unsung, they have become sort of unsung heroes. They have not been talked about much. We're putting greater attention on what's happening at the social level, at the political level. The scientists have been doing their job in a very subdued manner, in a very determined manner. And that needs to be brought home. It's not just that all that is being done by the West. The point that needed to be brought home, I think that is very strongly now being said, is that we have not used any foreign vaccines. So perhaps Covishield is a foreign vaccine, but it is manufactured in India, totally manufactured in India. And with that and Covaxin, we have already given, I think today's count is 66 crores have been given the dose, 51 crores, at least one dose, the rest of them fully vaccinated. Maybe the count has gone up by another crore today. And if we look at that number, it is only for the 18 plus population, which is about 93 crores. So we have covered something like 70% of our population with at least one dose. And this is what many of the other countries are also seeing. As for industrialists, Mahindra rightly said, very popularly said, that we are vaccinating one Australia every 3 days. And if we look at the other countries which have posted something like 100% coverage, like Israel, I think we are covering what? One Israel every half a day, or maybe more. And that is totally due to the contributions that Indian scientists and technologists and manufacturers have done, and that is the point which is worth stressing, which unfortunately has been overlooked. So this is.
I think there's a person who was asking to something from Vishweshwaram Museum. They raised their hand.
Sorry, is it
Museum question?
Sir, are we audible?
Yes.
Would like to ask a question. Sir, to all respected panelists, we'd like to present two things regarding the recent science communication. One is the fact that just because the science centers have to address a very large section of people, we try to cater to the kid, from the kids to the experts. Ultimately, we boil down to very rudimentary level of communication, nothing beyond that. And all over the world, the trend now in science communication is to communicate research rather than the rudimentary basic principles, which are now taken care of much better in the schools and other institutions. So do you think that there should be a turnaround in this respect of objective for the science communication through science centers and medium? And then secondly, another question I would like to ask is that all the panelists talked about the advent of technology and very sophisticated high-class technologies, AR, VR. These have become kind of buzzword. We listen quite a lot that we need to use AR, AI, VR and all that. But how is the question? And quite often we actually fit the stories into technology rather than develop the technologies as per the requirement of the stories. Don't you think that minding more interesting, appropriate, proper representative stories would be much more important?
Yes, the question has been asked. Or who would like to take that?
Should I say something?
Yeah. Yes, Sharmaji?
Yeah. The question is, see, you said the rudimentary things that are, if they're taught at the school level, so, and we are also doing that. So it may not be that in the actual case, because the Indian education system focuses on certain aspects and they have a set syllabus and guidelines. So though there has been a change happening gradually now through the new education policy, but it has been the same over the years. So now the kind of a science that we are talking about, which is not taught in the schools, so it becomes necessary for science centers to interfere in that sphere. And rightly said, we should have a different levels of exhibits for different levels of our clientele. So if you are expecting the college level students to come, so then see, any exhibition is designed for a clientele. So it cannot be from 6 to 60. Okay, if it has to be from 6 to 60 age group, so then it should have different levels of exhibits catering to the different intellectual levels of the public. So that would take care of conveying and communicating the higher level and research-based science that's happening in different parts of the world to the appropriate visitors. Nataraj, you would like to say something?
Sir, while I agree with you, I have this question that what happens is, since we do not make any provision for the serious level science, we lose out that class of visitors almost completely. In most of the cases, our museum visitors mostly are juniors, and the seniors are merely accomplices to them. They just bring them to the center, that's all. But are we really in a position to address the real technical requirement of the senior students taking up science in future? Unless and until we can do it, do you think that we will really make a mark in the science practicing community?
Yes, question is very pertinent to this in connection of science communication. Yes, you are very much correct that in many science museums, we are not talking about the current science or the science which are emerging in present day. So many in the world, they are looking for such kind of theme. They are working on quantum mechanics even. And there are many other subjects which are a little of, difficult to understand for the kids, but it is quite good for the college students and other visitors who really missing those things in museums. Nobody is preventing to have such kind of content in our science museums. Somehow we have not come up with that kind of contents, but nobody is preventing to have such kind of content in our science museums. Even interpretation, regarding interpretation of the subject matter presented in the museum through digital technologies, like as you mentioned, AR, VR, MR, XR, whatever way you call, it is a wrong notion that anything could be fit into any content. Technology is not the thing to display. Technology is a tool to present the content. So naturally, it depends on what kind of technology will be suitable for what kind of content to deliver. So we have to select accordingly. There is no hard and fast thing that everything should be applicable to any kind of science museum galleries. So it should be considered that way, that what kind of tool is suitable for what kind of content. Absolutely correct.
I think everything has to come to a stop and we need to conclude it. I think with this, with only one statement, that there is a question that as part of the question was science communication should be limited to research studies. I do not agree with that, because museums and science museums should be able to explain basic concepts to children beyond their classroom text. If you are using a mask and if you do not know the viral loading when you whisper, when you speak, when you shout, when you cough, when you sneeze, what are the number of aerosols coming out corresponding to this activity? A phantom which should be able to generate this, and the aerosol chemistry is something which is to be taught as part of this. So basic physics, very fundamental things of aerosol chemistry needs to be educated, and a classroom is not the place where it can be done successfully. It is multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary, and even transdisciplinary. So the museum is probably the best fit where these problems can be solved when there are emergencies of this type. Well, for want of time, we will conclude here. And I thank all the panelists for their very concentrated attention too, and the extremely condensed version of their presentations, their time, their attention, and their contribution to this panel. Thank you very much. Thanks, everybody. How much? Oh. Sorry for eating into that time. Thank you. Thank you for understanding and appreciating us. Thank you, Mirchi. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
But I think that when it comes to science, whether it's science capital or science culture, we have a lot of evidence and data around the world to show that science centers do have an influence on people's attitudes. And I think that is actually the most important impact of a science museum or a science center, that it influences people's attitudes towards science, the way people think about science. In addition to that, we know from research that science centers, they strengthen science learning, they enhance an interest in science, they strengthen motivation to learn science, they affect attitudes, as I said, they increase confidence in science, and they influence career choices of young people. All of these are very important aspects. Of course, we have some data on the career choices in a more general statistical way, but of course, I guess all of us have a lot of anecdotal evidence where we have people who have made a career in science later saying that actually when they were a young boy or a young girl and they visited a science museum, that's where they got sort of inspired for their career. One example is the Nobel laureate for chemistry, Sir Harold Kroto, who visited Heureka at one point. And I always remember the point he made, that when he was a young boy, he went to the science gallery at the Science Museum in London, and that's where he got his inspiration. And then he went on to a career in science and then to receive a Nobel Prize. However, the important thing is not for us to produce Nobel laureates. The important thing for us is, of course, to help people understand how they can use science in their everyday life. And I think we actually are doing that to some extent. We are pretty good at talking about basic science and sort of getting people hooked onto that kind of thinking and sort of that people understand why science is needed. But I would like to pose the question, when it comes to more complex issues, are we as good? I'm afraid we are not. The world is dominated today by what we call the wicked problems. And those are, of course, always, they have a base in science, but science alone cannot solve those problems. There are economic, there are political, social issues involved. And even if science is providing like a base information, the problem is much, much more complex. I think one of the most important things that we can do in that context is to provide people with an understanding on how science works and what the nature of scientific knowledge is. I think of science as a revolutionary process because it actually proceeds through paradigm shifts. And now you need to understand that this is a very tricky area because, of course, when you have a certain concept, a certain scientific theory, and you have the majority of the scientists working in that field adhering to that theory, it is a very strong base, and usually there's a lot of evidence in favor of that concept. But still, there might be a case that suddenly there is new information, new data available, which will sort of question that concept. And that will always be a revolutionary thing because all the people who have a position in science, they adhere to the existing paradigm. And then there is somebody, usually a young guy, coming up with a new thinking. And of course, that is very difficult to actually get that through. And that is why the rules of science say that we should have an open and critical scientific debate. It's very important that it's open and critical. I am a little bit suspicious that this may not always be the case. I have evidence that I know there are cases where it absolutely has not been the case. And in a way, it is understandable because if you have your position because of the science you have done, and then somebody questions the fundament of that, of course, it will affect your position. And it's very human to try to stop that kind of debate. But in science, that should not be allowed. In science, it should be an open debate. And I'm questioning whether we actually are able to provide people with a realistic concept on how science works and what the nature of scientific knowledge is. I think it is important because most people tend to think about science as the truth. It's sort of, that is the truth, and we just need to adhere to that. But science is never at the truth. It can approach the truth, but I don't think it will ever actually get there. And it's important to understand that science is not decided by voting. You sometimes, when you read about the current debate on climate change, for instance, you sometimes read statements in the press like 97% of all scientists working in the field think that climate change is human caused and all that. Actually, from a scientific point of view, that kind of statement is more or less bullshit, because you don't decide scientific issues by voting. They are decided by data, by facts. And it is enough to have one voice, which actually is different. And if that voice carries the data that will cause the paradigm to be shifted, then that will be the case. And the history of science actually has many examples where exactly this has happened. So I think this kind of understanding more deeply what the nature of the scientific process is, I think that needs to be part of the agenda that science centers and science museums have. And as I said, I am afraid that we have been very good at conveying basic science and basic concepts, but we have not been equally good at conveying the more complex issues. Thank you.
Thank you. That was Professor Edwin Person, who is an independent consultant advising science centers and museums on core crystallization, strategic morphing, and institutional evaluations. He was formerly director of the Eureka, the Finnish Science Center. And during his leadership, the center in Eureka achieved international reputation for its circulating exhibitions. 25 countries, which traveled to 25 countries in 4 continents. He was president of international branch of the organization called ASCC, the Association of Science and Technology Centers, from 2004 to 2005. And also of the EXCITE, the European Conference on Science and Industry from 97 to 98. And he's now honorary fellow of these 2 organizations. His special interest regarding Science Center has been about their impact, which I know there's a report which he was the author. We always follow that report on impact of science centers, on which he has published separate papers. His company is worldwide agent for the Dinosaurio Mexico, prime producer of robotic dinosaurs exhibitions. I'm sure those dinosaurs are available. Now we have Sherman Rosenfeld, who's from Weizmann Institute of Israel. Can I request Sherman to share his views on the topic and also your perspective of the science centers and their impact on society?
Yes, thank you very much for the introduction. I would like to have the screen. Is it possible to share the screen?
You can share that.
I have a
PowerPoint.
A PowerPoint, yes.
Can you click on the share screen?
Okay, so I will share it.
Yeah.
There you go.
And then
okay.
You see, yeah.
Yeah, okay, so you can see the PowerPoint?
It's coming.
Okay. Okay, so thank you for the introduction, Ganja. So I want to talk about developing cultures of science in science museums and elsewhere. First of all, happy birthday to Saroj Ghosh and also speedy recovery. A little bit background about myself. I was born in Los Angeles, California. In 1982, I came to Israel, and I've been there ever since at the Weizmann Institute of Science. My expertise is the area of informal science education and its connection to formal science education. And what I want to talk about is how I have tried as a museum director in California, who worked with the Lawrence Hall of Science, the Exploratorium, other places, how I took these ideas and tried to bring them into the classroom, because I would make an argument that it's important for us to broaden our perspective and look at science culture as something that can be done in museums and also with other partners. So I think the first thing I'd like to talk about are what are cultures of science and technology? Notice the plural. I don't think there is one culture. I think there are many. I think in a way, each different discipline has its own culture. There is something that connects them all, but there still are differences, just like with people. And I also want to mention that we're talking about science and technology, not just about science. So I would say that cultures like this are environments that actively and proactively promote the transformation of questions about the natural world into answers, and human problems involving the natural world into solutions. There are two important claims. I think this is what I see as the cultures of science and technology. We start with questions about the natural world and turn them into answers, and that's called scientific research. But we also have human problems about the natural world we want to turn into solutions, and we call that technology. And that's what we talk about R&D, research and development. So having understood that, what are the requirements that we have for developing these cultures? I would argue that they're all about key values. And the values are, first of all, curiosity and question asking, honesty, openness. Professor Pearson talked about that. Data-driven argumentation. Ganja talked about that as well, and how we have to be connected to data. And I add this, a maker's mindset. Today, making is taking over the world, and I think rightfully so. It's a wonderful addition to science and technology. And a maker's mindset is basically a mindset that says, I don't know yet, but I'm going to keep on trying. And the time, space, materials, and people to support these values. Those are the requirements that I would say are needed to develop cultures of science and technology. However, there are some barriers, and very significant barriers. I think that we need to address them. The first is lack of time. The big problem in schools is that we do not develop cultures of science and technology because we don't have time, because we have to cover a lot of stuff. Also, there's a fear of looking dumb. I don't want to show that I don't know. I don't want to ask because somebody might laugh at me. The lack of time, the fear of being dumb, for me, define most of what goes on in school science. And what I would claim is most of what goes on and passes for school science is not about developing the culture of science. It's about getting people through a system, and it does not develop scientific culture. There are exceptions, but I think those are two barriers we have to address. A third barrier is a culture of certainty. As long as I know that I'm right, as long as I know that these are the facts, don't question, that's a big barrier to developing a culture of science and technology. And last but not least, what adds it all up together, a lack of appropriate mentors. We need to find people who know how to mentor others, how to give them the opportunity to ask questions, to make mistakes, etc. And they have experience in doing things that are uncertain. I'll give you an example of something that has been published, and it's also in the museum world, and that has to do with the cow's eye dissection. This comes from the Exploratorium. And in the Exploratorium, what do? They take a cow's eye, they take it out, and they dissect it with people. And it's also online, a very fascinating experience. I ran across this article, a research article, and it was about how do you develop early interest in science? And I was surprised to see that the person that was quoted at the beginning, a female PhD student in chemistry, said the following: I was in the 3rd grade, my teacher did something you couldn't do in class anymore. We dissected cow eyes. And I thought it was so cool and so much fun that he sent a bunch of extras extra eyes, home in a bag. It reminded me to put them in the fridge when I got home. And so I did. And when my mom came home and she said, "Hey, how was your day?" I said, "Great." And I just went about my business and forgot the eyeballs in the fridge. I thought it was left. She thought it was leftover lunch and went to open it up. And there were like 4 or 5 eyes looking back at her. And so all of a sudden I heard this screaming and I realized what I had done. And from that point on, I really started to love science. So there's an example of science culture. And I would like to talk to you now about student projects, because I think that's the way that we can develop student interest in culture of science and technology in schools and out of schools and every place you want. And I think that there are 3 elements. I've been working in student culture and student projects for like about 20 or 30 years. And these are my insights. I think you need to have a connection between questions, knowledge, and R&D methods. And that's all based around the intrinsic interest of the student, their learning style, and then of course, regular feedback and evaluation. So I want to go through each one at a time. First of all, we need to have different types of questions and people who can ask them and people who feel comfortable about them. You know, different types of questions are pretty much like different kinds of elements in the periodic table. You can't talk about chemistry unless you can talk about the elements. And you can't talk about science until you can talk about the questions. And there are different types of questions. This is a whole talk in itself, but I think you get the idea. You know, there's just lots of different questions between from something like what's going on, what's the connection, how does it work, why is it happening, et cetera, et cetera. The second thing is, and I just want to mention, this is a graph based on real data, and you can see that typically from age 1 until 17, the ability of students to read and to write go up, and the ability of them, or not the ability, but the consequently, the performance of them asking questions goes down drastically. And so I think we need to invest more time into teaching kids and giving them the permission to ask questions. There's also different types of R&D methods. There are some of them here: experimenting, making models, surveys, observations, building prototypes, etc. And of course, there are different types of knowledge. I think it's important to realize that that combination between those 3 aspects is what makes a good project, makes a good scientific research. And now I want to talk about how do we bridge between formal and informal learning. So Avi Hofstein and I wrote this article in 1996. And afterwards, my student, Orna Falick, and I developed a model on how to implement between formal and informal. So I just want to briefly talk about that. So we would say to bridge the gap between formal and informal learning contexts, you need to have 2 staffs: the formal staff, the informal staff. And you should engage in the intersection of 4 aspects and 4 design principles. So here are the 4 aspects. The 4 aspects are organizational, cognitive, affective, and social environmental. In each one of them in our article, we talk about the big differences between formal and informal institutions. How do they differ? And so I think the 2 groups of people have to really talk about those differences and understand them. And then there are 4 design principles. Mutual recognition of the importance of bridging between these different approaches, mutual acquaintance between the curriculum of different programs, whether it's informal or formal. How do the schools do things? How do science museums do things? Preparation of students to reduce the novelty space. That's basically the aspect that when you go to some place you don't know anything about the physical or the cognitive newness of that area, you're going to spend more time on that newness and less on the actual knowledge acquisition. So we need to prepare students for that. An ongoing dialogue between the 2 groups. This is a visual graphic of the design principles and the aspects. The original article has examples on how this can be used. We've used this successfully in bridging between formal and informal. And finally, where can we develop the cultures of science? And here you see lots of different places. It's not just science museums, it's citizen science, it's science journalism, it's new media, it's science competitions, science festivals, science fairs, hobbies, you name it. And I'll just mention that my colleague Judy Diamond and I are now writing a book on the state of the art of informal science learning, where we have examples of all this. We'll have about 40 different chapters from people from around the world. And we're exploring the state of the art of this whole topic on developing the cultures of science. So I want to just end with a Happy New Year. This is the Jewish New Year, Rosh Hashanah. It's starting this coming week. So I wish you all a sweet, joyful, inspiring, meaningful, fun, and happy and healthy New Year. That comes right from Rehovot. And I want to mention the memory of Watson Lech. Many of you know him. He was a great friend and fan and colleague of Saroj, and we miss him deeply. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman. I just give a little introduction of you now because you have spoken. Chairman Rosenfeld received a PhD in biology and science education at the University of California in Berkeley under the mentorship of Professor Mike Leach, whose photographs he just showed you. In fact, Dr. Mike Leach, who later became Vice Chancellor of the Berkeley University, was a great friend of Dr. Saroj Ghosh. And I remember having visited Mike Leach's house with Dr. Ghosh in 1983 when we visited Lawrence Hall of Science. Since 1982, Sherman has worked as a science educator and researcher at the Weizmann Institute of Science in Israel and internationally. He served as a director of a science center in California and as the educational director of the Weizmann Institute's outdoor science center, the Garden of Science. He directed Israel's informal science education program for the youth, spearheaded the introduction of project-based learning into Israel's middle school science and technology curriculum, and participated in multinational projects funded by European Union. He is currently co-editing a book on the state of the art in informal science learning with Judy Diamond, planned for publication by Routledge in November 2022. I'm going to be associated with Weizmann, with Chairman for this book, if possible. And thank you very much for your nice insight into culture of science and the ways to develop the culture of science, especially young children. Thank you very much. Now we have with us Mr. S.M. Kenneth, our ex-colleague in the National Council of Science Museums, an electronics engineer by training and science communication by vocation. He has served the Science Center field for more than 33 years. He recently retired as the director of the Nehru Science Center in Mumbai. He held the position of directors of 3 large science centers in India, the Vishwesvaraya Industrial and Technical Museum in Bangalore, National Science Center in Delhi, and the National Nehru Science Center in Mumbai. And he also held the directorship of the Modern Art Gallery. What a combination of art and science. During his career, he immensely contributed to development of exhibits and science centers. He was very efficient in networking with stakeholders for science and success of science centers. Instrumental in developing an international exhibition on cricket and how the cricketing nations became friendly nations through cricket. That was, and this exhibition became very popular and went to Australia, to England, and to some in India, various parts of India. So now I request Mr. Kenneth to share his views on the theme of the conference topic, as well as how he feels the science centers have impacted the society at large. Thank you, Mr. Kenneth. Yeah.
Thank you so very much, and very kind of you for the kind introduction. It was fascinating to listen to my predecessors, Dr. Person and Dr. Sherman. I know we have assembled today basically as a continuum of a felicitation program that we had done yesterday on the 86th birth anniversary of our mentor, godfather, the founder of the National Council of Science Museum. Yesterday, the whole of the day was concentrated on the foundational values and how the genesis of the science museums and the science centers came about. One thing what was highlighted by Dr. Ghosh yesterday was that when when the museums movement started in India, it actually came up as a scientific and industrial research organization, museums, the Birla Industrial and Technological Museum, and then subsequently the Vishweshwara Industrial Technological Museum, until coming to the Nehru Science Center, where we also, to begin with, when we are a part of the CSIR, we perhaps approached that the industrial museum, science and industry museum concept, until changing gears to have an open air science park, basically as an influence of the socio-cultural system that existed then. When we're talking about the scientific culture, if it has to be enshrined and for a possible dissemination of this, it is mandatory for all of us, the practitioners of science communicators or science museum or science center, that we involve the social scientists, the political scientists, inclusively. Until as we involve that, it is not possible for us to we have a tyranny of numbers. We have about 1.3 billion people. Although we are very good at when we aim certain things, we achieve it. Take for example, I think Dr. Jayaraman spoke about it when it all started. The COVID when it started spreading in India. People were worried. I mean, all over the Western world were worried. What's going to happen to India? Could be the mass spreaders. But then today, I think Dr. Fonke said 66 crore vaccinations have been given. This has come about primarily because of the will of the social scientists and the political scientists, along with the scientists. I mean, the scientific fraternity and the science communication. It's therefore mandatory that for science communication to exist, these things have to work together. And when Dr. Ghosh talked about this talk, I think Dr. Ghosh is a standing example of how to come out of the silos that each one of us presently are working, particularly in India. The science centers or the science museums, I would put it, both of us put together, we work in some kind of a silo. And so is the case with the art, archaeology, and cultural museums. They all work in silos. I think that came about today in the morning session when we had people from the museum fraternity speaking to us. But the beauty is, Dr. Ghosh is an embodiment of how science, art, and culture can fuse together, network together to achieve the best possible result. He's an example. He rose to the level of becoming the president of the ICON. So to give one example, what we did to involve people, both in terms of social as well as cultural aspect of it. We are talking about the toilet manifesto, which is going on all around. Toilet is something, is kind of a taboo in Indian system. If you really look back, the toilets were actually built outside the house when you had large space. With the shrinkage of the space, you brought the toilet into the houses. What we did in the Nehru Science Center, when we did an exhibition on toilet manifesto. There could be a political manifesto. There could be a science manifesto. Can we have a toilet manifesto? So this is a kind of it's a social subject, having a political connotation, having a social impact. So in the Science Center, in order to create this scientific culture that we are talking about, this scientific culture can be created when we actually involve every stakeholder. Majorly, if you have to touch the larger audience, we got to involve the social scientists, we got to involve the political scientists. This is what we did. There is another exhibition which I vividly remember. Of course, it was not done in the Science Center. It was a beautiful science exhibition, more or less the scientific content, but done in an art exhibition. It was called as a soak. Mumbai, during the rainy seasons, sometimes the whole city goes under water. There's so much of drainage that happens. I mean, the water all over the city of Mumbai, the water logging takes place, and the local trains come to a standstill and things like that. So that soak exhibition involving the historical aspects of from the British times, the drawings, etc., putting the original drawings and giving a message as to why this is happening. Why we are not able to soak the water, why the earth ground is not able to soak this water. So this is a kind of an art science gets blended into this and very effectively done. There is another thing that I would like to talk here. There's an exhibition on water, the elixir of life. What we did is we had about 2.5 months of time where we involved, there's one of the best art college here in Mumbai, it's called the JJ School of Art, which is about 125 years, 130 years old college of art. We, the Science Museum curators, have our own way of looking at the water from the scientific point of view. What we did, how do the artists look at this problem? That what we are thinking about, all of us are talking about water, what it's the essential of, it's absolutely essential. What's going to happen to if there is no water? Will the third world war happen because of the water? Things like that. You know, artists came out with a completely different connotation than what we as scientists did. When I say scientists, as science curators profession who have been following a certain type of exhibits, what we call as interactive or participatory or minds-on kind of a thing, but they came out with very abstract ideas. They were as fascinating as what we have done. So there is a possibility for the fusion of these people, all of us, art, archaeology, culture, each one of us coming together to enrich the presentation and to create the scientific culture. Since we are talking about the future also, you know, our own science, NCSM has what is known as a policy for scientific, promotion of the culture of science. In the promotion of the culture of science, there is a certain yardstick that we have defined. Perhaps that yardstick, perhaps at this stage of time, it may need a change. For example, if you have to have a science city, it is specified that we need about 32 acres of land. Or, if you have to have a national science center, you need about 16 acres of land. In the modern times, when the land is shrinking, the value of the land is increasing, is it necessary to have that? Can we have vertical urbanism? For example, in Mumbai, 12 acres of land. There are several people who have told you're sitting on a gold mine. Is it necessary? No. Can the same concept of the science center going vertical, which perhaps is followed in China, where, again, it's densely populated. So there is a different approach that all of us can adopt with the changing times. I will also come to, I think, a person talked about how Harold Toto was influenced by his visit to the London Science Museum. Similarly, we have several cases here in India. For example, Mashelkar. Mashelkar keeps talking about when he was, I think, class 4 or 5, I don't know. Wherever he talks, he says so. His science teacher actually took him to a soap factory to talk about soap. So this is something where the science centers provide that ambience of coming out of the classroom. So it is not necessary that we also have to find out that one individual who can perhaps be a Croto. For example, Raman looked at light differently than what Rayleigh looked at. Perhaps Raman would not have looked at light differently had he not seen that one board of ambience. That ambience is the Indian Association for Cultivation of Science. That one small board that he looked at maybe changed the whole course of his career. In a similar manner, I personally have a feeling that science centers all across the country have that triggering point. Michael Faraday, for example, had he not listened to the lecture, Humphrey Davis lecture, perhaps things would have been different. Just the lecture that he listened to maybe it excited his mind, and there was a hidden scientist in him to become a Michael Faraday. So similarly, all across the country, the science center have that ambience. It is just that we need to collectively work together with the social scientists, with the political scientists, because we face a tyranny of numbers. We have 1.3 billion people, and then with all that expansion that we have gone about, we've been able to reach about 62 science centers. So we have so much to do. If that so much to do is to happen, we have to engage the social scientists. The classic example, there are still vaccine hesitancy even in the best of, in the most developed countries like US, for example. Australia, there is a lot of vaccine hesitancy. In India, which is because of the social scientists and also the political class coming together, joining hands, that vaccination hesitancy has come down, and we've been able to reach to it. Yeah, so I'm just coming to a conclusion. I'll be concluding this. Basically, what I'm trying to tell is learning from, since this is a tributary conference to Saroj Ghosh, I think we should all take an example from Dr. Saroj Ghosh and try and involve all stakeholders and not work in silos. Each of us are working in, when I say each of us, whether it is the practicing scientists who are working in the scientific research laboratories, which are funded by the government. Most of the science research that happens in India is government funded. the scientists, the practicing scientists, the science communicators. It could be print, it could be, Vigyan Prasad. When I say about Vigyan Prasad or the art, culture, archaeology, all of us can come together, join hands to be more effectively communicating science and creating the scientific culture that Mr. Okela talked about. I know the time is very short. It's a premium for us. I think with this introductory remark, I will. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cadet. Now, Walter Sablos has joined us. So I would like to just say, Walter has over 30 years of experience in science centers, science museum field. He created a science center of the University of Brussels and then became the first executive director of EXCITE, European Network of Science Centers and Museums. In that capacity, he obtained various European Union grants, including the pencil, building bridges between informal and formal science education. After more than 10 years, he moved to US to become the Director of International Relations at the Association of Science and Technology Centers that we call ASTC. During his 13 years at ASTC, he created IGLO, International Action on Global Warming, represented the field at the Rio 20 Summit, initiated the International Science Day in partnership with UNESCO. After his career at ASCC, he became an international consultant for science centers and museums worldwide with Yes You Can Consulting Company. He recently became a Fulbright specialist in all matters related to capacity building and strategic planning for science centers and museums. Walter created museumexpert.org group that aims at supporting museum staffers out of the work because of COVID-19 pandemic and to analyze the future of museum careers. What an experience. I would now request Walter to give his viewpoint on the topic as well as what he thinks the role of science centers in spreading the science and diffusing the culture of science. Walter, please.
Thank you so much for this introduction, and happy birthday as well to Sarosh, and hope he recovers soon. First of all, I need to echo the words from Pele in the beginning about the composition of the panel, because I have communicated on Facebook about this session and how proud I was to be part of that, and got a lot of remarks from a lot of friends in the field about the composition of the panel. And so I urge NCSM to look into the future to be more attentive to that and make sure that all voices are heard. So this one thing be sent. Another precaution is we have a short time, and so all what I'm going to say is not nuanced, not very nuanced. It's going to be unilateral and probably a little bit controversial as well at some point, but hopefully that will trigger some conversation. So, but to make sure that there is no misunderstanding, my view about science is that science is like the air that we breathe. We don't see it, we don't notice it. No one cheers when he's breathing, but when it's not there, we die. So that is how important science is for the planet and for us individually. But even if that is so, the science is not, from my point of view, a significant part of what I call the collective consciousness. As much as we want it to be, we have to be very clear about ourselves. We were speaking about the influence that we have on a number of people. I think that we systematically make a mistake by comparing our audiences, people who visit us and people who are captive about science, captive audiences, and we look at them and we don't look at all those who do not come. And so from the point of view of the numbers, we certainly in no way reach the population. And in that regard, from my point of view, there is not a significant impact that we can have on a scientific culture. So from my point of view, as I said, scientific culture is an illusion. And there is a long history of a conversation about the relation between science and society, science and culture, for centuries. And over the last century, in the 1950s, 60s, certainly that has come up again in various ways, especially because of the competition between the US and the USSR for exploring space. There was this push that now we need science and technology to make sure that we win that battle. And that led us to some kind of vision about science and science culture that was very strong in the 80s. And I remember typically sentences like the following: "It is not acceptable that people know Michael Jackson's latest song and that they even can sing it and know all the words, but they don't know who is the latest Nobel laureate." And so this kind of vision was, we need to go to the public with this idea that everybody should know who the latest Nobel laureate is. And that was part of a culture that at time, recently or 20 years ago, we started to criticize as the deficit model, and where it was like, we need science in society, we need to communicate it, we need to educate people, we put all the efforts behind that. And we know after a while that didn't work. And that has been replaced over time by science, public engagement with science, science and society, science in society, science for society. But however, I think that there is a lot of evidence that that change did not affect or increase the place of science in culture either. So one of the elements that I use for that is that, and especially in the developing countries and in developed countries like Northern Europe or the United States, etc., we have not seemed to be able to make a significant difference in the global numbers of how many kids are interested in going for scientific studies. We have influenced a few, we have influenced individuals, but when we look at the needle globally of the population and not only our visitors and captive audiences, we have not moved that needle. So we have not done either we have not done our work, or there are obstacles. And I think indeed there are subjective and objective reasons why science does not penetrate culture as we would like it to do. And so I'm going to give you a few examples, and bear with me, this is very personal, but it explains a little bit why I think in this way. When Donald Trump lost the election, he refuses to recognize it. And it took 3 weeks for the counting to be finished and finally to be announced that Biden won. It was a Saturday morning. I can remember it. It was just before noon, and I was sitting in my apartment, and suddenly I hear a big noise, and I didn't know what was going on. And I opened my window, and in the patio and on all the balconies around me, people came out of their apartments and were shouting and screaming, and they were chanting and saying, "It's over, it's gone." And I took my phone and I filmed it, and I called my son in Brussels and I said, "This is happening here, this is amazing," and I nearly cried. So this is sort of an emotion that overcome in an event like that. And that is happening, this emotion part, in many elements. Think about the latest soccer final between England and Italy. When England scored the first goal after 2 minutes, the whole stadium exploded in an intense emotion, expression of emotion, not only in the stadium, but in front of television for millions of people everywhere. And the last example is when I'm listening to Pavarotti and the three tenors singing in Caracalla, Nessun Dorma, which is one of the most beautiful things ever written in music, I can listen to that every time, and every time it moves me in a way that is beyond understanding. So what do I think are the characteristics of that? I think that the emotion part in culture is an extremely important one, and that the intensity of the emotion is important, and also the repetitiveness coming back and back and back again. So I mean, it is, when I listen to Nessin Dorman, every time I can have the same emotion. When my soccer team scores a goal, every time I have an intense reaction to that. So these are things that you do not necessarily find in the scientific learning, in the scientific endeavor, in the research. Individuals, of course, they have that. But think about the men on the moon. Even when the first man on the moon landed, we did not see people going out on the streets and driving their cars and screaming in the streets and things like that. That's not happening. And so, I mean, there is a very big difference between how the population, the global population, expresses themselves and reacts to things that are part of their living world, part of their common consciousness, and science is a sort of an obscure part of that, not for everybody, but for the majority of people. So we can associate ourselves with cultural expression just as music, even if we are not able to write music, or we don't know the name of the opera, or et cetera, we don't play an instrument. But when we shower, we sing. I don't see that happening in the same way. There is no comparison with any kind of personal expression regarding science and that. So it's not a surprise for me that actually we have to be a little bit modest about that. There are 104,000 museums in the world, according to the UNESCO numbers. There are less than 3,000 science centers. So the impact of institutions on culture is still extremely limited. And so these are what I think some of the subjective obstacles, but there are also objective obstacles, and some of you have said something about that. And I think that if you want to be part of culture, if you want science to be part of culture, then you have to accept the rules of what that means. And that means mostly being transparent and accessible by everybody, and accept control and criticism. And what do we see? Instead, it's not happening necessarily like that. And some of that is, and it's been said before, science is difficult. And the difficulty of science makes it very difficult to make it accessible to the most people. So it's not like when math is difficult, you cannot just invent some math. When you cannot sing, you can still sing in the shower. So that is the difficulty of science, is one obstacle. The hyper-specialization is an obstacle. And, oh, really? Okay. Okay, let me say. So let me
we
see.
have time. We have time. You can go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. So actually, we have a big trend in the scientific community that says there's a need for advocating for science-based decision-making. But what is actually happening, and is something that we all support, of course, and that's been said before, and the pandemic shows that. But what we are actually looking at, what the strategy of the scientific community is to create connections between the world of science and the decision makers, and that does not include the public. And so there is a real gap here, so that this new trend of making science as basis from decision making that address all the topics that concern our as citizens do not include the public at this point. And so there is a need for a triangle where scientists and authorities include the public in the conversation that has been said before about what that means to make decisions based on science. I also think that an obstacle is that controversies, as we see with the pandemic now, are not necessarily well handled. See how complex the scientific method is, and Pelle spoke about that. And the reality is that we see large groups of people who refuse vaccination, and even health workers who are supposed to help with that refuse the vaccine. We see science being supporting undemocratic activities. I just think about the way the technology is used in China to control the population and give them points about their social behavior. And so that's a way where science actually directly acts against democracy. And science acts sometimes against culture directly, or there is a conflict between science and culture when you try to impose a number of programs to clean water in certain parts of Africa. Because of the traditions they have and the beliefs they have, they will not drink water that's been tampered with someone else. So there is a conflict between science and culture from time to time. And so my extreme, and that is my last example, the extreme example for me is the way that the marches for science have been organized over the last years. The March for Science was a reaction to the expected attacks from the Trump administration to scientific practice. And with reason, we should respond to that. But that attack on science was not the only one. It was part of a very large effort from the Trump administration to defund Planned Parenthood, to take away gay rights, to stimulate again white supremacy, to not address systematic racism and all of that. The Masters of Science have not been able to combine these things, and they have been seen as isolated from the rest of the population. And this was, from my point of view, a very big mistake. If you cannot associate your own struggle with that of other people in the society, there is no way that you're going to actually influence them and create a new culture of science. So what is the answer? The answer is not to do more of what we do now. The answer is to be humble, and how would I say, to become invisible, to dilute science in culture, to invade or transform into community centers addressing well-being and the problems that the community have. We have to start from what the questions are that the people have in the society, and how can we address them, and how can we address them in a multi-dimensional way, and by distillating science into the answer, by giving the people the air to breathe. Thank you.
Walter, for such a viewpoint on the culture of science. Now I will have the next panelist to speak on is Suhas B. Naik, who is a planetarium specialist from Bombay, and he has created a number of planetarium programs and worked for the planetarium for over 35 years. And he has arranged over 500 lectures on enhancing public understanding of astronomy through scientists in his planetarium. And he is a member of the Astronomical Society of India, Indian Physics Association, Bombay Association for Science Education, National Center for Science Communicators, and Indian Science Writers Association, and International Planetarium Society. And he is in social sector. He has been president of the Rotary Club, and also became their Scientific Literacy Committee chairman for 2 years. So I request Suhas to give his viewpoint on the theme, as well as what he thinks has been the real outcome and impact of his planetarium on the society. Suhas, please.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, thank you, Chairman Rautelaji, for your kind words. In fact, I don't know where to start now, in fact, because you put me in such an orbit that very difficult for me to remain in the orbit. But I have no choice. But the today's program is, dedicated to dying of Vishnu Pitama in museum culture is none other than Sarojji, in fact. He completed 87 yesterday, so today he's 87 plus 1, in fact. I think we compliment him for that, because he's one who is responsible for getting 40 beautiful minds together, in fact. I think we would have, if the program would have extended for under one more day, then we would have definitely got another 40 people. So 87 would have definitely matched altogether. when you talk about the scientific culture or something like that, I like to just, in fact, like going around the Nehru Science Center, I happen to got one excellent quotation by none other than our first Prime Minister of India. Why I'm trying to quote over here? Because this year we are celebrating a platinum jubilee. Means we are celebration of 87th birthday of Sarojji, then 75th birthday of Indian independence. So this particular thing quotation exactly, I like to read it. In fact, please allow me to do so. Am I audible? I quote in quote. In quote. Okay. Thank you, sir. In formative period of childhood on the youth, it is essential that people should come to museum and team. Their mind will be different by the direct such they are be there. I would like this aspect of the education to the museum to be enveloped by Panditji and co. I'm talking about the planetarium with the permission of chairman, because the panel discussion where I'm participating is entitled Museum, Science Center, and I'd like to add planetarium in promoting culture of science. In fact, well, we are cultured people. I must tell you something about way back in 1977 when this planetarium, Nehru Planetarium, came into existence. And while inaugurating the planetarium, Indiraji, then Prime Minister of India, said in fact, like, visit to the planetarium is very going to be essential because you are going to change your outlook or something like that. I don't know about others, but when I visited planetarium for the first time, I changed my outlook, and that's the reason I'm here in this field for the last 38 years, in fact, like. Again, way back in 1980, there was a total solar eclipse which is visible from India. Bombay, it was a partial eclipse, in fact. I don't know how many people remember that particular incident. When I was in Bombay and I was walking on the highway, Western Express Highway, not a single soul was, looking up in the sky. Thanks to the Doordarshan during that time, everybody was blues because of the film they choose called Milli. In fact, where the telescope is there, and everybody knows the history of Milli. That was 1980. Let's go to 1995. There was another total solar eclipse visible from India, in fact. Again, it's Bombay, it was a partial, in fact, It's early morning sky. And I must tell you, in 1980, none of them were visible, none of them were available at the planetarium. But 1995, early morning, more than 100 people gathered at odd hour kind of thing. 6 o'clock in the morning, can you imagine? People are gathering at the planetarium. In 1990, another eclipse was there, in fact, like you know very well, the solar eclipse takes place on a new moon day. That's called Amavasya, in fact, And Amavasya, people consider, you're not supposed to get out of the day. But what happened on that day? The people gathered at the planetarium, and you can see the number goes on increasing, in fact. And 1990 goes to another 2005 and 2010, recently 2019. And why I'm trying to give this sort of example for you, as the time advances, the number of people coming to the planetarium to see the silly events goes increasing or something like that. And I must tell you that the people who are present there, the communities are nothing no other than the school-going children. The curiosity of this science is generated by the planetarium. These people like to enjoy it through coming to the planetarium. And people say, in fact, like, if you want to become a Galileo, you have to see through the telescope itself, in fact, like. And well, we have a lot of programs, in fact, like, if I can tell you the statistic, something about 1 lakh and more people visit every year to the planetarium. And amongst them, 65% population is of students community. In fact, that I must tell you, the planetarium is nurturing, like encouraging the young minds or something like that. And you happen to see this planetarium culture is increasing in India. And thanks to the National Council for Science Museum, they started with the museum, they switched to the science center, and now they have the planetarium. I think I can tell you, we have more than 50 planetariums the biggest stakeholder are National Council for Science Museum. If I allow my imagination, in fact, the scientific culture started in West Bengal or something like that. See the amount of scientific museum, scientific centers are there spread in the north, in the east, and try to go to the north. In fact, like you'll see the cultural heritage. The people are near the eastern region are, I think, more culture kind of. That implies that the culturality can be determined by number of science centers, number of planetariums, and number of museums they have, in fact. And you see the distribution, in fact. And if you start going up, you come to the south, you come to north, okay, see the number of planetariums, it goes on decreasing, something like that. You can come to the conclusion yourself, in fact. See, as such, in fact, you are said about scientific culture. What is scientific culture? In fact, I must tell you the history. Go back in 1956, we had a term called scientific temper. Where are the scientific temper now? And what do you expect the scientific culture to grow in India? But must tell you, if you want to listen, I am not still able to understand what is scientific culture or something like that. So that's the reason NASA Center for Science Communicator had decided to have one session, one conference dedicated to the scientific culture, in fact, and that goes because of, if you happen to see a TV serial called Cosmos, the person responsible for launching the Cosmos, everybody knows Carl Sagan. Way back in 1978, he did it, in fact, like 13 episodes. And what is it now, in fact, like? Entire Cosmos is in your fingertips kind of thing, in fact, like. I involved in making the planetarium shows kind of thing, in fact, like. The show lasts for 45 minutes, but when you enter the planetarium and come out of the thing, you're enriched with a lot of experience. What happens in universe, which is people talks about 13.8 billion years ago. So we can start what happens, and we can come where we stand now. I can cite example, in fact, like if you have to tickle the youngest mind interest in science and technology, I think planetarium have played a major role in fact, like. I can cite my own example in my introduction, thanks to Rautila that highlighted that thing. I was in my 35 years in career in science and in planetarium. I could hold something out more than 500 lectures. These are public lectures. And who are the people who attended the public lecture? This public lecture was attended by mostly school-going children, then science, college-going students, and the people interested in science. I can cite you. In fact, I am not completed my PhD, but I can tell you more than 100 students are pursuing their higher education, are completed their higher education in astronomy, astrophysics, thanks to the planetarium, in fact, like. I can go on and on, but I don't have that big drum where I can beat it, in fact, like. But I must tell you, those who are not visited the planetarium must visit the planetarium, and they can experience themselves. Thanks to the earlier technology, the planetarium technology is going to complete something about 100 years of its existence. You know very well that 1926, the first planetarium came up in Germany. What was that? That was the optical planetarium. The stars were shining during the daytime. Okay, you don't have to, in fact, like, moment you go inside this thing, at the tip of your finger, finger, you can change the entire universe, in fact. That's the technology what we are. Now we advance in science and technology. We have digital planetarium. But I am like a conservative person. I like to go back and enjoy the show in the optomechanical planetariums kind of thing, in fact, like. It does give us a different scenario, different. You're in fact, like, I don't know amongst you how many people are seeing the night sky filled with 100 billion stars. But I had experienced myself and witnessed to this particular thing. Moment our stars become alive inside this dome, you start getting a collapse. Oh wow, that's kind of thing. That's. Oh, I know, sir. I know, because I cannot. So I know that's precisely thing. In fact, like in 45 minutes. With a moderate ticket of 100 rupees, you can have 100 hours kind of thing of excitement, in fact, like. Friends, that's the way I must visit. I must admit here the last thing that this planetarium is just across to me. I'm not seeing the entire galleries, in fact. The fault lies with me, not with the center, in fact, like. But I think whenever I come across here, I see the amount of people going here and there, and particularly in the open ground, exciting things are happening over here in Pack Life. And thanks to the culture we should develop under the guidance of Sarojji in Pack Life. Friends, can I stop here? With your permission. Thank you so much. Clap it.
Thank you so much, Suhas, for giving the perspective of planetarium in developing scientific culture. Now we have the last panelist, Mr. Samrendra Kumar, who is the director of the National Council of Science Museums headquarters in Kolkata. Samrendra is presently working as the director of the NCSM headquarters, has 31 years of experience in the field of science communication. He joined as curator at the Nehru Science Center, Mumbai, and also worked as the head of the Kurukshetra Panorama and later Regional Science City, Lucknow. And he is involved setting up the innovation hubs in science centers and implementation of the scheme called Promotion of Culture of Science, which is the major scheme the government of India launched for setting up of science centers across the country. He is also involved with development of galleries, exhibitions, and for NCSM and other organizations. Recently, he has been instrumental in developing international collaborative exhibitions like Superbugs, the End of Antibiotics, in collaboration with SMG London, and now working on another international exhibition in collaboration with London Science Museum, the Hunt for Vaccines. He also presented papers in a number of international and national conferences. May I now request Mr. Samrendra Kumar, who was instrumental in piloting a study called Impact Study of Science Centers through an external agency in NCSM. So, Mr. Kumar, please give your perspective on culture of science and what do you think about the outcome of the impact study of NCSM? Mr. Kumar.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Adela, sir, for this kind introduction. And I'm really privileged to be in such a galaxy of panelists who are leaders in their own field. So I'm just going to talk about especially the government policies and some of the schemes which are in the direction of promoting a culture of science in the country. So I also listened to Dr. Pele that the science should be open and critical debate, should be open to criticism and debate. And I fully agree with him because the originality and independence of thought and dissent are characteristic of the scientific culture and therefore is a challenge to the established cultural values. So I think every speaker has talked about that science and culture and how they are linked. And I think they are totally interlinked, and science is a part of culture, and how science is done largely depends on the culture in which it is practiced. So although there is no language of science, which is, though it is specialized and therefore sometimes inaccessible to non-specialists and common people. So there is a very, there is a lot of dependency on such kind of informal science institutions to make science accessible to the people. Science is also often described as a product of culture. At one hand, science is considered as a comprehension of natural laws, while technology, on the other hand, is the application of scientific knowledge in creating products or tools that improves lives of people. And the culture provides a social platform and shared values that bring and keep people together. But no one can deny the fact that the success of science and the use of scientific knowledge have profoundly changed everyday life, and which is more pronounced in developed countries. Life expectancy has increased strikingly, and cures are available for many diseases. Mr. Rautala talked about the COVID-19 vaccine. I think the culture of science was an important part of that, how we have met that mitigation. The agriculture productivity has increased to match demographic developments, and the technology has freed humankind from arduous labor. There are new methods of communication, information handling, and computation that have brought unprecedented opportunities and challenges too. These innumerable discoveries or inventions by the mankind have radically changed our way of describing the natural world and have influenced our everyday life. So, in fact, the government of India, the successive science policies have therefore emphasized the need of population on awareness of science and technology and creation of infrastructure for activity-based learning for the masses, especially the young generation. There is a need to broaden the knowledge base of the people on science, technology, and the current global issues for sustainable development of the society and consider decision making. If any country has to progress in the knowledge economy era, it has to develop an innovative society through creation of facilities for engagement, creativity, and innovation. There is also a need to have an adequate level of awareness of science and technology in society. Countries like India, where we have a very large number of youth population, especially we need to develop a culture of innovation and problem-solving skills among the youth to enable them to engineer solutions in food, water, healthcare access, education, and affordable housing, and find environmental friendly energy sources. These solutions, which are important to benefit a large section of society, will be crucial for bridging the widening disparity in the country. A strong innovation ecosystem is very important for creating an innovation society which facilitates the birth of new ideas and also provide platforms for the successful exploitation of these ideas. So development of science cities, science centers, and innovation hubs in different parts of the country under a central sector scheme has been a focus area of the activities of Ministry of Culture, Government of India. Earlier, the scheme was called a Science Cities Scheme, but in 2017, it was rightly named as a Scheme for Promotion of Culture of Science, considering the fact that science and culture are so intricately linked and intertwined, and it is difficult to separate them. National Council of Science Museums, an autonomous organization, the Ministry of Culture, is the implementing agency of the scheme to set up science cities, centers, and innovation hubs. And what Mr. Suhas Naik Satam was telling, that this time in 2021, we have now added Digital Planetarium and Space and Astronomy Education Center to the scheme to be set up in different parts of the country to promote astronomy education amongst the people, especially the youth. I would also like to tell that the National Education Policy 2020, which was implemented in the country, is the first education policy of the 21st century that aims to address the many growing developmental imperatives of our country. This policy proposes the revision and revamping of all aspects of the education structure, including regulation and governance, to create a new system that is aligned with the aspirational goals of 21st century education, while building upon India's traditions and value system. As several objectives of the scheme of SPOCS are aligned with the goals of national education policy, the scheme can play an important and active role in national education policy implementation through its activities and programs in the science centers and the innovation hubs, and which can help in a big way in the nation building. So far, we have 25 science centers and museums which are operating under NCSM. 22 new science centers have been handed over to the federal state governments. 13 new science centers, including 3 science cities, are in making, and 5 science centers are approved by the Government of India to be taken up. In addition to this, we have 2 science cities and several science centers and museums which are being operated by the state government, the federal governments in the country. Incidentally, under NCSM, we have developed 37 innovation hubs all across the country, which are functioning and involving about lakhs of students who are engaged in this activity, and to promote a culture of innovation and creativity. Mr. Kenneth also pointed out that why we should not change this scheme. And over the years, because of the continuous interaction with the stakeholders, we have also gone for the vertical expansion this time. In 2021, there is no limitation of the space. If the space is limited and the space is good, we can go for vertical expansion. So in fact, we can say that I'll just show you some of the things, some of the interesting stories of the innovation hubs, which are, because we are connecting with the lives of the people. I would like to just share some of the slides which are there on the innovation hub. Can you share the slide? Yeah, next. Innovation hubs are promoting innovation, creativity, and engagement in science. Next. Okay. Yeah. So I will not go into detail of the scheme. Next slide. what are the activities are there? The activity, next slide. These are the facilities what we create inside a 300 square meter area. And it consists of a lot of hands-on interaction, the design studio and the idea lab, where people can come and give their idea. And I'll show you some of the examples which are happening. Next. If you take the data of January 2021, actually more than 2,000 students are actually involved in doing some innovative idea projects. More than 6,85,000 people have just participated in the exposure visit to the innovation hubs. So we are trying to create an innovative society all across the country. And this is the status of that. We have 37 functional innovation hubs and 3 are ready for opening, 13 are work in progress. And then we have 8 more, which will be coming up shortly. Next. These are all across the country. We are trying to create innovation hub, which is a very good example of networking through various other institutions. Though we have science centers, but we are also going into some of the informal science institutions which are promoting science education. For example, in Kuppam, we have a science activity center. In Pune, we have activity center. So there we are going, and then we are opening these innovation hubs, where the children are being engaged. Next. These are the completed. Next. Yeah. You can say that by December 2020, we had 15 patents filed by the young students also. So we are trying to promote this kind of patent filing and going for the entrepreneurship by the children, because there they are questioning, they are working on different projects which are there. And I would like to share you that because they are closely connected at the local level with the society, they are trying to find out the problems in the society, what the people are facing the problems, and then they're trying to solve those problems through innovative ideas. So next slide. This is one example that one of the patent was this energy-free food preserver. So this has been done in Calcutta, whereas young student has done this kind of thing, and he has got this patent. Next slide. This is again an example of how the people are connected with the lives. This is a foot-operated manual page turning machine in Guwahati in the northeast region of India, and he saw some of the physically challenged people, and then he developed this kind of machine, which was awarded by the president, the then president award. Yeah, next slide. This is another foot-operating tea-making table for especially able people. So these are the kind of examples how we are connecting the lives, and probably where there is an example where the science and culture, and because culture is connected with the lives of the people, we are connecting the science and the innovation hubs and the science centers. Next slide. Next slide. Yeah. Yeah, we are just closing. This is another example, a quick finger duster for the whiteboard, where again a student got the national award for this. Next slide. Yeah, next slide. These are some of the examples of young students coming forward, because if you have to build a society, probably we need to engage students at the very ground level, and they are from the rural background, they are from the very hinterland people. So I think we are connecting those kind of children and trying to build a society. Next, we can go for that. So the activities of the science centers and museums and innovation hubs are designed to promote a culture of science, creativity, and innovation in the country, with a special focus on the youth population. And we are also giving a special emphasis to promote STEM education in girl children in such centers. Yeah, these are some of the activities. Thank you very much for giving me this time. Yeah, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Kumar, for your deliberations. And you nicely explained how you are trying to create through the innovation hubs, an innovative society. Now we have a few minutes, about 10 minutes to sum up and have your quick comments. May I now request admin person, if he is around there, to touch upon developing a culture of science be one of the major objectives of science centers? If it is so, then how can it be done? Admin person, please. If not, I don't think he's around.
I am.
You are there. You are there.
I have been listening with great interest to all the panelists so far.
Oh.
I I think I would like to thank you for well thought presentations. The tasks you give me, Ganga, is a little bit, how should I say, it's difficult to achieve in something like 2 minutes. I am, as I said, optimistic that when it comes to talking about basic science, and when it comes to things like making people interested in science and increasing the motivation and also perhaps influencing the attitudes, I think those are things that we can fairly easily do with the activities that we do now. But I am actually echoing Walter Stavros when he was saying that there is so much more to it, which is really not there, and where we really need to think about what our role is. I was talking about the problem with the wicked problems of the world, like climate change, and maybe pandemics belong to that, but many other things, big issues belong to that are very complex. And how are we going to deal with that? Because then we are actually having to merge a scientific and a political, economic, and social, and so on aspect into it, and that makes it much more difficult to deal with the methods that we usually use. So I think there is a challenge to that, and it is also clear that even if we have been successful today in what we do, we are not one of the major players in the world when it comes to influencing people. So maybe those are the kind of questions we have to ask ourselves. How are we going to make our activities more successful in terms of reaching out to new audiences? And I think that's probably one of the key questions here. I think that's about all I can say with this very short notice and this very short timing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sherman, you mentioned about the basic values of science and towards developing a culture of science through questioning, curiosity, honesty, openness, etc. That how do you think the science centers could direct their activities towards achieving these basic parameters of culture of science?
Well, I think the best way of doing it is by example. And I think that the programs that science centers have should be analyzed with those values in mind. I think that there are many good examples, and there are probably some not so good examples, but I think we need to have a criteria. I just threw that out as a possibility because I've been thinking a lot about what makes a good science culture. And I think those that's where I would start with values. So I would use those. I think we'd start off maybe with the staff to think about it, to do some self-reflection, and then maybe even to have focus groups coming in and asking them what they think.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Walter, you...
सील करके उसी के साथ में
शर्मा जी कहाँ से आ गया यार बीच में?
Sorry.
Walter, I have a question for you to elaborate on. You mentioned that the science has to be part of a culture. You know, in India, I think it's the only country is enshrined its constitution of developing scientific temper in society. Scientific temper is nothing but an attitude of science. And even that's a rule. You said there has to be a rule for developing the culture of science. And science has to be part of the culture. So what are the rules that you mentioned and how can we achieve this?
Yes, thank you. I know, and from what we hear, India certainly is doing much more than many countries in the world to achieve scientific literacy from the population in general and scientific culture. So there is no doubt. India takes it on the government level with a lot of initiatives. I totally agree on that. I think I say basically two things. And that is not focused on India, it's focused on the global, right? Is that we have to base ourselves on data when we do science. We have to base ourselves on data as well about how strong we are and how important we are, and be a little bit humble and realize that despite all the efforts that we have done, we have not moved the needle in the society about making science a bigger place in the collective conscience of the population. That's what I'm saying. And we can give individual examples, and this person has become a Nobel and all of that. We know that. But when we look at the globality of society, and culture is about globality, it's about numbers, it's about everybody in the country. And when we look at that, we are nowhere near what we need to achieve. That's one thing. And the second thing that I say is, to get there and to be able, we see that with so many obstacles to actually penetrate the mind of the people with that and increase that conscious, that we need to find different ways than what we are. It's not multiplying the programs, it's find other ways to reach the people. And the first of that would be go where they are and listen to the problems that they have and find ways to bring science into the conversation on how to solve the problems that keep them awake at night. That is the thing. And so these are the two ideas that I have. And every country is going to address that in a different way. But certainly it's not by staying on saying we do the right thing. We have to really think to innovative ways of penetrating the minds of people. And it's going to be by going to them where they are, listen to what their problems are, what they want to be solved, and then distillate science into that. So that I would say, even like, not without noticing it, that they're going to actually accept it and become more open to science.
Thank you. One more quick clarification from you. You mentioned that specialization is a barrier in developing culture of science. So how do you think this barrier could be broken?
Oh, well, well, certainly there is. I think one way, let me make a very shortcut here. And actually India does that very well as well, I know from practice. There is a big framework now, which is the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, that addresses how the planet should move forward to make sure that we are a sustainable, create a sustainable planet. This is the only and the most recognized common platform to understand how the different connections between the global threats to the planet are appearing, and how education can help to address them, how technology can help to address them, how innovation can help to address them. So from my point of view, the strategy for science centers moving forward is to think in a way of how can our programs actually be part of this bigger initiative. And I think that the UN would be very pleased with a large movement from science centers to support the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, because it addresses all the sciences, because you need all the sciences and the interdisciplinary approach of sciences to address any of the sustainable goals that are in there. And so I think that that would be a major step forward if we all collectively together would work on that.
Thank you. Mr. Kumar, one clarification. You mentioned about the scheme for developing culture of science. You develop various science centers in the country. Your recent evaluation study, the impact study you carried out, do you think there are indicators in the study that tell you that your goal of developing scientific culture in society has been achieved to some extent?
Yes, sir. I would like to say that in that impact assessment study, what we did, more than around 28% people felt that, okay, it is serving the cause of that, because there's superstitions and the belief systems are being challenged, and they are getting answers to that. So I think the impact study was very helpful in that, and it also told that it is creating that kind of system, that kind of value in the society, and many people are getting benefited because of the science centers, their activities, and their role in the society. So I think that was very important. And in fact, we also did a third-party evaluation of this scheme, the whole scheme as such, by the by the independent body. And they also felt that all these facilities which are being created, they are really helping the society and trying to bridge the gap between science and culture. And that's why it has been named as a scheme for promotion of culture of science, and not only science, but the culture of science, because I think it is intertwined with our society. And if we take out the examples, what we are doing in our innovation hubs, there we are trying to link with the people, the daily lives of the people. What Walter has explained, that unless we connect, unless we find the local problems, unless we go to the people, and we cannot solve the problems like that. And we can actually, the science centers can be a kind of bridge between the problems and the solutions also. And if the young generations come forward, probably that will be good for the society and good for the country also. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Kenneth, you talked about the science centers are somewhere working in a silo, and you need to have an integrated approach involving all stakeholders in our activities and programs towards developing a scientific culture in the country or elsewhere, wherever we talk about. So would you like to elaborate a little on this? How do we, what are your stakeholders who should be involved in developing the culture of science to have an integrated approach to our science center work?
Thank you so much. At the outset, we are living in what we call the 21st century with kids. They all talk about acronyms. There is an acronym known as soon as possible, ASAP. ASAP is something which every one of us use. I feel particularly that we need to have this ASAP embedded in all the scientific institutions in India. What that ASAP, as far as I'm concerned, it's called as augmenting science awareness in public. Now, what is happening is, first and foremost, what Dr. Ghosh talked about, we were a part of science CSIR, and there we were not a priority. So there was a task force which detached us from the CSIR to form a NCSM. Right now we are in culture. Do we really need a policy thinking to change from science to culture to science or somewhere else? And in this case, if you really look at the Human Genome Project, what they did is they invested about 3% of the funding on ethical, legal, social issues. In a similar manner, can we have a cell known as ASAP in every scientific institution, including in the science museums, where whatever projects are there, can we have 2 or 3% of the budget in which we have a dedicated team of people, social scientists, NGOs, political scientists, scientists per se, science communicators, everybody put together, producing enormous amount of scientific content which can go to the people. Because it's a tyranny of numbers. We are dealing with 1.3 billion people. Trying to talk about scientific culture among 1.3 billion people, perhaps it could be an utopian concept. But then if you really look at vaccine hesitancy in India is much less than most of the countries, primarily because there is something known as the ASHA workers, who are the foot soldiers who are going to every nook and corner of the country. That's the reason our health infrastructure, although it is very poor, because of this last mile connectivity that is being handled by these ASHA workers. Can we really create kind of an ASHA workers for taking science or creating a scientific culture? These are the issues which we need to address. And for that, we need a funding, mandatorily a policy-based funding. In fact, from the National Center for Science Communicator, this has gone as a comment on the STIP policy 2020. Can this be done? So this is my way of thinking, because it's a utopian thing to consider that, scientific culture in 1.3 billion people. But yes, it's always, we need to have very high aims. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My last question, because we are short of time, to Mr. Suhas. You mentioned about how the perception of people about solar eclipse changed from 1982, 2010, that they didn't come out of their houses in 1980, but came out in large numbers to view the solar eclipse in the planetarium. Do you think this kind of eradication of their beliefs that solar eclipse is harmful to society or to people is changing to a large extent, or it is only just small numbers that people are adopting?
Oh, you want my direct answer to this question is, in fact, if you have to see number is increasing. And what you have the Rahu and Ketu is no more the part of the syllabus as far as the new young generation is concerned, in fact, You don't have to worry about them, in fact, at all. And I must tell you, in fact, why the eclipse, any celestial phenomena for that matter, the excitement generated is of beyond kind of thing, in fact, One has to come to the planetarium, one has to come to Science Center to see the excitement, what is happening in the sky. Just small thing, in fact, like the phenomena called as the occultation. The one star is eclipsed by the moon or something like that. That also people start enjoying through the telescope. And thanks to the the ingenuity shown by the planetariums and the Science Center, people start coming to, in fact, like see this. I can cite the example of the apparition of the Mars. Mars is coming closer to the Earth. People thought coming closer to the Earth is going to look like a moon. Oh, that is the reason, in fact, in fact, thanks to media also, sometimes they play a very different role altogether, in fact. Mars is coming closer and closer. It's not going to look like a moon, but people will say, oh my God, that's going to happen. Why not go and see through the telescope? With the naked Mars appears to be great in color, but if you have a telescope, the telescope will try to show you very greatness of the Mars differently, in fact. That I said to you, in fact, thanks to the advent of scientific culture, to the planetarium, to the Science Center, to the museum. Now the people, whatever the blind faith what you accepted earlier is no more there kind of thing, in fact. People like to drink, a glass of water when the eclipse is taking place, kind of thing. It's not I'm not going something like that, but the word superstition, you don't have to take into account any more kind of thing, in fact. That's the excitement of science, in fact. And that is our planetariums, Science Center, again, I'm repeating, played a major role. I don't want to use for eradicating them. There is no eradication is possible, can there? That only possible with the induction of gamma rays kind of thing on onion and potatoes kind of thing. But is this, I think I'm very happy about what is happening. So in 20 years down the line, in fact, when India is going to celebrate our century, in fact, in 2047, you have a different mindset of people together, in fact.
Thank you very much, Sohas. While I thank all the panelists for their excellent deliberations on the theme of the conference and the particular session, there are many questions remain unanswered. For example, how to synergize between culture and science, and how to approach of cultural aspect into science communication, and what science centers and planetariums can do to develop a scientific culture, and what we have achieved so far. So I would like to thank all my panelists for their wonderful presentation and for the time they gave to this session. And thank you very much. And we hope to continue our collaboration on developing scientific culture in the society. Thank you very much.
I think we'd like to thank the chairman, in fact, because we like to return the thanks to you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Am I audible? So good afternoon. Now we have come to the end of the last leg of today's program. In fact, it is indeed my privilege to be here for the concluding remarks of this international conference. During these 2 days, we were really carried away with a series of absorbing sessions, reminiscing fondly the early days of science museums and science center movements in India, some excellent invited talks, keynote addresses from the stalwarts of this field, invigorating deliberations of some of the finest professionals across the globe. Day one, that is yesterday, the conference began with the welcome address by our Director General, Mr. A.D. Datta Chaudhary. While voicing the concern on the science communication issues in the current pandemic, he appreciated and thanked all concerned for bringing together communicators of all hues from across the globe in this digital platform. Then later on, we felicitated Dr. Swaraj Ghosh on his 87th birth anniversary. Following that program, in fact, Dr. Ghosh was the first Director General of National Council of Science Museum. He was the former president of ICOM and also the first Asian to be so. And also he was the former museum advisor to the President of India. So all the science communicators and professionals of the country, both from India and abroad, fondly and reverentially talked about his vision, leadership, and mentoring prowess to nurture this profession to the level what we are now today. And among the noted speakers during the session, we had Professor Hans Martin Hinz, ex-president ICOM, Mr. S.K. Bakchi, former director BITM Kolkata, Mr. I.K. Mukherjee, former Director General NCSM, Dr. Moshe Dishman, Garden of Science Israel, Ms. Herlin Hoyt, former President and CEO, New York Hall of Science, Dr. T.K. Ganguly, former Deputy Director General of NCSM, Sri H. Goswami, former Director BITM Calcutta, Mr. G.S. Rautela, former Director General NCSM, Dr. J. Sthanapati, former Deputy Director General NCSM, Mr. S. Manekar, former DG NCSM, and Mr. P. Ayam Perumal, former Executive Director, Tamil Nadu Science and Technology Center. Thereafter, Dr. Ghosh, while dwelling on the early days of development of the concept of science museums during early 60s, then later on its transformation into the concept of science centers in the 70s and 80s, he touched upon with anecdotal references the evolving strategies on how he could put his missionary zeal into a winning note. Following that session, we had an invited talk on the topic Science in the Public Domain by Dr. Vikas Sinha, who is the INSA Senior Scientist and former Homi Bhabha Professor, Department of Atomic Energy, and former Director of National Shah Institute of Nuclear Physics and Variable Energy Cyclotron Center, Calcutta. While he spoke about the beauty of science with special reference to the Nobel laureate Rabindranath Tagore, especially his encounter with the stalwarts like Einstein, Heisenberg, J.C. Bose, and so on, even at the age of 78. He presented with brevity the emerging issues related to science in the public domain. The last session of yesterday was really enlightened with the august presence of Professor John Falk, Executive Director, Institute of Learning Innovation, USA. While he was reminiscing his 4-decade-long association with Indian science centers, especially with Dr. Ghosh, he spoke of the role of this sector in context of his major initiatives in the areas of visitor studies, learning outcomes of science center visits, and so on. In this connection, he talked about his research on the evidence-based learning in science museums and science centers, emphasizing that science literacy outcome through such communication strategies of this center is by far pronounced compared to what we found from TV, radio, internet, classroom teaching. With that, we drew up the curtain for the day one. Now, today, in day 2, the session took off with the welcome address of our Director General, Mr. A. Datta Chaudhary, and also Dr. A.P. Jayaraman, Chairman, National Center for Science Communicators. Dr. Jayaraman talked about scientific culture at the backdrop of entire spectrum of science communication. He also spoke of different models of science communication from design, development, and delivery infrastructure. It was followed by the 2 keynote addresses on the issue growth and impact of science museums and centers in India. And there were 2 speakers. The first speaker was Mr. I.K. Mukherjee, former Director General. Mr. Mukherjee referred to the responsibilities of citizens of India as enshrined in the Constitution of India for developing the scientific temper, humanism, and the spirit of inquiry and reform. And he deliberated at length on the genesis of science museums and science centers to what we are today. To him, this profession, this area is an enabler for empowering people, empowering society, and therefore paving way for national development. He also talked about the evolution of exhibits, evolving programs over the time to rope in all stakeholders. It was followed by another speech by our Director General, Mr. A. Datta Chaudhary. He talked about the impacts of science centers in India. He discussed and referred to one study that was commissioned to Frost and Sullivan to identify the impacts of the science centers we have in our chain of operations. And they put forward the impact of science centers and also suggested certain strategies. The impact they studied were personal impact, social impact, economic impact, and political impact. As to the personal impact, the visitors' response was, they took pan-Indian studies and they came to that conclusion. The personal impact was that 78% of the respondents are telling this area, the science centers and museum is very beneficial. For 65% are telling that they are not able to relate to the exhibits that are being shown in the science centers and museums. 28% is telling that it is helping them in rationalized thinking. For the social impacts, 58% is telling that the sector has got positive impact and it has community leisure activities also. 86% is telling it has impact on formal education system. 60% respondents are telling it creates youth employment. In economic impacts, the studies are telling 46% of the respondents are telling yes, it is in their must-visit list. 29% is telling that it improves the branding of the city. 5% is telling that they are spending that only they're spending on the entrance fee only. 95% of the spending is for the local vendors. And what we have found that once science centers or science cities start off, there is huge appreciation of land in the adjoining areas. As to the political impact, Mr. Datta Chaudhary expressed that 10% of the respondents tell that yes, it creates policy identification. 5% respondents are telling it influence policy making. He also talked about the areas of improvement, what we can do. He talked about some mega exhibitions which we took with some mega science associations like Vigyan Samagam. and also the exhibits on Superbugs. He also talked about the new brand of mobile science exhibition, which we introduced, 25 mobile science exhibition for the aspirational districts of our country, a big work in a very short time. And also he spoke about the opportunity that COVID-19 brought to us, to the science communicators. Then it was followed by the next session with Dr. Shobbasati Mukherjee, Director General, Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaja Vastu Sangrahalaya in chair. At the outset, Dr. Mukherjee dwelled upon the multi-dimensional connotation of museums in today's concept. And he requested all those in the panel to go beyond the definition of museums that way. We had a galaxy of panels. So at the beginning, Professor Ambika Patel, President ICOM India, spoke that museum, as she thought, as a resource center, she juxtaposed science museums and art museums, talked about how craft museums are adopting technologies and how they're communicating with the audience, how alternatives to STEM, they are thinking in that field also. Just a minute. Then the next panelist was Dr. V.N. Dhawalakoldi, Director, Birla Museum, Pilani. He spoke about his experience in Pilani Museum through different activities. It is more or less community-based. He told how his museum helped the community and how the culture of creativity is being developed through active participation of the students of the local areas. And he spoke about the interdisciplinary approach to this profession to make it very successful. It was followed by the presentation of Mr. Nandan Shastri, member on expert committee of the Ahmedabad World Heritage City Trust and member, American Alliance of Museums. He spoke about his dream to make a National Museum of Industrial History. And he spoke almost in similar line of what he has seen in his stint in US. Then the next speaker was Professor Amarshya Gala, UNESCO Chair Professor. He mainly spoke at length his personal and professional association with Dr. Saroj Ghosh. Then the next speaker was Ms. Tasneem Mehta, Managing Trustee and Honorary Director, Bhaudaji Lad Museum, Mumbai. She spoke about the challenges in unpacking history through objects as she has faced while renovating her museum. She has told a very interesting tagline that I think that made the day. What she told that it is necessary to make science museum more art oriented, more art centric, and to make art museum more science oriented. Maybe this is how these two areas can come closer. Then the next speaker was Dr. Jayanta Sengupta, Curator and Secretary, Victoria Memorial Hall, Kolkata. He spoke about energizing the digital presence in the museum of his ilk. He also added regarding the digital divide in the digital divide in the museum sector. Then the next session we had on emerging trends in science communication with Dr. Jayaraman in the chair. We have the panelists Dr. Bal Photke, Narottam Shahu, Nakul Parashar, Pallab Bagla, Hassan Javed Khan,
Yeah, no. I don't know from where I should start, in fact, like, should I go back yesterday? I think the person who is responsible for 1.5 days of event, is everybody will agree with me, is none other than, may I request the people to respond to my question? Dr. Saroj Ghosh, in fact.
Yeah.
A magnetic personality, in fact. May I request the people, wherever you are, please stand up and give a standing ovation to none other than Dr. Saroj Ghosh. In fact, like, I don't want to say anything about Dr. Saroj Ghosh. Everybody, he himself is aware of it, in fact. If you have a magnetic personality, then iron has to get attracted. How many ions, like particles were attracted, you know very well. Amount of, wisdom was shown, okay, is in regular. If Dr. Jayaraman has to say something, then he has to say in terms of, words kind of thing. So I think more than billions of words have been written in the last 1.5 years, 1.5 days, in fact. As a token of appreciation, on the behalf of all the organizing committee of National Council for Science Museum and National Center for Science Communicator, may I present to you this memento to Dr. Saroj Ghosh. On the behalf of Saroj Ghosh, may I request the director of Nehru Science Center, Chaudhary sir, to accept it and see to it that all the participants, all the panelists, please sign it whenever you are possible. All the 44 signatures will be endorsed on it and will be given to Dr. Saroj Ghosh. May I like to show it to you? Sir, kindly, will you accept it? Okay. No, you have to sign it, and then only we go to that. I think it's a mammoth task, in fact, like to get a signature of other people present over here. Okay. So, friends, a conference of this nature only possible. And you would realize, in fact, like if in the atomic structure, if the nucleus is strong, then the electron don't have choice; they have to go around it. And who is the person at helm of affair? It's present DJ, in fact, like, okay. On the behalf of organizing committee, I request people to kindly, pass your Indian traditional way by clapping, in fact, present DJ, in fact, of National Council for Science Museum, in fact, like, okay. Sir, please accept it, in fact, like, I don't, everybody has experience, in fact, like, if the electron is, I said to you, if you are strong, then electrons, even if the electron in excited state, they have to go around it, in fact, and we experience all together. Thank you so much what the leadership have provided for last 1 year, 1 month, in fact, like. In fact, this sort of conference, knowing the present scenario, pandemic, in fact, like that, we were in a dual state of mind, whether to be or not to be. But all the people said, why not, in fact, the 87th birthday is only comes once in a lifetime kind of thing. Why not celebrate it, in fact? Like, that's the way we started it, in fact. Rausalaji, thank you so much for taking initiative and seeing everything moves, in a clockwise precision. That's the reason we are here, in fact. Like, okay, and well, whom to thank more, in fact. Like, see, the things were moving such a way, in fact, like being an astronomical person, I don't use a microscope, I use a telescope. So I know what was happening. I think living at the vantage point, one can get to know what was happening, kind of thing. Things were happening at different space altogether, at the headquarters, okay, then Birla Technological Museum, then at the Nehru Science Center. In fact, like these are the like triangles. And what happened here, in fact, like, everybody's witness to it, in fact. We have created history, in fact, like in 20 years down the line, if you look back, what happened in Nehru Science Center, everybody will know. Well, this part of things cannot be possible. We have to document, in fact, like. And I must thank here none other than the former director of National Nehru Science Center, Mr. Kenny. Where are you? Are you with us?
Yes,
I'm from the home. He is the person responsible to pen it down. A small, what do you call a anthology of like history. What Dr. Saroj Ghosh did for the last 87 years, in fact. Like. The when he was born and when he is today, he was responsible to bring out a small booklet. Directors, sir, do you have the copy of the booklet? Yes, it's coming from the old. It's very hot kind of thing, It will take some time, but don't worry. See to it that everybody participate today will have their own copy signed by Dr. Saroj Ghosh. That is a promissory note for you. Friends, I definitely, I don't, because thanks to organizers, they're not giving the time, in fact, but I know my time is coming to an end, kind of thing. Well, all the panelists, in fact, like, sir is already did his duty by thanking. That's the only we can, like do it at this hour of junction, kind of thing. Friends, I'm very, in fact, like, I'm excited to this particular thing, the amalgamation, the joint ventureship of National Council for Science Museum and National Center for Science Communicators came together, and what they scaled up, in fact. In 1 year down the line, I like to have the bigger conference of somewhere on the earth, in fact, like. Okay, now we are thanks to the COVID, we are confined to the room, in fact, like. Well, I must tell you the arrangement at Nehru Science Center is as good as we are enjoying the conference. We had a nice cup of tea, we had enjoyed a nice lunch together, and now we're going to join for tea also. Friends, those who have missed their thing, you can have it your own places, but we are going to join here because virtually we have more than 30 people assembled here, in fact. Just imagine if the conference would have opened to the public, the number would have, we have to put extra zeros over here because the capacity of the room is not exceed more than 300 people in Nehru Science Center. Okay, friends, definitely. Well, I must thank our chairman, Mr. A.P. Jayaraman, giving a like morning welcoming on the behalf of National Center for Science Communicator, then coming as a panelist, and then like I as one of the panelists and coming as the vote of thanks. Not that we don't have the people. Okay, the people don't want to come virtually. In fact, I said no. If you are physically present, then you are entitled to it. So I was physically present prior to the session. That is then I'm with you. Friend, am I left anybody? Can you raise your hand? I know because I want to get this kind of feedback only help us. Like how can I miss, in fact, like what do you call you have not seen the conference kit here in Bombay. Okay, we have an excellent brochure, in fact, like a tag. Okay, then the writing part, we have a badge. Everything was as a part of the conference, thanks to the leadership in crafting the same is provided none other than I must thank here Umesh Kumar. The Science Center is filled of Kumar, in fact, because I forgot to mention one Kumar, in fact, like Saumendra Kumar, in fact, like who was responsible. Yesterday was like carrying the session. I'll say to you that nobody exceed their time. Exactly what today Andhra Kumar did, in fact. He allowed the people to say exit time sometimes, what you can do, in fact. That's not in his hand. Because time the factor goes on and back, like you cannot see the watch, in fact, like I must tell you the next time people should not wear watches. They should not look at the timetable. they should, I will give you the break for the lunch and for the dinner also. Okay, you can go and join dinner at your own risk. Yeah. No, no, I'm not finished. I'm not finished. Ah, yes.
প্রথম একটু এটাকে একটু ছোট করে চেঞ্জ করো জুম করো না জুম করো ये ठीक है वो अरे हाँ जूम come चले so you want to start
Right?
You got it?
Yeah.
Umesh, you got it?
No. Wow, headquarters is looking great, in fact, So thank you so much. In fact, like you can see that, like working together, in fact,
It's a big round of applause for everybody.
Oh, yeah. That's great. In fact, like, again, the last question to everybody, in fact, like, we are discussing now with the promissory note. In 1 year's time, we are coming back, not in virtual world, in a physical world, and we'll say goodbye to COVID, in fact, And can I say last word? I'd like to thank myself, in fact, for allowing me to say something what you had listening for last 2.5 minutes, in fact. Like, thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you.
Please have your dinner at your own place, because we are going for the dinner at our place.
At your own cost.
No. That. Kenny, being a retired person, you cannot talk about
Suhas,
I think you can host a dinner for everybody today, in fact.
Suhas, I must thank you for the first idea of having this conference sometime back when I met you in Bombay, and we corresponded last year. And finally, it took 1 year to organize this.
No,
Okay.
This is nothing, sir. Dynamic of the universe is singular. This conference is decided 13.8 billion years ago when the universe came to existence. And thanks to doctors to allow us to have this conference today. So thank you so much, in fact, like Kenny J, thank you so much, in fact. Like, where is the book, in fact? I'm just want everybody to see the book, in fact, Sir, did you got a copy of the book?
What book?
The book on Dr. Saroj Ghosh.
Oh.
बाकी वो बाकी है